you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Chloe Wright. CHLOEWRIGHT.
Ms. Wright, you can actually pull that microphone towards you instead of leaning into it. Thank you. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you know somebody named Maxwell Anderson?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He is at that left side table to me in a blue button-down.
I'd ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
How do you know the defendant?
We dated previously.
When did you initially meet?
May of 2021.
Is it fair to say that you met through work?
Yes.
How long were you in a relationship with the defendant?
We started dating the end of 2021, so I'd say December, and then ended things, I'd say March of 2023.
Were you familiar with where he lived?
Yes.
Do you know the address?
3161 South 39th Street.
Had you been to that residence
Yes.
frequently?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the things that you and the defendant would do while you were dating, just in general?
We would hang out at his house a lot, and then we'd go to different restaurants or bars.
Was there any particular place that the defendant shared with you that was unique or special?
He wanted to show me this like secret beach that he described it as, just being like a really private area to hang out.
Was that his word, a secret beach?
Yes.
And when did do you remember when he first took you there?
I want to say that first spring that we were dating, so that would have been spring of 2022.
How many times do you think he took you there?
I'd say between 5 and 10 times.
And can you describe, do you know where it was?
I know like how to get there.
Okay. Do you know if it had a name?
I do now of Warnemount Park, but at the time I did not.
Okay, at the time that you were dating him and he would take you to this beach.
Correct.
Why didn't you know the name of it at the time?
He would always just call it like the beach, and he had mentioned he didn't want me to know the name of it in case we broke up. He didn't want me taking other people there.
Did he describe this place to you before he took you there?
Just briefly about it being like really private. Not a lot of people go there. It's just a little like private beach.
I'd like to get into some more details about the beach a little bit later, but just in general, what did you do when you were there with him?
At the beach, we would generally, he'd bring his dogs, and then we would just hang out, build a fire. Sometimes we brought snacks, sometimes I brought a book.
Going to show you Exhibit 295 and ask you if you recognize what I'm showing you.
Yes, this is the beach that we would go to, and then his 2 dogs.
That's a photograph, correct?
Correct.
This is not a photograph that you took.
No.
I'd move in 295 and ask permission to publish.
Any objection?
Yes, she didn't take the photo.
She's identified it. The photo is of what it purports to be. The authentication's in place. I am going to receive it. You may publish.
Are those the defendant's dogs?
Correct.
And that looks like where he took you.
Yes.
At some point, you contacted the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember when?
I want to say it was April of 2024.
Okay, after you were aware of Sade Robinson's disappearance?
Correct.
And was this after the disappearance?
Yes.
And why did you contact the Sheriff's Department?
Well, I contacted them after the disappearance and after the news was released that he was in custody under suspicion of this. And I contacted them just because I knew he was a pretty secretive person with like his house. So he would buy like shelves with false backs or have these like hidden compartments. Like there was one in the bathroom, like under the sink, that he would place a piece of marble in and it would blend so you couldn't really tell that there was a compartment under there.
So that was something that you're describing in his bathroom at 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes.
Is that something that you saw?
Yes.
Where was it?
In the bathroom underneath the sink.
Okay, underneath the sink, did the sink have like a vanity?
Correct. So the vanity was this marble color, and then there was the sink with the cabinets, and then there was like a spot underneath the cabinets, probably 3 or 4 inches tall, and he would just stick a piece of marble that matched the vanity there so that it looked like it was one piece.
Going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 496. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that is his bathroom.
It's a photograph, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you, I'd ask that 496 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can you draw on there where the secret compartment is?
Is it showing up or do you need a Sharpie?
It's okay. Just that.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the vanity, correct?
Correct.
And what you drew in this kind of blue rectangle and pen is what?
It is the piece of marble that he would be able to slide in and out of underneath the vanity. So it does match like the top of it, so it would look as one piece.
And that's something he showed you?
Yes.
Was there anything else similar to this inside that residence that you were aware of?
He did have a closet in the living room area that he would cover with an entertainment center, so you weren't aware that there was a closet behind there.
And you felt that at least some of this information was important to tell law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I knew they were searching the house. I just have no idea how extensive these searches are, so.
Did you also share with law enforcement the information about the secret beach?
Yes.
Did there come a time a few months later where law enforcement was back in contact with you about that location?
Yes.
And what happened when they were back in contact with you?
Well, the first time I had mentioned it, I had just said that we had been to a beach, looked very similar. I wasn't sure of if it was the same one. And then they had reached out again several months later and they were like, do you know if this is?
Objection hearsay.
It does call for hearsay. I'll sustain that.
Did you ultimately meet with law enforcement?
I did.
And did the particular detective or officer that was with you actually go with you to the location?
Yes, I directed them.
Okay. Do you remember where you started out?
Yes, I remember that we would take Layton pretty much all the way down. So I had them get me to Layton and then I was able to direct.
And when you say we would take Layton, who are you referring to?
Maxwell and I.
Would you say that you have a good knowledge of the city of Milwaukee in terms of directions and different roads?
No.
Was there a particular landmark that you identified that you were able to direct law enforcement to get you to this location?
Yes, so I know we would take Layton all the way down, and then on the way there, there was a Mexican restaurant, El Beso, on Layton. So that was on the right-hand side. We would stop there sometimes before going to the beach. And then I knew that the airport was, you'd have to pass the airport, so I could tell that I was going in the right direction through those landmarks.
And you did this same route with the sheriff's department?
Correct.
Going to show you exhibits 265 through 277, and just to yourself, look through those and let me know if you recognize what they are.
Individually or just?
Individually, yes.
Okay. Yes, this first one I do recognize. It looks like where we would park to walk to
Okay.
get there.
But do you recognize, sorry
Oh,
if I was confusing.
no, that's
do you-
okay.
Do you recognize all of those
Correct.
exhibits? that
This
I've-
is
Okay,
the beach that we would go to.
okay. I'd ask for exhibits 265 through 277 to be received and published.
Any objection?
No.
They're received, you may publish.
Showing you exhibit 265. What is this?
That is where we would park our car, and then that fence there is where we would enter to get to the beach.
Okay, so would you park your car down here or in this,
In that dead end spot.
down where the car is?
Correct.
Exhibit 266, do you recognize this?
That is the fence that would need to be gone through to get to the beach.
Was that-
However, it looks like that was a replacement. That doesn't look like the fence that we would go through.
Okay, so that looks like a different fence versus when you were there with the defendant.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 267, what is that?
That is the fence that we would go through. There was that gap in between the two connecting fences, and we would squeeze through there to get to the beach.
What is 268?
After we went through the fence, there was like a really long paved hill that we would have to go down. So that looks like that.
Once you went down the hill, which direction did you go?
Left.
And what was down at the bottom of the hill?
Down at the bottom to your right is this building. I'm not sure what the building is. And then to the left, it was pretty rocky. And then once you got past the rocks, you would get to sandy area, which was where we would hang out.
Did you ever go to the right with him?
No.
Showing you exhibit 269, what is that?
Just an extension of the hill. It was pretty long. So then if you just continued down to the left, there would be the beach.
Is this the building that you talked about?
Correct.
And you would go this way?
Yes.
Exhibit 270? What is that?
Same thing. That's just a different angle of the building.
Describe, when you go to the left, how you get to the beach.
So we would either go, it was pretty rocky, so we would either climb kind of through the rocks, or there was, if you, like a little bit longer of a way, there was like a back trail that you kind of had to go up and around, and it would get you past the rocks.
Which did you prefer to navigate?
Usually the trail, because I would be wearing sandals, so didn't want to cut my feet on the rocks.
What about the defendant?
He usually take the rocks, depending if we had the dogs or whatnot.
Exhibit 271, what is that?
Those are the rocks that would need to be climbed over.
272, what is that?
Just another angle of the rocks. Further past those trees would be kind of where that trail that I would take is.
What about 273?
So there's a better view of the trail.
Can you stand up and point to where the trail is?
If you're going to talk, there's a microphone right next to you that you can turn on if you need to talk.
Okay, so the pavement kind of goes down this way. You would enter through, it had all these fallen down trees, so either route was dangerous, I suppose, but the trail kind of curves through this way.
Once you got down to the beach, how far down would you walk?
From when you get there and you can visually see, because it kind of goes around a bend, so from what you can visually see, we would go about halfway down. There would be a fallen down tree over there, so there was like lots of bark and stuff, so we'd usually park our blanket by the fallen down tree, because then we would use that fallen bark to build our fires.
Showing you exhibit 275, what is that?
That is just an extension of the beach. I believe that we would usually put our blanket right about here.
Exhibit 276, what is that?
So when we were at the beach, behind us, this is what it would look like. It wasn't just like a big open plain, it was just that little strip of beach, and then this wall behind us.
And exhibit 277, what's that?
Just a view from the beach from the opposite angle, so going towards the pavement.
When you met with the sheriff's department, did you provide them any photographs that you had of either you and the defendant, or photos of this secret beach?
I did.
I'm going to show you exhibit 278 and 279 and ask you if you know what they are, and I can take this from you.
This is a photo that I took when we were at the beach.
Okay, and you're referring to 278.
Yes, and then 279, since it was taken on Snapchat, I had to press and hold it to where it would show you the location and the date and time.
So those are screenshots from your phone,
Correct.
and 279 is kind of an extension of 278.
Correct.
Okay, I'll take those. I would ask for 278 and 279 to be received and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, and go ahead.
Okay, we're looking at 278. What is that?
So you can see my beach blanket. I'd keep that in my car for when we would go. And then that was just a fire that we had built.
And does 279 tell you what date that photograph was taken on, or what date you posted that on Snapchat?
It does. That is the day it was taken, May 12th, 2022, 6:10 p.m.
Does it give a location stamp too?
Yes, Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Good morning.
Morning.
So as I understand it, you and Max dated for about 2021 to 2023, give or take about 2 years, you'd say?
Correct.
Not through work, obviously, right?
Correct.
And you would do you would hang out at his house. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes,
So you knew where, you even knew his address, obviously, you just said it, right?
yes,
And that was a place where he would take you and you would watch TV or spend time together there, right?
correct.
And you've talked a little bit about this hidden compartment in the, was it in the bathroom area?
Yes,
And actually, the reason why that's important is because when after you heard, I mean, obviously you heard the news about Max being arrested and suspected and all this, right?
yes,
That's sort of what prompted you reaching out to law enforcement.
correct.
So it wasn't until you had seen things in the news that you actually initiated contact with the police, right?
Correct.
And the first thing about that secret spot in the bathroom, you wanted to make them aware of that because you knew law enforcement was going to go search the house, obviously.
I didn't know if it had been done or not at that point, but I just wanted to make them aware.
You suspected maybe they would search a house in a situation like this, right?
I suppose.
Right, you wanted to make them aware of, hey, there's this secret spot here. If you do search the house, this is where it is, right?
Yes,
And that secret spot was something he had shown to you, right?
correct,
Because you guys trusted each other, or at least he trusted you.
correct.
And that secret spot was for purpose of hiding basically money or weed, right?
Yes,
Okay. And this beach, you guys have gone there a handful of times together, right?
yes,
Do you have any idea, so you didn't know the name Warnemont Park back in 2021, 22, or 23, right?
that's correct.
You know it now because you've heard the articles, right?
Yes,
Have you've read a little bit about the situation or the case?
yes,
I mean, it's of particular interest to you, obviously, because this is an ex-boyfriend of yours, right?
correct.
And you broke up before he was ever charged in this case. You broke up in March of 2023.
That's correct.
So a year before anything had allegedly happened, you guys were already broken up, ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend.
Yes,
Not one of these situations where people are still sort of keeping in touch with each other and maybe dating other people, broken up, right?
correct.
And you hadn't even seen Max for over a year since you broke up, right?
That's correct.
In fact, you never saw him from the breakup until he was arrested. Right?
I believe I had ran into him at a concert that summer, but we didn't hang out at the concert or anything. It was more like a, hey, how are you? Move on.
The dates that you went on, I don't need to go into all the details, obviously, but things like going out to dinner or going to the movies or going to a beach, is it things like that?
Correct?
And he was never physically abusive, was he?
No,
And you were aware that at his house, he even had someone living below at his house, right?
correct.
You were familiar with the layout of the house. He even told you about the spot in the living room where where the desk was there and there was the closet, right?
Correct.
And just going back to this beach, obviously you didn't know the name back then, you said, didn't know that it was called Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
So in terms of hanging out there, did you ever hang out there with other people or just that's the spot you and Max had gone?
It was just Max and I.
So in terms of the number of, and how many times did you estimate you went there with him?
I said between 5 and 10.
So just a range, right?
Correct.
And the pictures you've shown are the only ones that you had taken there, the picture of the fire and the dogs on,
Yes.
the ones of the dogs on the beach, you didn't take that, right?
No, I did not.
You recognize those dogs as being Max's dogs, right?
Yes.
So when you would go there, you would take, you said Layton Avenue past the airport, right?
Correct.
Right into the beach.
Yes.
And not College, right?
No.
And there's a Mexican restaurant, El Beso. The two of you would stop there periodically as well, right?
Yes.
And what you would do at the beach is just hang out there and spend time together like any other couple might do, right?
Yes.
He never told you, don't tell anybody about the beach. He just didn't tell you the name.
Correct.
And to get down there, there's a path around the side of the fence. So I think you said the route that you would go would be to walk around the fence and then walk down, right?
Yes.
Never drove a car down in that area, right?
No.
And the beach is, the path down to the beach, there's sort of a walking trail that you would take sometimes, right? Is that what I heard you say before?
Yes.
What is the terrain of the walking trail? Is it paved or is it just, would it be described as a muddy trail that goes down?
It's muddy. It's pretty worn out too. So it's not really like actually muddy, but it is dirt.
It's dirt, right?
Yes.
Had you ever gone there with Max when it was raining and muddy?
There were times where we had been there and it had started to rain and we would just leave right away.
Not any time where it had been pouring and pouring like that, right?
No.
So in terms of the dirt path, and the dirt path is the one you would take, there's also some other ways through the woods you can walk down there? Or no?
I'm not aware of any other way through the woods.
Just the dirt path.
Correct.
And then there's sandy beach, right? You said there's a rocky part of the beach and a sandy part of the beach?
Yes.
Max never told you get rid of any photos or anything like that, right?
No.
And in fact, after Max had been, in early April, let's say, April 1st, April 2nd, April 3rd, did Max ever reach out to you?
Not in April.
Okay. In April, he never contacted you and said, get rid of some photos of the beach or anything like that, did he?
He did not.
Or tell you to, or even try to make contact with you at all, right?
Not in April.
Right. That's all. Thank you.
State, do you have a brief sidebar before redirect? Sure.
I'm going to excuse the jury for a moment. You leave your notebooks out of the chair.
Okay, state had just requested a sidebar. I thought it was easier just to handle this on the record. State, why don't you restate where we were at?
Attorney Cotton asked a question as it relates to whether or not the defendant was ever physically abusive with Ms. Wright. Her answer was no. So while I expect Attorney Cotton to argue that that was a narrowly tailored question, I think the broader inference is that he was eliciting that Mr. Anderson is not physically violent. That information about never being physically abusive is in the report, followed by information about how Ms. Wright reported that he was emotionally abusive towards her, that he would make fun of her and call her names. And then there was also an incident with one of Ms. Wright's ex-boyfriends, who she names, and that he would constantly get angry. Mr. Anderson would get angry with her over this individual, and that at one point they got into a physical fight this being the ex-boyfriend and Mr. Anderson at a specific bar with an address given on a specific date, that the police were never involved, but Anderson and this ex-boyfriend were removed from the bar. She also reported that at one point, the defendant told her to invite the ex-boyfriend over to her residence and asked her to beat herself up in the bathroom and to call the police to get this individual arrested. So, I mean, I've got concerns that the defense question, the underlying inference is for the jury to draw a conclusion that he's not a physically violent person. And I think that opens the door to this other information.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. I knew exactly what I was doing when I asked that question, and that question was narrowly designed and narrowly tailored to elicit one response, one answer, about whether Mr. Anderson has ever been physically abusive with Miss Wright. Miss Wright, when she was interviewed by law enforcement on April 11th, by law enforcement, they had asked her questions about Max's emotional abuse. And she did indicate that he had been emotionally abusive, that he had said things I won't say here, but they're not good emotional statements, basically, that she had was sexually promiscuous and things like that. I didn't think any of that ought to be explored, nor did the state. So I didn't ask about emotional abuse. Emotional abuse is different than physical abuse, for sure. So I didn't ask that. I asked about whether he had been physically abusive. Miss Wright, in her interview with law enforcement, Your Honor, was clear to the police that he was never physically abusive with her. I stopped with that question and explored nothing further. The reason I explored nothing further, Judge, is because I understand that if I start drawing broader inferences, of course, if I start speaking more broadly about, well, therefore he has a character trait of peacefulness, he was never abusive with anybody, he never, then I'm going way beyond the question. I get that. So I tailored it to ask only what she had told the police, that Max was not physically abusive with her. How that opens the door to other acts evidence of his behavior on another date of telling her to beat herself up, which as I understand, she never did. And again, it was a statement that he made. I really disagree. I was precise with how I asked that question to elicit only that answer. And I asked no further questions about that topic at all, about his abuse with her.
State, what is the statute you're relying on for the path of admissibility relative to specific instances of conduct? And defense, is there a statute you're relying on as to why it is not admissible? Why it should not be
It's yes.
under 90404 are you looking at?
90404 for sure.
Is there anything else?
Yes, because primarily because it would constitute other acts evidence to get into other occasions when he told her to beat herself up or when he was emotionally abusive. And I think, with all due respect, there's a drastic difference between emotional and physical abuse without a question.
Judge, 90405, and again, this was not something that the state intended on eliciting. In fact, we had a conversation before this witness came up where I indicated the scope of what I was going to ask her, so we wouldn't even come close to this type of information.
And that conversation was not held on the record or with the court? It was held between the parties? Is that correct?
It had nothing to do about any physical anything, though, to be clear.
Then if the purpose of that question is not to elicit character information of him not being a violent person or that she would have no reason to be scared of him, what's the purpose of that question?
You can answer that.
So, yes, the purpose of the question was to make it clear that he was never physically abusive with her. It was not to suggest that he has a character trait for peacefulness or that he has a character trait for nonviolence more broadly. That's why I didn't ask her anything about broad character traits. And typically when we get into, if the state's arguing character and habit evidence, typically the way we prove that under 90405, as you know, Judge, is reputation or opinion coupled with specific instances of conduct where it's noticed up and it is disclosed if the state wishes to go into it.
Right, I don't think they were going into it. I think that they're claiming that you, by interjecting your question, went into character evidence, and now they should be permitted to go into specific instances to rebut.
I understand the argument. I never asked her, I'll rest on my arguments with all due respect. I never asked her about Mr. Anderson's character trait. Typically when we talk about character traits, we ask a witness, does this individual have a character trait for X? They say yes or no. Are you familiar with their character trait? Yes. And then how are you familiar with it? Well, this is why, and they answer the question. If the state wants to, I certainly think if they want to ask her some rebuttal about his physical abuse to her, if there was a time when he physically abused her, that would be appropriate, but I don't think there was any physical abuse towards her. And I wasn't asking about character traits more broadly.
So looking at this matter, what it comes down to is, did the defense, by asking the question to the words of the effect of, did the defendant ever physically abuse you? Did that basically have the defense putting into evidence a pertinent trait of the accused character offered by an accused? Clearly, the implication of the question would be that he was peaceful and that he'd never engaged in physically abusive conduct to Miss Wright. State's argument is that the inference to be drawn and the question's basis was greater than just, did he physically abuse you, but also, does that put into place his character of him being nonviolent or peaceful? Looking at our statutes and looking at 90404 character evidence generally, this isn't a situation where the state sought to introduce evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts under 90404 sub 2. And what I've been told is that the state affirmatively told the defense they were not going into that area during a conversation off the record in anticipation of her testimony.
Their daughter was found dead and dismembered after a first date last April. It's an unimaginable pain the parents of Sade Robinson simply cannot escape.
1 week from today, the trial is expected to start for their daughter's accused killer. Fox 6's Bree
conduct in cases in which character or a trait of character of a person is an essential element of a charge, claim, or defense, proof may also be made of specific instances of the person's conduct. So is the defendant being of a peaceful character an essential element of the defense? And I would think it is. I would think it's part and parcel of what the defense is going to argue in this case. As to specific instances of the person's conduct, the state has indicated that they're aware of 3 different prongs. The first prong would be that the defendant was emotionally abusive. The second prong was that he engaged into an altercation with her ex-boyfriend. And clarify for me, was Ms. Wright present at that altercation, or was she not? Or is this just something she's heard?
We could ask her.
It's unclear from the police report. She is
Right.
still here.
We
I
should
was
ask
getting
her.
there. I just thought the state.
Ma'am, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Chloe Wright. CHLOEWRIGHT.
Ms. Wright, you can actually.
That I think that at time, well, I guess I agree with both sides as to whether it being emotionally abusive, at times that can rise to a level of being indicative of not being peaceful, without a doubt. But it also, on the other hand, is different than physical abuse. So relative to our statutes, I am going to find that the defense has placed into play character evidence by the question, and I understand that Attorney Cotton indicated he knew what he was doing, but I also think Attorney Cotton's smart enough to know he was drawing at that line by asking that question, knowing in advance that the state wasn't going down that path. And I am going to find that the defense has opened the door by putting in play the character evidence of the defendants, because it is an essential element of their defense, and that based on that, they put into play that he is of a peaceful character. I'm not going to allow the state to go into the emotional abuse. I think that that's at a different level than what's already been indicated here, and I think that that would create a whole separate issue. I will allow the state to go into the 2 specific instances of conduct to rebut the character evidence that the defense has put into play relative to her observations of a bar fight, as well as the conversation to have her beat herself up and to have the boyfriend come over and then to report it to the police. I am going to find that that is allowable pursuant to 90405 sub 2. Any questions relative to my ruling, state?
Yeah, I think Vance Krzan and I were just chatting about making sure we have a very narrow scope of the questions to be asked. So I think we're going to ask her if she had observed any specific instance where the defendant was physically violent with someone, who that person was, when that was, and where it was, and we'll let it lie there.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Anything further to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
No, I would just ask if Ms. Wright understands the scope of what I just described.
Ms. Wright?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
my understanding that the stream of the trial did catch some of the jurors as they were exiting. I would ask the media to be cautious. My court order that was issued in advance of this indicated no filming of the jury. So please be on top of that moving forward, or else we might be changing up the present state of affairs. Understood? Okay, I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Is there water with your victim witness person? The witness just asked if there was water, and it appears she's getting that right now. And if not, I probably could grab some in back. Okay. State, please proceed.
Ms. Wright, on cross-examination, you were asked a question about whether the defendant had ever been physically abusive towards you, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was no.
Correct.
Do you recall telling the sheriff's department about a specific instance where you saw the defendant be physically violent with someone else?
Yes.
Who was that?
A previous ex-boyfriend before Maxwell.
And where did that occur?
That occurred at Trinity on Water.
That's a bar
Correct.
in Milwaukee?
Correct.
And what happened? Were you there?
I was there.
What did you see?
It all happened very quickly. I turn around 1 second and Maxwell and my ex-boyfriend were fighting. I don't know exactly how it was initiated. And then I just remember both of them being on the ground, and then the bouncers broke it up pretty quickly and kicked them both out.
Do you remember what day that was on?
I want to say it was St. Patty's Day of 2022.
When you talk about fighting with each other, was this a fist fight? Can you further describe?
Yes, it was a fist fight, and then it was so quickly, I think maybe like 1 or 2 punches were thrown, and then they were kind of just wrestling on the ground.
Okay, I just have one final question about the secret beach. When you would go there, were there other people around?
Not usually. I would see maybe one person walking their dog and passing by, but there weren't other people hanging out there.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Yes, thank you. So was not a situation where Max attacked, not a situation where Max attacked you at Trinity, right?
That's correct.
And you said 2022, so that means it was when you were dating him.
That's correct.
So you and Max were dating, and then an ex-boyfriend showed up to Trinity,
That's correct.
your ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
And actually, it was the ex-boyfriend who actually started it, isn't that true?
I don't recall who started what.
Do you recall when you were interviewed by, well, you do know that you sat down with law enforcement and talked to them about Max, right?
Yes.
You sat down with a sheriff's deputy, right?
Yes.
And you described that there was a fight on St. Patty's Day. You remember telling them about that, right?
I do.
But you don't remember telling them that your ex-boyfriend was Jack, right?
That's correct.
And you said, do you remember telling them Jack actually started it and then Max got him in a headlock? Do you remember saying that?
That is possible that I said that.
Well, that's what happened. The ex-boyfriend Jack started it. He showed up, you were dating Max, and Max got him in a headlock, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then security broke it up.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
State? Did you just respond by saying okay because you didn't know the answer to what Attorney Cotton was telling you?
If that is what I said, then that is what I said. But at this point in time, I don't remember how the situation occurred.
I don't have anything further.
No, no, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. State your next witness.
State calls Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Galat, Guillot.
You're a detective with the Sheriff's Department, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In April and then July of 2024, did you have contact with somebody named Chloe Wright?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that contact?
Through the investigation, it was learned that Miss Wright dated Mr. Maxwell Anderson. I believe she indicated that the two...
I'm going to further direct a question,
Okay.
a more pointed question. Did she provide you with information about a secret beach that she would go to with the defendant?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and was she able to describe where that was?
Yes.
Was she able to give you a name?
I'm going to object to hearsay. We had the witness testify.
Any response?
It's going to go to the effect on the listener as to why he did what he did.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, it's not hearsay, you can answer it.
She indicated that Mr. Anderson never disclosed the park's name just in case the two ever parted ways.
Was she able to describe the route to get to that park?
Yes, she was.
And did you in fact take her on that route?
Yes.
Can you describe where you started and where that route led you?
Yeah, I believe it was July 10th, 2024. Myself and Deputy Ethan Stouts met up with Miss Wright at her residence. She got into our vehicle and then she directed us to the route to the park. We started by traveling southbound on I-43 from Capitol Drive. She directed us to Layton Avenue. Once we got off of Layton Avenue, she directed us eastbound on Layton Avenue. Of note, she pointed out a Mexican restaurant, I believe it's called El Beso, which is located at 909 West Layton Avenue. She indicated that prior to Mr. Anderson and her going to this quote-unquote secret beach, that they would often stop at this restaurant, have drinks, have food. Past that, she directed us to continue on eastbound till West Sheridan Drive. from there, she directed us to go southbound on Sheridan Drive to West Pulaski Avenue.
And then what?
She pointed out a fence. The fence was, I believe it said do not enter. And then she indicated past that fence is where this so-called secluded secret beach was.
Where did she lead you?
So she led us,
And actually, like, is there a name of where she led you?
yeah, it's essentially Warnemont Park.
And then did she lead you further?
Yeah, so once you get to this fence, you have to squeeze through the fence, and there's a paved area which descends down to the secluded beach.
Had you ever been there before?
I have never been there, no.
Were you aware of members of your department who had been there as it relates to an investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
What else did she show you?
She showed us kind of the area where they would hang out. She noted that they would often have fires on the beach, and she indicated specific locations on where on the beach they would usually sit.
Are you aware that as to whether or not this location is where generally Sade Robinson's leg was found?
Yes, that's correct.
That is where it was found?
Correct.
When she was leading you down to the beach, did you walk past what you know to be the Cudahy Water Department pump house?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State?
Detective Mason Colhap.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I'm Detective Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Last name is Colhap, K-O-H-L-H-A-P-P.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
9 years, and I've been a detective for 4.
Did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you assisted to review a phone extraction of Maxwell Anderson's cellular phone, a Samsung phone specifically?
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 264. Can you take a look at that and tell me if that's the phone extraction that you reviewed?
Yes.
And describe briefly, if you can, how you received that.
Detective Vandertine and I went to DCI. We both picked up the phone, or I should say the actual download of the phone. We brought it back. Matt then uploaded it to evidence.com and then provided me a copy of that phone.
So what you were reviewing was the extraction that DCI had pulled off of that Samsung.
That is correct.
What is DCI, if you could just clarify that briefly?
It's a state agency. It's Department of Criminal Investigations.
What were you looking for? What was the purpose behind going through this?
To look for any evidence pertaining to the owner of the phone, along with the anything with the disappearance of Sade.
Do you recall what date you went through that phone extraction?
I believe it was April 9th, 2024.
And her leg had been found on the 2nd, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you prepare some reports through any kind of computer program that you used to go through the phone?
Yes, when it was handed, or when I was provided the copy from Detective Vandertine, it came on 2 different, I should say, it's not necessarily reports, but phone reviewing systems. One is Celebrate, and the other one is Axiom, is how they take the phone, they download it, and it's just put into 2 different programs so we can view the contents of that phone.
So you have multiple different programs that are used to essentially look at the contents of the phone?
Yes,
And you use 2 of them?
correct.
What were they again?
Axiom and Celebrate.
Can you spell those?
CELLBRITE and AXIUM, I believe.
I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. The first one is exhibit 444. Do you know what 444 is?
This is a Celebrate, and this, the end result of the Celebrate is usually put into a PDF form.
How many
Yeah.
pages is it?
7 pages.
And is it contain certain information about that phone?
Yes.
Okay, I would move exhibit 444 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Can you tell us from exhibit 444 what the phone number assigned to that cell phone was?
Yep. It's 262-416-4874.
I can take that one from you, and I'm going to ask you to page through 296. Take a moment to do that, and then tell me when you're done.
Yep. Okay.
Do you know what 296 is?
Yep.
And what is it?
296 is my extraction report from both the Celebrate and Axiom.
Move 296 in.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 296 is received.
So you already discussed that you had identified the phone number that belonged to that device, and did you learn that that was the phone number that Sade Robinson was last texting with?
That is correct.
When you went through that phone extraction, were you able to locate the text conversation between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you 287. What is that?
This is the Celebrate report that contains the text conversation between Sade and Max.
Was that the entirety of the text conversation that was on the device?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, what number was it? 296?
287.
287.
287? Not
Any
even close.
objection?
No.
Received.
I have 287 up on the screen. There are multiple ways of looking at text messages in these Celebrate. It should be loading soon, hopefully. All right, is that 287 up there?
It is.
There are multiple ways that you can view text message conversations on Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Would you say this is probably the easiest way to do so?
By far, yes.
Why is that?
Because it shows the send and receive from both phones compared to other ways you can do it where it's a lot more information heavy, but you got to look at each individual text itself. So this has the full conversation as it would appear on your phone.
sure why this isn't working.
I know this morning, the IT person was here doing some work before we started to make sure it all ran smoothly. It doesn't seem that that worked. We'll call him right now and have him come back directly. Is he on his way? Well, it's 9:53. Do you need a break real quick, a bathroom break, anybody? No? Okay. And we're in a holding pattern for a minute, I think.
All right, I'll use the paper one. Not coming up at all.
You can't change it back over to the Elmo now? I've just received information that the IT person's on his way right now.
Okay, well, I can't get either of them to work at this point, so. All right, here's what we're gonna do, Detective. The text conversation, why don't you just go through it orally? Tell us, when does the conversation start between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
So on this first, it's a blue. I'll show, is that all right? I show?
Sure.
Okay, so this is where the conversation starts. It's a blue. It was created on 3/30 of 2024 at 6:33:10 a.m. UTC. So with the conversion, it'd be approximately 1:30 in the morning is when the text conversation started.
On what date?
The 30th, I believe.
Okay.
March 30th.
And were you aware that they went to the Twisted Fisherman on April 1st?
Correct.
So this was just 2 days prior?
Yes.
And what time in the morning?
1:30. 1:33 to be
And-
specific.
How does the text conversation begin?
It says the first text was to Sade, and it says Maxwell. And then the follow-up one is Sade responding to Sade.
Exchanging their names
Exchanging their names, correct.
at 1:30 in the morning on basically a Friday into a Saturday.
That is correct.
When is the next text?
The next text is also on the 30th, March 30th. It's at 2:30 in the morning. And it says, "Hey, love, I left my comb there."
Who sent that?
That was from Sade. So Sade's in the blue, Max is in the green. A follow-up text after that one, sent a little bit after that, within 35 seconds estimate. Can you just take it and give it back when you get a chance?
Sade asking him for a comb that she left somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, after that,
After that, Max responded with, of course, I'll bring it on Sunday, and that was sent at 3:40 in the morning on March 30th.
implicit that there was a plan to meet up on Sunday.
Objection to implicit anything.
I didn't hear you. You're,
Objection to him implying anything. He said implicit.
I'll ask you to rephrase that question.
Does it appear from that text that there was a plan to meet on Sunday?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked from that text alone.
Based on that, based on the way the question's crafted, I'll overrule the objection and you may answer that question.
I would say yes.
How does the conversation go on?
And then Sade responds later with a thank you. This would have been that next it would have been 3/30/2024 at approximately 10, I believe, with the UTC conversion.
10 a.m. or p.m.?
AM.
Okay. How does the conversation go on from there?
The next one is from Max on 3/31/2024 with the UTC. It says 3:05:56 a.m. with UTC is about, I would say, 10 o'clock, I believe, that night on the 30th. No problem. How is your night going? And then Sade responded, my night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota.
What night of the week would this have been? If the first was Monday,
This would have been Sunday.
okay?
And then the next text message was from Sade. We might stop there.
Does she say where, or it just says there?
It just says there. This would have been 3/31/2024 at approximately midnight.
All right.
Max responded with, I'm here. And that would have been around 12:30 a.m. on the 31st. And that's the text conversation.
All right, give me 1 second. We're going to try to get the computer back on here.
There was also the issue with they were unable to switch it from the Elmo to the computer. Is that working now?
We're just bypassing the switching mechanism,
Okay,
and they're going to operate with one cord.
okay.
All right, I have the conversation up here on the screen now. So here's this bubble here is not actually a text message, right?
Do we need to shut the lines? Is that a glare on that for the jury?
It may help.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the blue box up here, these are, the blue ones that we're going to see are Sade, right?
Correct.
And this top one, is that actually a text message, or is that indicative of something else?
That's, from my understanding, that's just creating the start of the chat and not actually sending anything.
So the first text, like you said, this is the one, it just says, the body of the text just says Maxwell.
Correct.
And then how does she respond?
With her name.
All right, so this would have been what date and time?
This would have been approximately 1:33 on the 30th.
And you're going off of this time that I've highlighted here?
Correct. With UTC, it was -5 at that point.
Okay, so it says 6:33, but really it would be 1:33.
Correct.
That's how all of these texts are going to appear.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then we kept going. She has the text about the comb. She asks if she can give it back, and he says, I'll bring it on Sunday.
Yep.
All right. Let's pick up where we left off here. Let's start with this green text that I've highlighted here. What's going on?
All right, so this is page 3. No problem. How is your night going?
How does Sade respond?
She responds, my night is going fine. My friend is here from Minnesota.
This would have been Sunday. Well, tell us about the date and time.
So it would have been -5 hours, so it would have been 12:32, and I believe it would be the 31st.
Okay, so this would have been the wee hours of Sunday morning.
Correct.
And then what does Sade say?
She responds with, we might stop here.
Does Mr. Anderson respond?
Yep.
What does he say?
He says, I am here.
What does Sade respond?
She responds with, okay.
Next text from Maxwell.
I'm sorry, can I see the parties at sidebar, please? Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, what is, so they have this exchange. We might stop there. Mr. Anderson says, I'm here. She says, okay. What does he respond with right here?
Drop my name at, I'm assuming it's die, but I believe it's the door if they try to charge a cover.
And what real time was this sent at?
12:33.
AM?
Correct.
On what day?
The 31st?
Sunday, the 31st?
Correct.
How does Sade respond?
Okay.
Also at 12:33?
Correct.
When is the next text sent?
This would have been 12:36.
3 minutes later?
Yep.
Okay.
Still on for later.
And then there's a gap between that text and the response from Sade, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tell us what Sade says and at what date and time.
Sorry, I'm at work. And then it would have been 4 o'clock, 4:26 on the 31st.
AM or PM?
PM.
Okay, so she doesn't respond to this 12:36 AM text until Sunday evening at 4:26 PM?
Correct.
What does she say after that?
I don't know how long I'll be here till.
How does Mr. Anderson reply?
He replies, okay, sounds good.
And then what does he say?
Want to shoot for another night instead?
And what are the dates and times of the okay sounds good and then the want to shoot for another night instead text?
Okay, sounds good is on the 31st at approximately 5:36 p.m. And then the want to shoot for another night would have been at 11 a.m.
On what date?
April 1st.
How does Sade respond?
Yeah, I can do today or tomorrow that's abbreviated.
What does Mr. Anderson say?
Either works for me, whichever you prefer.
What time is that?
That would have been 12:08 p.m. on the 1st.
Are you aware of whether the 1st was the last day that Sade sent any text messages?
Yes.
How does Sade respond?
Okay, we can do today. What
And-
time?
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Anderson responds.
That's also up to you. Any time is fine for me.
What time does he say that?
About 1:54 p.m. on the 1st.
And keep going.
Where are we meeting? I can do 5.
How does Mr. Anderson, respond.
Mr. Anderson responds, downtown somewhere, question mark.
Sade says what?
Okay.
Mr. Anderson then says,
Broad House on 3rd.
when is this conversation happening, this exchange?
This is all still on the 1st.
At what time?
This would have been at 4:23 p.m. on that last Broad House on 3rd.
How does Sade respond to the question brought house on 3rd?
She's replied, perfect.
Then what happens?
Max responds with, okay, I'm going to shower quick. I'll probably get there more around 5:15.
What does he say next?
The next, are you hungry? I'm sorry. I need to stop at Twisted Fisherman to pick up my W-2 from last year. We could eat there first.
How does she respond?
Okay and yes.
What time?
4:34 p.m. on the 1st.
Then what does she say?
Are we eating at the Broad House or the other place?
What does he respond with?
Let's eat at Twisted. I'm feeling seafood.
What time does he send that text?
4:37 on the 1st.
How does she respond?
Yes, I love seafood.
And then what does Mr. Anderson say?
Sounds good. I'm about to leave. I'll be there soon.
Then what happens?
Sade responds, okay. And then Max responded to that with, just got to Twisted.
At what time did he say that send the text just got to Twisted?
This would have been 5:11 on the 1st.
How does Sade respond to that?
Okay, are you inside, question mark.
At what time?
5:18 on the 1st.
Then what?
Max replied with a yes. And this is the 1st at 5:18.
Is there a response to that text from Sade?
There's not.
Is there a gap between this final text where she asks, are you inside? And he responds, yes. And then the next text message sent from Anderson's phone to Sade's phone.
There is a gap.
When's the next text sent?
The next text is sent on the 2nd, 4/2/24 at approximately 10:36. My math is correct.
AM?
AM.
And by that time, are you aware of whether Sade's car had been burned?
Yes.
Was it?
Yes.
So he texts her at 10:36 a.m. what?
Morning. How's work going? Question mark.
Are there any other texts in this text thread conversation?
There is not.
Did you also look through the phone extraction in an attempt to find any images that might be of interest to this investigation?
I did.
I'm going to show you exhibits 288 through 293. Page through those and tell me if you know what those are.
They are photos that I found within the download of Mr. Anderson's phone.
Were they of note to you for some reason?
They were,
Why?
because of prior knowledge of what Sade was wearing that night of the date, along with the timestamps of these photos.
Okay, so you found images that were date and time stamped. Were you able to discern the exact time those photos were taken or no?
No.
Can you explain that?
When I found these photos, we save them, and when it creates the file itself, it'll give us a date and time. And these photos that I discovered were recently deleted. Or I shouldn't say deleted, I should say modified is how how it's listed on the actual report.
All right. I have, what's the big stack in front of you? I forget what exhibit number that is.
Exhibit 296.
I have exhibit 296 on the screen in digital form, and I'd like you to go to page 40 of the magnet axiom report.
What was the page?
40.
40.
They're numbered at the bottom, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I'm on page 40.
And on page 40, is there one of the images that is amidst the other stack I handed you?
Yes, this is a photo of exhibit 288.
For the record, I'm going to move 288 through 293 into evidence at this time.
288 through 293.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received.
What are we looking at?
It appears to be a hand grabbing something.
Okay. It's quite pixelated, so to speak, blurry.
Correct. It's blurry.
All right. Next, I want you to turn to page 43. Actually, let's go to 41. You can just go to 41.
Okay.
What's the next page?
41 is a photo, or it's exhibit 289.
Is this the photo?
That is.
And why was this of note to you?
Because Sade was wearing light colored pants along with a light color underwear that was recovered.
Are you, and where were those recovered?
They were recovered within her vehicle.
And what do you see right here where I'm circling?
That is the tears from the front of her pants, I believe.
I'm going to show you exhibit 76 on the Elmo. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Are these the clothes that caused you to think that photo was of relevance?
It is.
On to the next image that I have on the screen here. What is this?
Is that 42?
It may not be in the stack, but what are we looking at?
That is it was a screenshot or some sort of capture of what not to mix with bleach.
And what was the last modified time of that one?
It would have been around, I believe, 11:28 p.m. on the 1st. That's April 1st.
I'm sorry, I missed the time.
I believe it's around 11:28 p.m. of 4/1/24.
The next image, page 43, what are we looking at?
It's another photo of the light colored jeans and the underwear and presumably skin.
And what body part is visible?
That's her buttocks.
The next image?
The next image is another photo that's kind of pixelated. It looks like a hand grabbing something.
I'm going to go up to page 47. What are we looking at here?
It appears to be I'll describe it. It's a white, very distinct sweater. I believe it's cable knit sweater is the term for it. And it appears to be somebody laying on their face down on a couch or some sort of item with their breast exposed.
And the next image, is it different than the previous one?
Yes, it's the same. It appears to be the same person, but with this time a hand grabbing the breast.
I'm going to put on the screen Exhibit 294, which is a flash drive. Detective, is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
Going to image 2, that was number 1, this is 2. Is this one of the images we just looked at?
It is.
And you're saying, I think your testimony was that this appears to be a hand, correct?
Yes,
Are you basing that statement off of what another image depicts?
correct.
But to be clear, these were all different images that you found on the phone?
Yes,
Different file names?
yes.
Next image. What do you see there, detective?
I see it's a zoom up, or the photo that was presented before. It's a cable knit sweater. It's a person laying face down. That person has black hair. They have a darker complexion with their breast exposed. And then there's, it appears to be the red, very distinct couch or item.
Can you get up and point to those things that you were talking about?
So right here is hair, presumably hair. This is the very distinct sweater I was talking about, with the cable knit. Right here is an exposed breast. And then this is red, presumably item of furniture, and that is part of the couch.
Which breast is exposed? Left or right?
Believe the right.
Were you aware at the time you were going through this of what Sade Robinson was last known to be wearing?
I was.
Is it what we're seeing in this picture?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 239. On the Elmo. Just the image from Duke's. Do you see that same cable knit sweater?
I do.
How does Sade appear in this photo?
I can't tell based on, from this photo, she's face down on a couch. I don't know if she's alive or dead or sleeping. I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Next photo. This is different from the last one, correct?
That is correct.
And what are we seeing here?
It's a different variation of the photo from before. Here's the white cable knit sweater, the black hair. It appears to be a white hand, and then her breast, presumably her right breast. And this is a zoom in of that couch, the red maroon couch.
Are you aware of what breast was cut off of Sade Robinson's torso?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Now what are we looking at?
This is that kind of pixelated photo, but it appears to be a hand grabbing something, and then that's a part of that couch with that, I don't know if it's trim or how you describe it, but that looks like part of the couch.
And this next image?
This next image appears to be her buttocks. There's the very distinct yellow, light-colored underwear with the jeans, and then there's the tear from the front of the jeans. And then here's the couch.
The seam of the couch that's slightly visible here,
Correct.
does it look kind of worn out?
Yes,
And is there a color difference between the couch and this other thing right here?
there is.
What's the color difference?
This appears to be more of a red, And then this appears to be more of a darker brown.
And based on the position of the furniture and what you can see of the buttocks, does she appear to be face down?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull on the screen Exhibit 318. You see comparable furniture in this image?
I do.
Point that out, please.
Here's that couch I was describing. It's a red in color. Here's that trim or seam I was describing. And this is the ottoman that was within the apartment.
On the couch, there is somewhat of like a blue pillow or something, correct?
Correct.
Point that out, please.
I believe it's right here.
Going back to the images. Do you see that in this image?
It's right here.
Move 294 in, which is the flash drive that has the images that are contained within the paper exhibits, I want to say 289 through 293.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
You can have a seat. Did you attempt to ascertain the times in which any of those photos were taken?
I can only go off of what the program showed me, and it only said it was a modified date.
What does that mean to you?
That image was modified in some way or form.
And at what time and on what date were those images modified in some way? You can take your time to page through them if you need to.
Thank you. Okay. It appears that most of these images were modified. It would have been 4/2 of 24. With the UTC conversion, it would have been 12:05 a.m.
I'm going to go to the last page of the Axiom report. Oh, sorry, I unplugged it. While I'm pulling this up, was there an Uber ride that was noted in the report?
I did not notify I was made aware of an Uber ride, but I did not document it.
Okay. Let's go to the last page of the magnet report. Is it indicated on that or no?
Let me look. It was page 92. I tagged the Twisted Fisherman Crab Shack.
Is this an Uber ride?
Yes.
Okay. What
Sorry.
time was that Uber ride taken?
It would have been like 3 p.m. on the 2nd would have been the email. I think it's an email.
Okay, you got an email about an Uber ride. The email came in at what time?
It would have been 3 on the 2nd.
An incoming email?
Yeah.
Okay, from Uber.
It says that it's from Uber Cab and the source, so. Yes.
And it's denoting the Uber ride to the Twisted Fisherman?
Believe so. Yes.
All right, and then Detective, I have exhibit, it's already been entered, it's 295 on, it should come up on the screen shortly. Was this another image you found on that phone?
It is.
What do you see here?
It appears to be a beach. I know from being at that Warnemont Park that it appears to be Warnemont Park. There's two dogs playing in the sand or running in the sand, and there's water to the right.
Was that image modified? Do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you tagged this photo specifically why?
Does it appear to be Warnemont, where we discovered Sade's leg?
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit 2 next to it, which is from the scene photo of the leg recovery. Does it appear, can you see the leg right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Does it appear to you that those photos were actually taken almost in the same location?
Approximately, yes.
Nothing else.
Cross.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So I just want to first start with, did you actually examine the physical phone?
No.
Okay, so what you got was kind of what was the download from the Cellbrite, right?
Yes.
And so I want to start with talking about this conversation between Mr. Anderson's phone and Sade's phone. So those messages were found in Max's phone, right? And you located those to the download, right?
Correct.
And it was displayed as like a text thread between two different people, right? Sade's phone and Mr. Anderson's phone, right?
Yes.
And that thread wasn't deleted, right?
No.
And these tools that you're talking about, Cellbrite, Magnet, Axiom, AXIOM, right? That's the program that was used.
Correct.
Those are programs that are used by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And they're used to recover deleted messages is something that they can recover, right?
Yes.
Deleted emails,
Yes.
and they can recover browser history as well, right?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure I understand this. Cellbrite is used for phones, and Magnet Axiom can be used for phone or computer, right?
I believe both can be used for both.
Okay. And so those text messages, you said the conversation begins on March 30th, right?
I believe so.
And that's a couple days, that's like about 3 days before this leg is ultimately found, right?
Yes.
The conversation starts at 1:33 a.m. Max texts Sade's number, his name, right?
Correct.
And then she sends her name back,
Yep.
almost immediately, right?
Correct.
And that's pretty normal and common when people are exchanging numbers. If someone gives you their number, you text them your name, so then they can put you in their contact list, right?
Yes.
And when you were reviewing the phone, was Sade's contact added to Max's phone?
I believe so.
Okay, it wasn't a deleted number, right?
No.
And the phone number wasn't blocked, right?
No.
And so after they text each other their names, Sade texts Max's phone and says that she forgot her comb, right?
Correct.
And she asks him if she could bring it back next time he sees her, right?
Yep.
And he responds, of course, I'll bring it on Sunday, right? He texts that,
Yep.
suggesting that the two had plans to see each other on Sunday, right?
Correct.
And she responds, thank you.
Yep.
And the texts the bubbles that we saw, do those show emojis or not?
The ones that I made the report with, I don't recall if it did or did not.
Okay, does the program typically pick up like when emojis are sent, or is that not something the program can?
It depends on the phone, the carrier, the phone, and what level. I don't know how to explain that.
Okay. And then they're continuing to text from March 30th, and then they're continuing to text on March 31st as well.
Yes,
Max is texting, asking her how her night's going,
correct?
and she's responding.
Yes,
She says she might even stop there. She says she texts that, right?
yes,
And Max responds, I'm here.
correct.
Suggesting that she knows where Max is, and she might plan to see him, right?
Yes,
And then they continue to text and they talk about meeting for a date, right?
yep,
And she says she's working, and Max suggests that maybe they do it a different night, right?
I believe so.
And then Sade chooses today. She says, I can meet today.
Yes,
And ultimately, they agree on a place.
yes,
I think it was first Broadhouse, and then ultimately they decided on the Twisted Fisherman.
yes,
And in those texts, Max says, he mentions his W-2, right?
yes,
Which would, maybe assume that maybe he worked there. That's what W-2s are typically for, work-related stuff.
yes,
So a place he worked at, they had planned to meet.
yes,
Place that he's probably known at, right?
yes,
And so these texts that we reviewed, these are just two texts between two people getting to know each other and agreeing on a date, right?
Objection calls for the witness to speculate on their mindset.
Sustained. Next question.
Those text messages, there's no threats in those text messages, right?
correct.
There's nothing aggressive, there's no aggressive language used?
I don't know how you define aggressive language, but I would say no.
Okay. And so in those text conversations, Sade never sends, and never mentions her address, correct?
Yes,
So her address is never sent to Max in any of those texts, right?
no.
Or the name of her apartment,
Or one more time?
or the name of her apartment,
No,
or even the general area of the city that she lives, right?
correct.
And then we saw, there was a gap between the last message where, I believe she says, Max says, I'm inside, right? And then there's a gap. And then the final text is morning, how's work going, right?
Yes,
So after the date that, they presumably went on, he sends a message the next morning, right?
yes,
And that's not unusual to text someone the next morning after a date, right?
yes,
So you determined that you believe that there were some photos that you believe were Sade found on the phone, correct?
yep,
And you said that those were photos, right?
correct.
Are you able to determine whether they're photos or a video?
I believe there were photos.
Okay. And do you know what times the camera was utilized, or will you not be able to tell that with the tools you had?
I won't be able to testify on that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But those photos, a lot of those were pretty grainy. You could see them on the screen, right?
Correct.
And did you have to utilize any tools to enhance them at all?
There was one photo that was sent, I believe, to the crime lab to be enhanced.
Okay, so some of these photos, that's not the actual form that they were found on the phone. They were enhanced through a crime lab, right?
Objection, that's a mischaracterization of the testimony.
I think that does misstate the testimony. You want to re-ask your question?
Okay, but the photos, they were sent to the crime lab to be enhanced, right?
Certain ones, yes.
Okay. And you said that the photos were modified. You can't testify that they were deleted?
According to the information below the photo when I created this report, all it says is modified, under
Okay.
the modified category.
But if they were deleted, your reports, and you can't testify why those photos were deleted, right?
I cannot testify why they were deleted, no.
And because people delete photos for a variety of reasons, right?
Correct?
Like if they're poor quality,
Possibly.
you know, if it to save storage space. I mean, people delete photos for lots of different reasons, right?
Sure.
Or like an explicit photo. You wouldn't want like an explicit photo on your phone to be leaked, right?
I don't know.
And so those photos that we saw, those weren't the only photos that were deleted, right?
Modified, you mean?
Or yeah, modified, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
There was some screenshot that says things not to mix with bleach. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And was that an actual photo taken from the phone? Was it like taken of like, because it looks like it's almost like a pamphlet or like an instruction card.
I'm not sure if it was downloaded or screenshot. I don't recall.
Okay. And did you pull, or is your data able to tell you whether photos have ever been deleted in the past, prior to, was this April 2nd?
Can you, sorry, one more time?
So did you analyze data from, let's say, February of 2024, if there was any activity on the phone where photos were modified?
I was provided a copy of the phone download that we had, and I was able to review all of that.
Okay, and do you know what the date range of that was?
I do not.
As part of your investigation, did you review anything about the search history on any of the phones or anything?
I reviewed the phone. I don't recall the search history.
And I just want to make sure it's clear, there were other modified photos. The ones that the state showed on the screen were not the only ones, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
State?
One might also delete photos from their phone to cover up for a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
He
He
asked
asked
those questions.
All the possibilities, you can answer it if you're able.
Yes.
And there were other modified photos of Sade, just not from the house, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Other photos from, that were on the phone that appeared to be from her social media?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And let's look at what I have on the screen here. Was this another image you had tagged?
It is.
What is it?
It is the US FIR, and it states human leg found at Warnemont Park. Sheriff's Office says.
What's USFIR?
It's I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. It's a Facebook or Instagram where they'll post things about law enforcement activity, I believe.
And when was this image modified? If you can, I'll zoom in.
Approximately 10 o'clock a.m. on April 4th.
Now, when we were talking about the modified times, all of these photos also came, the ones that were modified had this created and last access date and time, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them, including the ones that we had gone over earlier.
Yes.
And what is the date and time denoted there?
On this, it's 1/1 of 1970 at 12 o'clock a.m.
Did you figure out what that's all about?
I don't know how, or what that actually, I don't know. I can't testify to that.
Okay. But clearly this image right here wasn't taken back in 1970, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be very clear, because I think there might have been some confusion, the photos as we have seen them on the screen today, those photos were as is as you found them on the phone, correct?
Yes,
And all of this information we've covered today came off of the defendant's phone,
yes.
nothing else.
Defense?
Yes, just briefly here. We look down here on the source, and it says Instagram. We see that, right?
Yes, it says Instagram.
So is that saying that, is that where this image was viewed on, was Instagram?
Possibly. It says Instagram with the .com on it, so it might have been viewed from Instagram, correct?
Well, you're an expert in analysis or not?
I am not.
Okay, but so you're not able to testify where this photo was viewed from, if it was viewed on a website or if it was viewed on Instagram?
Correct.
And social media platforms are commonly have news stories on them, right?
Yes?
A lot of young people of the younger generation, even their 30s, get their news from Instagram because there's hundreds of, maybe thousands of different news websites, right?
Correct?
And someone doesn't even need to follow that specific news, that news team or whatever, to get news stories on their feed, because sometimes they're suggested things on Instagram, right?
Yes?
Is there anything in this record for you to be able to conclude that he ever even clicked on that link?
I don't know. I'm not
Okay.
an expert on it. I can't say it.
Okay, and I don't have anything else.
State?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Anyone need a break, or are you good? Need a break? Okay, we'll take our break right now. We'll come back shortly and continue. Can you give this to my clerk, please? Thank you. Okay, we had a sidebar at 10:04 a.m. During the course of that sidebar, I had called it. I had received notice that the camera angle was catching the notes of the defense team, and I wanted to alert them to that so that if they were concerned, they put their computer screens down or take appropriate action. Anything, State, you'd like to add to that?
No.
Defense? Anything to address on the record now, State?
Just one thing, there was a request that I understand was brought before the court by the state earlier to ensure that the media not show or identify the previous civilian witness, and I just wanted to make sure that understood.
So I received a number of emails pertaining to that. What was indicated was that witness's name was not on the list of names originally submitted, that I was notified while the witness was testifying that there had been a request made by the victim witness personnel to the media to preclude the identification or the live stream of the witness. My response was, it was not part of my original order, and it's an open court, and that I hadn't made a previous ruling, and I had not previously instructed the media to not do so because I was not put on advance notice. And I indicated, based on that, I think that they have the right to do as they deemed appropriate. Knowing that the victim witness coordinator had made such a request while, I don't know if it was made during her testimony or before she testified. She's nodding her head to before she testified. But I was aware of that, and that was my response because it was not part of the prior rulings I had made.
Understood. Just,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? No. Okay. Then we'll take a brief break and come back and continue.
All right, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 10:47 on day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. This is now the 7th day of testimony, and we are getting down to the final state witnesses. There are just maybe a half dozen left to go before the state rests its case, and we heard from after a couple of days of really technical testimony. The state is ramping up what we are seeing and hearing, things that seem to be sort of closing in that circumstantial evidence around Maxwell Anderson. It started with a witness, an ex-girlfriend of Max Anderson. You heard right there the judge talking about there had apparently been a request that came in sort of last minute from the victim witness coordinator not to identify the ex-girlfriend. Her name was used openly on the live stream. It's out there. I'm not going to go out of my way to use her name now, considering there's obviously been a request made not to identify her. It doesn't seem necessary at this point to do that, but it suffices to call her an ex-girlfriend of Maxwell Anderson. She had dated Maxwell Anderson through some point in 2023 when they broke up. She said they had only seen each other once since then before this incident happened. But she testified to a couple of things that were pertinent and very interesting. One, she reached out to law enforcement after hearing about the discovery of the leg, after hearing about the arrest of her ex-boyfriend as the person who was ultimately charged as the culprit in this case. She reached out, and especially after learning that the remains of Sade Robinson, the leg that started all of this investigation that washed up ashore or was found along the shore of Lake Michigan in Warnemount Park, she recognized that as a park she and Maxwell Anderson had been to, she said, between 5 and 10 times when they were dating. She said that Maxwell called that their, quote, secret beach, and he didn't want her to tell anyone else about that beach, especially if they ever broke up. He didn't want her to be telling someone else about that location or taking someone else there. He called it his secret beach. The prosecution used that term over and over and over again, probably intentionally, to drive home the point that this was a place that Maxwell Anderson felt was secluded and somewhat private, and maybe in some ways sort of personal to him, that he would take dates or girlfriends to this location. She did not know the name Warnemount Park until she heard it in the news. So law enforcement said, okay, do you know where this is? And she said, I don't know the roads of Milwaukee very well, actually, just not, some people are kind of directionally challenged, right? So the law enforcement actually took her on a drive, said, okay, you say you know how to get there from visual landmarks, take us there. And the ex-girlfriend took them there. I've got my notes as to sort of the route they took to get there. But they drove, and I gotta scroll up because there were an awful lot of notes from this morning. But they started on Layton and were going eastbound on Layton in Milwaukee and passed a Mexican restaurant at 909 Layton that she said, oh, well, we would stop and eat here and have drinks sometimes on the way. Continued eastbound on Layton to Sheridan Drive, which runs north-south right along the lakefront. And from Sheridan Drive to Pulaski Avenue, and Pulaski Avenue is an east-west. Right at that location, Pulaski Avenue ends where that fence is. A do not enter sign was on that fence. That is the fence that guards the service road that goes down to the Cudahy Water Department pump house. As you may recall, that's the location, the pump house right down by the lakefront. That's the gate that was smashed by Sade Robinson's car, which prosecutors say they believe Maxwell Anderson was driving. That's the location where the leg was found and where prosecutors believe Maxwell Anderson dumped much of Sade Robinson's remains. That literal location right there along the beach, and I think we've got some photographs of some of these areas here. First, I talk about the service road, and that is that road. You can see now further down the service road how it kind of descends down toward the beach. That's the pump house on the right. The ex-girlfriend talked about being very familiar with this. In fact, she said, as you get further down, there was an area where you had to walk over some rocks, and she would be in sandals and didn't want to walk over the rocks with fear she would cut her foot. So she would go around a trail that went around the other side. It was very specific. She was definitely familiar with this location, even though she hadn't known the name of Warnemount Park until after all of this surfaced in the news. And then she continued to talk about other landmarks. You see these dogs here. I believe those are Maxwell Anderson's dogs on a particular visit that she and Anderson took to this quote-unquote secret beach. There are other photographs of sort of what it all looks like down there. There was a fallen tree at one point. She said there would be dead wood, and they would stop and set up there because that's where they would build a fire using, they would put a blanket down and they would use dead wood from the fallen tree to make their fires. This is the location, according to the investigator who was giving this testimony later. This was the location where Sade Robinson's leg was discovered. So now you have a place that Maxwell Anderson was known to go, and not just known to go on his own, but known to go with romantic partners. And it turns out to be the very place where Sade Robinson's leg was found. So that was one of the really key witnesses. There was an interesting exchange that occurred there also, and that was the defense was asking questions about those visits to the beach, and asked if they were if there was any point in time where Maxwell Anderson had been physically abusive to the witness, his ex-girlfriend. And she paused and said no. The state then, at the next break, asked the judge, they said they felt that, in fact, they asked the jury to leave. They asked for a sidebar. The judge asked the jury to leave the room, and they had some back and forth over this. The state said, by asking that question about whether he had been physically abusive, they felt that was character evidence, that gave the jury the impression that he was a peaceful person who was never violent. The state then said, we believe that opens the door to other evidence we're aware of acts of violence that he had been a part of, in particular a bar fight he had with that witness's ex-boyfriend. The judge agreed that the defense had opened the door and allowed that evidence of that testimony about the bar fight. The judge also said the state could talk about another thing that was in one of the police reports when they interviewed this ex-girlfriend. She told them about a time that Maxwell Anderson had wanted to set up one of her other ex-boyfriends, and by having her beat herself up and then record the injuries and then report it to police to try to set this other person up. She never went through with this. This was in a report. The judge said they could bring that up. The state didn't. And I wondered why they didn't, because it seemed like the judge had opened the door, said go right ahead, and they didn't. I did hear from Julius Kim, who we've talked to throughout this trial. He's a criminal defense expert and a former state prosecutor. He knows the ins and outs of homicide trials, and he's watching this like we all are with great interest. And he reached out to me and he said, the state seemed to be pretty careful there. He said less experienced prosecutors would have pounced on that and would have really gone hard after whatever they could to try to now attack the character of Maxwell Anderson. But he says that could have opened the door to something on appeal, and they're trying to protect the record. So he said they were pretty reserved, pretty conservative about how they dealt with that. And in his view, as a defense attorney, he thought that was actually proof of their experience, that it was a smart move, that they didn't go any harder after that. Again, that's one person's opinion, but someone with obviously great expertise in this area. So that was the ex-girlfriend's testimony. After that, we end up getting on the stand Detective Mason Colehap. And Detective Colehap is the person who reviewed the data that was extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone. He brought up a text conversation, the entire text conversation between Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. We have known for a year now that there was a text conversation, a brief portion of it we saw in the criminal complaint, that talked about their date, setting up their date, going to Twisted Fisherman and ultimately Dukes on Water, that first date. What we know now is that prior to that, the two had actually been together a couple of nights earlier at Victor's, another nightclub in Milwaukee. That was on March 29th, which was a couple of days, actually 3 days before the first date took place. And at some point or another, Maxwell Anderson actually borrowed a comb from Sade Robinson. She says, hey, could I get that comb back when I see you tomorrow? And that was going to be on Sunday, the 31st. They ended up not being able to get together. She had to work. And she says, okay, so we're getting more of these exchanges. How about we get together? You know, when do you want to get together? And she says, I could do today or tomorrow. He says, today works for me. Let's do it. So they then plan on going to Twisted Fisherman. So a little more of an exchange there. We realized this first date wasn't the first time they'd ever met. They had met at least a couple of days earlier, and they were having this ongoing conversation. But when it comes to this detective, he finally got to the images that we've been waiting to see the state introduce throughout this trial, because it's been referenced multiple times, and that was images extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone. Images, by the way, that were ultimately modified and that the state indicated was consistent with having been deleted from the phone. It's not clear if they were deleted, or if they were deleted, why they were deleted. There was some testimony at the end. Why would you delete pictures? There's a number of reasons you would. And the state said, well, one of those would be to cover up a crime, and the judge allowed the answer to that question. So those photos we didn't see them. Obviously, these are sensitive photos because they involve Sade Robinson allegedly on Maxwell Anderson's red couch in his living room on the night in question. And they are, in many ways, sounds like they are close-ups. And there is at least one shot where there is an exposed breast and then a hand on that breast. And the implication the state is making is that is Maxwell Anderson groping or touching in some way sexually Sade Robinson. Obviously, this sort of ups the game in terms of their interaction. It had been essentially a pretty platonic-looking first date most of the night. There wasn't hugging and kissing. There wasn't anything that seemed especially romantic. But now we know, if these photographs are what the state presents them as, that the two, when they got back to Maxwell Anderson's place, had some sort of either a romantic rendezvous, or the images indicate she was face down on the couch. Was she conscious at that time? We don't know. It's not clear what exactly was happening, but it does appear to be that she is on the couch in his apartment. And obviously the state has gone to great lengths to try to show that the two of them were there with some of that nighttime surveillance and things like that. We didn't see the images. I do know that those evidence cards are available. They're public record. I believe our news managers are trying to get access to find, if we can, get those photos and crop and blur them in ways that are sensitive enough to still show you, because these are crucial pieces of evidence in this case. The state has gone a long way to set up. In fact, I want to show you the red couch. Let's take a look at that. That red couch right there. And you can see at the very bottom of the screen, the corner of a dark brown ottoman, a large ottoman. Those were keys because the photographs from the phone, Maxwell Anderson's phone, so far as they were described, I couldn't see them. The photographs apparently show, at least in one of those images, what looks like the red couch and a dark brown piece of furniture next to it. And so they're matching the photograph to what you see right there and saying that's proof. Now, how do they know it was Sade Robinson? You can't see her face. Well, they described the white cable knit sweater. If you remember, first of all, she shows up at Twisted Fisherman, the black puffer jacket and a white sweater underneath, and then those ripped light-colored jeans. Well, in the photographs described by the detective, he talks about the light-colored jeans with the tears in front that you can see. He also talked about the cable knit sweater. You see that right sleeve, you can see the cable knit pattern. Prosecutors went a long way to make a point of that earlier in the case, and now we know why. Because the photograph from the couch allegedly shows that white cable knit sweater, a person with dark colored hair with dark complexion skin who was face down on the couch. One other thing I want to show you. After the car fire, you may remember, and if you haven't seen the car fire, I know we have images of that as well. I thought I put that in here, maybe I didn't. That's okay. These were the pieces of clothing that were removed from the trunk of Sade Robinson's car after it had been set ablaze and firefighters put it out. So this, you see, I'm standing by for. Okay, all right, looks like they're back in court. We'll come back to this. I'll talk more about this a little bit later on, but those are Sade Robinson's clothes, according to police, and also match what we see in those photos. Let's head back to the courthouse now.
Defense, you're asking to be taken?
No.
State, any action?
No.
Okay. I'll continue with my normal admonitions at breaks and in the end of the day. State, are you prepared to call your next witness then?
Yes.
Anything further to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
Defense? Okay, we're ready.
All right, We'll keep it there, but as I was talking about at the end, that photo of the jeans with the underwear around it, apparently the same jeans and that color of underwear were spotted in some of those photos from Maxwell Anderson's phone in what prosecutors say was Sade Robinson on his couch. So they're really trying to draw the connection between Sade Robinson, her clothing, his couch, showing that she was there.
Please call.
Jason Ruff.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is Jason. Last name Ruff.
How are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice at the Division of Criminal Investigation.
What is your job title?
I'm a senior digital forensic investigator.
What does a digital forensic investigator do?
So what we do is when sworn officers, special agents for the Division of Criminal Investigation sees electronics, they are brought to our office and we conduct examinations of pretty much all the ones and zeros that are flowing through all of the systems. So like phones, servers, computers, anything like that, we recover that data and kind of see the types of activity that were on it in a scientific manner.
Do you have any special kind of training that qualifies you to examine forensic data from electronic devices?
I do. I have a master's in cybersecurity with a focus in computer forensics. I have another master's from John Jay College in criminology. I have gone to a large number of trainings through the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service. I have several trainings with the National White Collar Crime Institute, and just kind of a litany of different certifications, specifically with the IASIS, which I can't specifically remember off the top of my head what IASIS stands for, but it's the International Computer Investigators something, so.
And so what is it that you predominantly spend your time doing?
So primarily I am behind a screen looking at data that has been acquired from just different devices that have been seized related to criminal investigations.
Were you asked to examine, do forensic examinations related to 2 devices recovered during the course of the investigation into this case?
I was.
And was one of those items Maxwell Anderson's Samsung Galaxy S22 phone?
It was.
Can you tell me, do you examine the phone itself or are you examining something else?
So in this case, because I came on a little bit later, I examined what's called the extraction of the device, or the forensic image of the device, which is acquired by another examiner and then was given to me to look at.
A forensic image is essentially what?
So it is, there's different versions of it. Forensic image would be a bit for bit copy of the actual data that's on the device. Now, what makes this somewhat more difficult with cell phones is because cell phones have all those applications that we have on there, which has lots of encrypted proprietary data that most of those companies wouldn't necessarily want myself or anybody else knowing how they fully create those things. So what we get is what's called a full file system extraction. And a full file system extraction is pretty much all the data that you can possibly get from a phone within the file structure of the actual device itself.
And were you also asked to examine the forensic image or extraction from a different item?
Yes, I was.
What was the second item?
So the second item was an actual forensic image of a computer hard drive.
Did you prepare a report related to what you found after conducting those examinations?
I did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 495.
Thanks.
Is that your report?
This is.
Move 495 in.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
Now, I want to start going through Exhibit 495 first by, let's just go through it front to back here, okay?
Sure.
So what do we have? What'd you do?
So the first part is me describing the tools that I used, which I can list off. The tools were because like in anything you need tools to conduct your examinations. I used X-Ways Forensics, Magnet Axiom, Celebrate, A-Leap, Notepad++, DB Browser for SQLite.
So much of this is narrative that you typed yourself, but a lot of what we're going to see is stuff you put into the report directly off of the Samsung device, correct?
Correct.
And these things I've highlighted here, I think they're what you just listed off, right?
Yes.
All of those are just programs you use?
Yeah, so the different forensic tools for just different things that need to be done for either recovering certain data or analyzing certain data.
All right, and then you had found a text conversation between the phone. Well, what was the phone number for this phone, by the way?
So the phone number for this phone
I have it highlighted on
yeah, it would have been 262-416-4874.
And you looked at the conversation between this phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes.
Did you ascertain whether any phone calls had ever been made between Maxwell Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone?
I could not find any phone calls.
So from what you looked at, it appeared they only communicated through these text messages.
He's leading the witness.
I'll rephrase it. Did you find any other communications beyond text messages?
I did not.
Between those two phones, sorry.
I did not, no.
All right, and as we go ahead here, this is the phone conversation.
Yes.
The last text message is sent at what time?
So the very last text message between those two phone numbers is sent at 10:36 and 16 seconds in the morning a.m.
So in these timestamps, these are going to be in real time?
Well, yeah, they're going to be in Central Daylight Standard Time.
Okay, thank you. Did you go on to see whether the device interacted with Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
So I wouldn't be able to say whether or not it was the actual Instagram account, but it interacted with something on Instagram that cached images that appeared to be of Sade.
Tell us what a cached image is.
So a cached image, the best way that I was kind of taught it is when you think of surfing the web, what you're actually doing is actually downloading the web to your device. And part of the reason that happens is just for the purposes of allowing your device to potentially reload things that you frequent. Just because something's cached doesn't necessarily mean it's a frequently viewed thing. However, when you, for example, scroll through Instagram, as you're scrolling through Instagram, it creates thumbnail or representative images on your phone within that application, so that if you scroll past those again, it will load faster. and those are cache images.
So your phone's essentially remembering the images it's seeing.
Correct.
I'm going to go down. I think this is going to be going on to page 5 here. Were there cached images of Sade?
Yes, correct.
And to clarify, there can be cached images that were taken by the device itself, right?
Yes, yeah.
So like if you took a photo with your phone would also cache that?
Correct, for various different reasons.
All right, so it's not, my point is it's not just web surfing or social media browsing.
No,
Your phone is doing that throughout whatever apps.
correct.
Okay. What do we have here on page 5 on the screen? I have it up next to you.
So there were a total of 10 images that I found from this time period that were cached. These are just 2 representative images from the application Instagram of someone that appears to be Sade.
And when you say this time period, what are you talking about?
So it would be the timestamps that the cache images were, which I believe was, here I'd have to look.
What time stamps were images of Sade cached?
7:33 p.m.
On what date?
This would be the 1st of April. My apologies.
On the screen now, are those 2 of those images?
Correct.
All right, let's move ahead to 10:07 p.m. What starts happening on the phone at 10 o'clock?
So from 10:07, 10:09, 10:12, 10:22, and 10:57 p.m. on the 1st, I start seeing usage of the camera. So everything on your phone is a different application. So basically, you see the application that's built into the Samsung pull up the camera application.
How is it that you're able to see all this again?
Because with any interaction with your phone, if you kind of think of like either Domino's or Rube Goldberg or something like that, just because, for example, you are just clicking on a photo, for example, and it pulls up, there are a litany of different things that are happening behind the scenes. So, and I think it's further in the report, you'll see that things are being stopped and started so that different system resources can get access to those applications.
So you were able to tell that in the 10 o'clock hour, it looks like on 5 occasions, the camera on the phone was activated?
Correct.
Would that require user interaction with the phone, human interaction?
Yeah, it would.
What about after that?
After that, there is somewhat of a lull in usage, and then until the next morning, I would say.
All right. What did you notice occurring on the phone at around 12:05 a.m.?
So at 12:05 a.m., a user unlocks the phone, and the phone's display turns on and goes to the last activity that would have been happening on the phone, which in this case was usage of the gallery. So like if you scroll into your phone, your gallery, just your images.
At 12:05?
Correct.
Is that what I have on the screen here, or am I in the wrong spot?
Yes. Okay.
And specifically 12:05 and 37 seconds a.m.?
Correct.
And what gallery specifically are you talking about?
So this would just be the regular Samsung gallery. So if you click in it to look at all the photos you've taken.
Photo gallery?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then what's happening after 12:05?
So after that, and this is kind of where I get into that whole Domino's or Rube Goldberg as you press on things, the user transitions to the camera application, which pauses the actual gallery application because they're technically 2 different applications, even though they're kind of morphed together, which then subsequently stops usage of the gallery itself.
And how often does that occur starting at 12:05?
I would have to look specifically, but I believe 3 occasions.
All right, well, let's just keep going. So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, what happens?
So at 12:05 and 38 seconds, the camera is launched, which is then launched with a third application, the launcher, which launches and pauses things, which then causes the phone itself to stop the gallery application.
What happens next?
Then after the gallery application stops, several seconds later, the camera pauses because it goes back to, or not seconds, milliseconds later, the camera goes back, or the camera pauses and goes back to the gallery application.
And does that interaction then stop?
Yes, and then a second later, about, the camera application stops.
After that,
After that, the gallery application is once again paused and the camera is launched again several seconds after that.
and by 12:05:42, what's going on?
12:05:42, oh, I think I skipped ahead. 12:05:42, I see that there is some interaction with a cache image. I can't determine what that interaction exactly is.
Okay.
So there's a modified date to that. So there's some sort of interaction with the photo.
Then what happens next?
Then the gallery application is paused.
And what continues to happen until 12:08?
So until 12:08, this kind of sequence of events happens until there is, like, it goes from camera back to gallery, and then there is a period in between there when it the pattern of usage appears that the bunch of images are deleted.
Tell us about that. What time does that happen?
So the deletion period begins at approximately 12:05:53. It starts, there's an interaction with about 32 cache images.
Is that what I'm highlighting here on the screen?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the interaction with those images, it could have been more or less of those images. Those are just the images that the cache was left over from after that period. Shortly after that interaction, there is a, the delete services of the phone begin. So it starts deleting, and then a millisecond or so after they hit delete, there's a notification interruption. And that notification is simply the phone saying, are you sure you want to delete these images?
Okay, so I just want to break that down a little bit because that was a lot and a lot of lingo too. At 12:05:53, there are 32 images that you identified as having a modified timestamp. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what modified means is happening to those images?
Yes, so there's interaction with those images.
Human interaction?
Yes,
This
human
is-
interaction.
This is not the device
No,
doing
this is
itself
not
on
the
its own?
device. Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to tell what happens with the human interaction to those images?
Based on the time frame and when the phone itself actually has in the actual timeline itself, the next actions that happen within that system is deletion.
Of those images that were deleted,
It is highly likely that it was of those images.
okay. And included in those images, were there images purported to be of Sade Robinson?
Correct.
And I'm going to scroll down. Are these those images?
Yes.
This last one was modified, correct? For
Correct, yeah.
purposes of presentation?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware, for that particular Samsung phone, what a person practically would have to do to delete those photos?
So yes, I did actually a lot of tests with this with an actual Samsung S22, so I could verify what I'm talking about. They would have to go into their gallery, essentially select all of the images, and then hit delete, and then that notification pops up and says, are you sure, essentially, are you sure that you want to delete these images? You hit yes, and then they're gone.
And is that what happened here?
Yes.
What happens next? I think I have up here, is this the delete service?
Yeah, so like I said, phones are just a bunch of applications. So there's an application for deleting those applications within the actual gallery application occurs. It stops shortly, several seconds later. And then it eventually is started again, several seconds after that.
What started again?
The deletion is started shortly after it stops again.
Were there more images deleted?
It is more than likely that more images or videos were deleted at that time.
Okay. Were you able to see which images?
I was not.
But in the prior instance, you could see the 32?
Yes, correct.
What happens after 12:06?
After 12:06, you mean 12:06 and 35 seconds?
Sure, why don't you just keep taking us through it?
12:06 and 35 seconds, there's that notification interruption. Then shortly after that notification, the delete service is stopped again. And then again, several seconds later, the delete service is started again. Notification happens at 12:06, several milliseconds after that. And then the service is stopped. And then the gallery, which is where the delete services are happening in, is then paused and the camera is launched again.
What time is that at?
So the camera is launched at 12:06 and 56 seconds.
Does that necessarily mean the camera's being used to take photos?
Not necessarily. I mean, could have accidentally hit the camera application.
After that camera is launched, what happens?
After that, almost simultaneously, obviously the gallery is paused, and then shortly after that, the camera is paused and a user goes into the phone settings.
Okay, what happens once the user goes into the phone settings?
So the user is in the settings for about 20 seconds or so, maybe a little bit longer.
Beginning at what time?
Beginning at 12:07. Well, beginning at 12:07, they're in the actual settings application. The first configuration change within the settings is at 12:07 and 23 seconds. And then again at 12:07 and 25 seconds.
And what's happening there?
So essentially, a user is changing some form of network settings. Unfortunately, because of how some of this stuff is recorded, I can't tell what exactly those settings are specifically with network. Certain network settings will only tell you what the last state of the settings were. So if you turn on or switch Wi-Fi or any of those types of things, it's gonna record the last state that it's in from the time that it was downloaded.
By network, you're referring to like the cellular network that's servicing the phone?
Yeah, either cellular network, Wi-Fi, any of those things, Bluetooth.
What happens shortly after 12:07 and 25 seconds?
So shortly after that, there is a notification from the operating system that pops up. I don't know again what that notification was, but.
A phone notification?
Yeah.
Not something the user's doing?
No, not something the user's doing.
And then what time is that at?
That is at 12:08 and 38 seconds.
All right, now this is beginning after 12:08 and 38 seconds. What are you seeing?
I do not see any user interaction. Human user interaction.
Human user interaction. When is the last time that you see human user interaction with that Samsung phone?
So the last time that I can determine that there is any human user interaction for sure is at 12:07 and 25 seconds. There's possible human interaction for that 12:08 time period that caused that notification, but it's also likely possible that there was some other system thing that popped up because of it.
Okay, so let's just assume for the sake of argument, it's the latter one, the 12:08 one.
Correct.
Do you see any human user interaction on the phone for the rest of that night for hours?
No.
That's the last time?
That is the last time.
Until when?
Until the next, well, not the next morning, several hours later at 8:59 a.m.
On April 2nd.
on April 2nd.
So from 12:08 a.m. to 8:59 a.m., are you saying that there was no human user manipulation of the phone?
Yes, there was absolutely no human user interaction.
What happens, and I have on the screen here, is this is you documenting that?
Correct.
Okay. So in sum, can you just, and I think it's up on the screen here, but just summarize briefly what exactly we're seeing occur between 12:05 and 12:08 on the phone?
So a user is going between the applications and the camera back and forth several times. Then they begin deleting things, and then there are some form of configuration changes in the settings, and the phone is not interacted with
After 12:08?
after 12:08.
And in there, we know that the camera was used.
Correct.
Okay, and so you know that there was camera usage from that phone after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
What happens after that? I know you said there's no user interaction, but as you go
Yes.
forward, you saw some things?
Yes, so at 12:17, so approximately 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that, later, the phone registers itself as being inactive, so the screen goes into an inactive mode, essentially like a somewhat, I guess, you could parallel it to like it goes into sleep mode. The screen still stays on, but the phone is in a sleep mode, which then pauses the last application that was open, which was the settings.
So that's not a user doing anything?
No, that's the exact opposite.
Okay. After that?
So then settings are stopped almost simultaneously from that period of time.
Are you able to conclude that between 12:45 a.m. on April 2nd and 8:43 a.m. on April 2nd, there's no user interaction with that phone?
I can 100% conclude that.
There's some notifications that come in, though, overnight, right?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So when you have social media, there's different types of timestamps and everything when it comes to digital media. There are the timestamps that are recorded from when you are interacting with your devices that are changing those timestamps. And then, for example, when you're talking about social media, email, really anything network related, there are also timestamps from, say, the other person who maybe posted it or sent you that email. Those timestamps are going to be from likely when the actual email or post was created, and that is registered to whatever server is hosting whatever application that is. That created timestamp doesn't mean that somebody's actually interacting with that on that specific device. It's just the time at which that was registered to outside servers.
There were some of those overnight after 12:08?
Correct.
Okay. I have one on the screen here, 12:09, or excuse me, 12:49. There was some kind of social media notification.
Correct.
And then 12:59.
Correct.
Okay. What starts happening at 1:21 a.m.?
So at 1:21 a.m., the phone screen officially turns off. And then shortly after this, there is a notification that comes in, and it's about 2 or 3 minutes after that, there's what's called edge lighting, which I don't know if any of you have Samsungs, but essentially the idea is that when you get a notification, the outside edge of the phone lights up to let you know there's a notification, even though the screen is off. And then 4 seconds after that, it lights up again just to remind you that the notification is there.
All right. Then what happens?
And then the phone begins to power off.
Describe what happens to the phone.
So the phone had a low battery state, and the phone essentially dies. So as a phone is dying, essentially the phone starts moving different things and energy towards more important aspects of what the phone actually is meant to use for. So for example, if you're out in the woods and your phone is dying, the last thing that's going to probably turn itself off before dying is going to be your ability to call for help. So certain applications, so the screen turning it off, it was going into a low state, and then the phone kind of starts checking itself to make sure that is there really not power, or is there something else going on with this phone? Doesn't mean it's not going to turn itself off, but that's essentially what happens. So this artifact, essentially I don't know if he's got that up. Oh, so the Samsung Wellbeing gives you the ability to kind of look at your own phone usage. So it starts recording that the phone is powering off, and then there's an internal application that usually doesn't necessarily parse out with a lot of forensic tools called the ERR.P, which I guess that's the name is, I guess, irrelevant, but what it is it records different powering events on the phone. It records, for example, when the phone is factory reset or first set up. It records when a human user turns off the phone. It records when there is a shutdown and power up related to a system. So like when you're updating the operating system of your phone, it frequently has to turn itself off, and then it registers when the phone dies. In this case, it registered that the phone died due to lack of power.
And at what time did the phone die due to having no power?
At approximately 1:35 and 57 seconds.
Is that what I have highlighted here?
Correct.
Okay. And below that would be the artifact that you're talking about?
Correct.
That is not the same as someone physically turning the phone off, right?
No. So if the phone is physically turned off, this artifact registers it as an unrequested because it's essentially monitoring the system itself. So if the system requests that something be turned off, then it'll be recording why it was turned off. If a human user interacts with it, it is listed as unrequested.
And were you able to identify the next time that the phone was connected to a power source or had power?
Yes, so the phone at about 8:59 in the morning.
8:59 a.m. on April 2nd?
Correct.
And what did you see?
So the phone registers that there is no power, and it goes into a low power mode, likely due to a phone being plugged into a charger.
And then how about when the phone turns on?
The phone officially turns on at around 9:20 in the morning.
All right, and throughout the night, there were other notifications, right? But the phone was off?
Correct.
And when you're seeing those notifications in the phone, are you seeing obviously the time they would have then received or gotten to the phone, or what?
No, we are seeing the time that those were created.
All right, so I have one up here. For example, at 2:09:32, the phone would have been dead, right?
Correct.
But nevertheless, you're seeing this Facebook notification that I have highlighted here.
Yes, so that would be the created time of that post on the news feed.
The created time on Facebook and then it has nothing to do with the phone.
No, that's relevant to Facebook.
All right. Throughout the night, there was an email from Uber, correct?
Correct.
What time was that email sent to?
So the email was sent and recorded on the email server, so Gmail in this case, at 3:51 and 17 seconds.
And from Uber?
From Uber.
And where was the Uber ride?
So the Uber ride was from the previous night, and I will have to scroll past because I did the entire thing. The Uber ride was to 1200 West Canal Street.
Is that the Twisted Fisherman?
Correct.
So this email was just a bill, the receipt for the Uber ride?
Correct.
Sent at what time?
At, well, I'd have to go back. At 3:51 and 17 seconds.
Were there images? I'm sorry, there were a number of other social media notifications that you could see, correct?
Yeah, throughout the early morning, there's a bunch of Facebook notifications or Facebook newsfeed.
But again, the phone's off at that time? Okay. Did you notice what time there appeared to be user interaction with the phone again?
At 8:59 in the morning.
And sometime prior to that, obviously it gets connected to the power source. What time does it turn back on?
It turns back on at approximately 9:20 in the morning.
So the first human interaction you're discussing, that's the...
So, yeah, so between 9:19 and 9:20. So there's settings on your phone that when your phone dies or you turn it off, they're literally called persistent settings. These settings are so that all the settings you have on your phone, you don't have to go through your phone and reconfigure your phone. So these settings are some of the first ones to activate themselves upon your phone reactivating, and that reset of these settings occurs at approximately 9:19 and 54 seconds.
So the phone's back on by 9:20 a.m.?
Correct.
After having been off since 1:35?
Correct.
Okay. Throughout the date of April 2nd, did you notice there were other interactions between this phone and images of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So on the 2nd, at 4:10 p.m. and 4:24 p.m., there were several cached images from from Instagram of what appears to be Sade. And then, yeah.
How about April 3rd?
Again, on April 3rd, are 2 photos cached of looking at the Instagram images or interaction with.
All right, let's move on to the computer tower. What did you notice on the computer tower beginning in that similar time frame shortly after midnight?
So shortly after midnight, there's a user on Netflix, and at approximately 12:07 and 38 seconds, they search within Netflix Love Death, which brings them to the Netflix show Love, Death, and Robots.
Whose computer is this again?
I was told me to be Maxwell Anderson.
Okay. So the computer goes to Netflix at 12:07 and puts on a show, Love, Death, and Robots?
Correct.
And then tell us what you're able to see about what happens with Netflix and what you were able to determine is specific user interaction when that stops.
Sure. So from that period of time, the first show is queued up, and that is an episode called 3 Robots Exit Strategy. After this, the user several seconds later transitions to another episode called Bad Traveling. The show begins to play several seconds after that.
What time is this at?
That is at 12:07 and 50 seconds.
Okay, then what?
Then shortly after that show ends, the next episode begins to autoplay. This would be the episode, The Very Pulse of the Machine.
At what time?
That is at 12:08 and 12:08 and 16 seconds.
Okay. That was not user interaction, that was Netflix auto playing?
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Then around a dozen minutes after that episode begins, its credits transfer to the Night of the Mini Dead, which plays. It's just under 7 minutes. Again, I tested using the same browser and everything to check the properties of how Netflix worked at that time. And approximately when there is the time when Netflix starts to autoplay the next episode is when that episode starts to transition and beginning, which would be this Night of the Mini Dead.
Okay, and what time is that happening at?
And that is happening at 12:23 in the morning. And
Is that what I have on the screen here highlighted?
that is, yes, that is correct.
So when's before 12:23, when is the previous last human interaction with Netflix?
Before 12:23 would be around that 12:07.
So from 12:07 to 12:23, Netflix is just playing on the computer, and then at 12:23, is there human interaction at 12:23 or no?
At 12:23, shortly thereafter, well, no, not at 12:23. Shortly after that, there is user interaction about 5 minutes after that.
At what time?
At 12:28 and 11 minutes.
And he puts on an episode of what?
An episode of Three Body Problem, which is a suggested show under Love, Death, and Robots.
And does the episode play?
So it sits on there, but the user transitions to that and then begins to play the first episode.
What time?
So it begins to play at 12:33.
So and then how long is that episode?
That episode's about an hour, I believe.
Is there any user interaction with the Netflix throughout the night after that time?
No.
With the computer tower at all?
No.
So just to recap for the computer, there's user interaction with Netflix at 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
That stops. Then shortly after 12:23, there's an additional user interaction at 12:28?
Correct.
And then after 12:28, is there any other user interaction?
No.
Any user interaction with the computer tower whatsoever between 12:45 a.m. and 8:43 a.m.?
No.
There's stuff going on in the background of the computer, though?
Correct.
Can you summarize that?
Yes. So, there's a lot of system activity with a computer that's tied to the internet. So just to name a few, there are what appear to be logins, but these logins are system only. So when you aren't using your computer, the computer is doing maintenance of itself. So it's logging in and out. There's different security IDs. So one of the ones that I have down here listed is it's a Windows event log 4625. And it's a type 5 service, which is again, operating system only, not human interaction. What ties further is the Wi-Fi lease is up. So essentially at about, what time was that? About 2:35 a.m. in the morning, the internal IP address for the computer itself's Wi-Fi lease expires. So what this essentially means is there's different types of networks. You have your internal network, then you have your external network, internet, and all of that stuff. In the internal network, in all networks, there's a finite amount of IP addresses. So what your router does is it cycles through these things, and your router has basically this dynamic host inside of it that reassigns things IP addresses. And the reason you need an IP address is it's essentially, if you think of your house or your apartment, it's that number on there so that the traffic knows where to go. So at about 2:35 in the morning, the lease expires. It appears that this the router for this was only set up to have about an hour period, which is fairly short, which causes interruptions with like streaming and things like that, which would be the reason why Netflix stops at that exact time because it can't reach out to Netflix because it doesn't have an IP address for a millisecond or two to pull the next episode.
So when the episode is started at 12:28 a.m., well, first of all, are you aware if Netflix will just continue to play the next episode?
Yeah, Netflix plays 3 episodes on average, unless you change the settings, but it will auto play 3 episodes and then do the whole "Are you still there?" kind of thing.
Is that what was happening here?
Correct.
Okay. No further user interaction with the computer after 12:28.
Correct.
Just a couple clarifications. I actually want to touch on one thing. When we looked at those, when we looked at some of those cached images from the phone, a lot of those have it's like a created date that says January 1st, 1970.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what that's about?
So in computing, computers obviously don't understand time, so they need a time frame from which to start. So there's different things that in computing is called epochs. So they pick a specific time in history that creates essentially a calculation from how far from that date we are currently now. So when there are no actual dates, it will revert back to that epoch time. So, and off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you which type of epoch it is, but I believe it's potentially the Unix epoch time of 1/1/1970, which essentially means there's no date.
It's just kind of a default.
It's a default, correct.
I have no other questions.
I think we'd like to start after lunch if we could.
I think that's fair. It's 10 minutes to noon, so we will take a break at this point. Remember the admonitions. Remember, no communication between each other about this case, no discussion with family or friends, no posting, no emailing, no texting about anything to do with this trial. Wear your juror badges prominently. Don't do any investigation. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30?
1:30, Judge.
1:30. So we'll have the door open before that. Hopefully you'll all be back on time so that we can get started right at 1:30. Okay, thanks everybody. Just leave your notebooks on your seat.
$11:50 right now. On day 8 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 7 of testimony, the state is in its final handful of witnesses, and we'll start after lunch with cross-examination of the digital forensics expert from the Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation, who's been talking about some of the devices, including Maxwell Anderson's phone and a computer in Maxwell Anderson's
Is there anything to
home.
address on the record before we break?
I would just, for purposes of planning, inform the court that I only have one more witness.
Okay.
Great, we'll be ready to go.
Okay. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so there you have it. One more witness to go from the state, of course.
Copy that. Copy. Can they? I've got programming. A passenger? No passenger, yeah. All right. I got nothing. Mark, how are you? Yeah, we're doing well, but as you've already seen, this is, yeah, we sure do, and he is a squirrely one, already showing real signs of desperation. I'm sure you saw that little collision, several collisions in a private parking lot in East LA with these CHP units, then ramming through fences to get back on the freeway. Again, to recap, this is a stolen vehicle out of Compton as we make our way back in Compton. That's always important because when they end up back where they started, it starts to become a little bit more predictable, especially for law enforcement if they're familiar with this particular suspect. In this case, they may or may not be aware of his criminal history or his residence, but they do know this is a stolen vehicle out of Compton, started with LA County Sheriff pursuing him up the 710 freeway, and now California Highway Patrol taking this over on the 5 freeway as he got back on the 710 and is now on surface streets here in Compton, Mark. 100%. Yep. Yeah, it changes everything. It went from a stolen vehicle pursuit to felony assault on a law enforcement officer, and those are very serious charges. In fact, there were more than one collision, so there will be multiple charges just like that, not to mention destruction of property and all of the other infractions, as he's just in the last few seconds even showing a willingness to drive on the wrong side of the road. Now he's on the back on the correct side of Atlantic Avenue, northbound Atlantic Avenue, now picking up a lot more steam. You can see that helicopter flying through the shot. That looked to be CHP. Am I right, Justin? Okay, so still LA County Sheriff, CHP on the way with their shipper. Right now, the Sheriff's Department helping those CHP units on the ground, at least a handful of them now, having no trouble keeping up with him. He has not been breaking any speed records, was doing just above the speed limit on the freeway, but the driving has been extremely reckless. They cannot break the laws that he is breaking, but they can certainly keep up with him at these speeds, despite the fact that he's running lots of red lights. They have their lights and sirens blaring. Code 3 in hot pursuit of the suspect who was refusing to pull over. The passenger seat appears to be empty. We don't know what the situation is in the back seat, but during those collisions in downtown, he did suffer some moderate damage, some heavy front end bumper damage, as well as his mirrors, which both appear to be hanging by a thread. Eastbound Rosecrans, right through the heart of Compton here. We'll see if he starts to look for either a residential street to turn off of. We'll see how familiar he is with this area if he does that, or he could take it straight through the city of Compton. Look at that, right through a red light, lots of cross traffic there, barely even braking, but he managed to navigate that intersection. But continuing eastbound Rosecrans Avenue, which is seeing relatively light traffic right now, but at these speeds, he's doing about 70 miles per hour on Rosecrans, Mark. So at these speeds, it doesn't really matter. If he comes up on one of these intersections at these speeds, it is a recipe for disaster. You can see occasionally that front bumper making contact with the asphalt, creating some minor sparks there. We'll see if that bumper hangs on. Looks like it's pretty secure except for that front right quarter. But in any event, he is really pushing the pedal to the metal here on Rosecrans Avenue. Yeah, certainly appears that way, at least from our vantage point. The rear windows are very heavily tinted, but as we peer through that front windshield, it does appear that the passenger seat is empty. And as you see in that wide shot, CHP actually having to pull back slightly, but now as he makes that U-turn, makes it much easier for them to make the U-turn with him, and they will be going now back in the opposite direction. Very peculiar, though. You have to wonder, why does he make this U-turn? Is he familiar with this section of Compton? Is he looking for another place to either dump the vehicle or a residential street to hide out? It doesn't seem like he's going to get very far. He is outnumbered here, and the charges, as we've talked about, are so serious. It is just hard to imagine, especially at these speeds. I mean, it's really not a big obstacle for CHP to keep up with them at these moderate speeds. But some of the dangerous driving, as we're continuing to see, is certainly going to be, it's going to make for an interesting ending to this pursuit, to say the least, I venture to say, Mark. Yep. It's almost, you definitely, yeah, you get that cat and mouse sense mentality. He got off of Rosecrans onto Willowbrook, then turned around, and it just made a very random U-turn. So we've now seen three successive U-turns. Here comes a possible pit maneuver. He is certainly doing right about the ideal speed for a pit maneuver. Now, of course, he's going to speed up a little bit, but that was a great opportunity there, and you can see there's not a lot of other collateral in the way here, so a perfect area to execute a pit if they have the opportunity. Fishtail the vehicle out of control, but there he is. He's coming out the other end there, now pulling back on to... Looks like he's back on Alameda, so he is now going, yeah, he's back on Alameda, and it doesn't look like they made contact with him. You thought for a second that they were going to pull up right behind him and execute that pit, but it does not look like they made contact with the rear. Boxed in here, look at this. Over the double yellow lines, through another red light here, going around all that traffic, no cross traffic. They're going to make it with them. So a right turn now onto Compton Boulevard, where there was a stale red, but no traffic, fortunately. And there's the night sun. That is LA County Sheriff's night sun, shining a light on him again, giving him all the awareness he needs to know that he has eyes on him from every angle imaginable. Look at this. Railroad tracks. Do they go through the railroad tracks with them? One, two, potentially a third. Look at them all going through the railroad crossing as the gates are about to drop. Almost I mean, this has a video game feel to it, Mark, and some of these drivers in many cases act as if they are in the middle of a video game, and certainly some of the stuff we're seeing here tonight gives you that feel. But anyways, they all made it through the railroad crossing with him as the gates were about to come down. Now he's on one of these side streets. We'll see if he decides to dump the vehicle. Again, this was a stolen vehicle, and when it's a stolen vehicle, you never know how much gas is in the tank. It could be a full tank, it could be a quarter tank or less, and then he starts running out, and then he has to look for a spot to just run for it. You just get the feeling this guy is not going to come out with his hands up, but we could be wrong, and hopefully he does. In any event, these side streets provide lots of hiding opportunities if he doesn't. And so they will have plenty of units in the area with the assistance of LA County Sheriff to form a perimeter if he starts to hide out. But now he's on an alleyway. Again, all CHP here that we're looking at. But again, you have to imagine that the Sheriff's Department is working to get their way into the area, because they are going to need some help here in the event they have to, form a containment area or a perimeter. Yeah, a little more commercial area here, but it's worth mentioning he was on Compton Boulevard, then zigzagged his way through that residential neighborhood for no reason whatsoever, only to end up back on Compton Boulevard, which again sends that message that he's really making it up as he goes along, no clear destination in mind, and certainly a high probability that he is looking for a hiding spot. In any event, now turning off of Alameda off of Compton rather, onto Central Avenue, and also relatively light traffic here with all of those initial units still behind him. At some point here, would not be surprising to see them hand this off to the local CHP office. I believe these units are all out of East LA, but in any event, they are all still right behind him and not giving him much room to play with. The one thing that's very fortunate that we can say is that throughout this pursuit, traffic has been relatively light, and now we're right back where we joined you just a few minutes ago, right back on Rosecrans Avenue. He's westbound Rosecrans, yep. So he's now, getting closer. He's making his way sort of out of Compton, actually. So he's more towards the 110 freeway now. He'll be in Gardena here in just a few more lights. Yeah. You just read my mind. I wasn't sure if it was a reflection or if that part of that bumper is actually making contact with the asphalt, but there are some sparks there coming from the undercarriage underneath that front bumper. Again, to recap, that front bumper was damaged during a collision with CHP and then subsequently through some fencing. He rammed right through a fence and damaged the vehicle there. So that appears to be what's making contact with the asphalt. That front bumper is still hanging on there. In any event, you see some more sparks there actually under that front right wheel as well. So, yeah, we don't know what other damage might have occurred there underneath the vehicle, but in any event, it certainly seems like it's plenty drivable, and it's just a matter of how much fuel, I think, is left in there. But in any event, he's now on Figueroa Street, northbound Figueroa. Am I right, Rob? No, we're going north. Yeah, northbound Figueroa. At about 50 miles per hour. And again, all of those primary units now making a turn with them through the red light at Redondo Beach Boulevard. So now a westbound turn, making the left onto Redondo Beach Boulevard. Once again, light traffic to contend with here, but lots of warehouses. It's a pretty industrial area before you get closer to the residential part of town, and lots of hiding spots in the event that he chooses to dump the vehicle. In any event, they are all still right behind him here as he, does about 35, 40 miles per hour, giving them a great chance to set up for another pit maneuver. Absolutely. Everything changed in that moment. Everything changed for him because there's no way, not only is there no way they're going to let him get very far, but the amount of force that will show up at the end of this pursuit, as we are now so accustomed to seeing, is going to be immense. They will spare no expense at bringing him into custody. So he's not going to get very far. I don't know how much time the vehicle has left on it, but in any event, you can see they are ready, and there are some other local municipalities in the area that may also help out at the end here. Now, CHP is very, very particular. They do not want anybody's help. If they are the lead agency, they will remain the lead agency, and everybody else will stay out of it. However, as he moves through these smaller jurisdictions, they will be ready to help out in the event that there's a suspect search, a foot pursuit, whatever the case may be. But right now, lots of CHP units behind him, a couple of others standing by in the area. They are all well aware of what's going on here. The Sheriff's Department broadcasting it on their frequencies as well internally, and all of the officers in the area have computer monitors right in their patrol cars, and they can see and keep up with the pursuit remotely. So there will be an end eventually here, but it's going to be very interesting based on what we've seen tonight. The behavior that we have witnessed is just, we're talking about very serious crimes that will not be taken lightly. That's exactly right. And so they have mostly pit-trained officers, I think almost all of them, with maybe some exceptions, but they are mostly ready to execute that pit once the supervisor gives the go-ahead and the approval to continue it. Now, you know, that same person would also be the one that probably, under other circumstances, maybe would have been the one to give the order to pull off or pull back because of the dangerous driving. But again, we're not going to see that tonight because of the charges, specifically assault on a law enforcement officer, several contacts, collisions, first putting it in reverse, and then almost a head-on collision with another CHP unit. Again, he is on borrowed time with that, even that lead unit, even in the height of traffic, not giving him much room to play with, no more than 5 to 10 car lengths back, but full view of that suspect, not getting anywhere away from that lead unit, and that helicopter is still right over him as well. So there's only a handful of ways this could possibly end. You know them very well, Mark, and we'll see if they decide to employ the pit maneuver tactic. I think my money's on pit maneuver for this one. He's back in Compton, but now going again westbound on Rosecrans. So as he continues westbound, he'll start to approach the 110 freeway once again here off the nose. He's slowing down a bit, and this could be indicative of either a low fuel light or something else. So we'll see. He's slowing down under the railroad track there, making a slow crawl through the intersection into oncoming lanes of traffic for no good reason, looking for a side street, and most likely looking for a place to dump the vehicle. Now, one unit has crossed over with him, and now only one of those units is ready to make that left turn. That's going to be a northbound turn onto, I think that's Mulberry Street, Mulberry Avenue, and there he is. So he's going to come out the other side again, part residential, part industrial at the end of this block here. And here comes another unit waiting for him on the other side. So he's got units in front, units behind him, almost another head-on situation there. He goes around, swerves around him, but again, notice the slow speed here. He is conserving fuel and maybe on borrowed time in terms of the gas tank. We'll see here, but for some reason, the driving has slowed down dramatically. Yep. No. Yep, would have been a good place, but once again, the likelihood of a pit maneuver just went up again because at these speeds, this is the perfect situation. Most of these streets are pretty desolate, as you can see at this time of the night. Not a whole lot of traffic, lots of commercial warehouses, no collateral damage here. Comes up on another intersection with a lot of pavement to play with. Yep, that's Spruce at Alameda Street, making a slow crawl onto Alameda, now northbound Alameda, under the freeway, and maybe looking for a chance to get back on. I don't know why. I think something is wrong with the vehicle. Perhaps it's fuel, perhaps it's something else, but he is coming to almost a dead stop under this overpass, which is going to be a little bit difficult for us. We're going to come around here and see. It almost looks, yeah, he's still crawling along, no more than 20 miles per hour, and there he is. That'll put him back on Rosecrans, I think, or unless that's, yeah, this will merge with Rosecrans. So now crossing over Rosecrans, a U-turn on Rosecrans Avenue, and now going back in the eastbound direction. So now eastbound Rosecrans, back through Compton, and even picking up a little bit more speed. So maybe that wasn't the end of the gas tank, but in any event, that speed is not right, but he's doing about 50, 45, 50 as he steps on the gas there. Still has some more life left in him, but look at this, onto a sidewalk. Okay, that's an access road. This will take you. Okay, it's one of those exit, those kind of like access roads that could take you off of Rosecrans onto, in this case, Spring Street. He made an erratic U-turn there, and that puts him on Spring at Peck, in a residential area where I think they probably will be less likely to perform a pit because you just don't know who's walking around, and obviously it's pretty dark out there. So you want to. It looks like either a parked car or yeah, somebody just stopped at the stoplight. Yeah, it started at the stop sign. That's right. I mean, it was just a few days ago. You can't forget that pursuit on Friday where there was a getaway vehicle ready under an overpass to take the suspect away, and the pursuit continued. So even if the vehicle's on borrowed time, if he's determined and has a network in this neighborhood, he may have the ability to something. That was one of the first times I've seen it executed so well. He just switched vehicles, pulled a switcheroo under the overpass. But in any event, there's the spike. There's the spike. There's the spike. And that looks like it was a successful spike strip. That was a really clever spike. That was a pretty lengthy spike strip. I didn't even see it right away, and I don't think he saw it either. Ran right over it, and we'll see how the vehicle starts to behave. If it behaves any differently right now, if it was a good spike, there's little tubes that will penetrate the tire and slowly let the air out of those tires, bringing the vehicle to eventually a slow crawl at best. But in any event, he is now circling this neighborhood, a neighborhood that we have been through a couple times already, as you mentioned, which indicates he may be very well familiar with this neighborhood. Through another red light there, and back over a set of railroad tracks, and the joyride at this point is continuing. It's been really slow, yeah. I mean, at one point, maybe 45, 50, as you mentioned, but really, since he's been off the freeway, it's slowed down dramatically, and now underneath Rosecrans again. We'll see if he pulls back into these residential neighborhoods, but it still looks like the vehicle's, driving okay, I guess, okay. But actually, that front left tire looks a little wobbly. What do you think, Rob? Can we push in there? It does look like that front tire is starting to lose air, Mark. Is it my imagination? It appears a little bit wobbly, but again, it could be an optical illusion. Well, it's definitely not flat. That was a good shot there. Nice close-up as he makes this illegal U-turn at Santa Fe Avenue, now going eastbound again on Rosecrans. You can count the units there, upwards of a half a dozen, as he slowly reverses course on Rosecrans and just barely making that right turn now onto McDivitt Avenue, another residential street. Picking up a little speed over that speed bump, but it does not look like those tires are running flat. The hazards, yeah, that's his hazard lights. They have been on for a chunk of time. I'm not sure if they were on at the very beginning, but they've been blinking for a little while. Those rear view mirrors, which we've mentioned, they have been hanging off by ever since that. I think ever since he made contact with those fences, but maybe even before that. So he has no rear view mirrors, just the one in his inside the vehicle. But yeah, the hazards are on. The lights have been on the whole time. Just difficult to see. We were able to get a glimpse of the passenger seat, which is empty. We don't know for sure whether those back seats are empty, but we will find out soon here. But in any event, he's now back onto Santa Fe Avenue. That's a northbound turn onto Santa Fe. Let's count once again, Mark, or Rob. I just want to see. He's got 3, 4, so the same 4 units. And by the way, I think some of these units may have actually been swapped out with the original, since we originally joined you. I think these are some fresh units that have joined the pursuit, which is par for the course here once you switch into the CHP South LA division. Yeah, you would think, and look at the right rear, Mark. Look at the right rear that is now starting to smoke. You can see a little bit of smoke coming from the right rear, and I think maybe that rear tire may have been affected by the spike. The front tires appear intact. It's difficult to tell, especially at this time of the night, but it does look like there's some smoke now coming from that right rear rim as that tire may be deflating. He's now at Compton Boulevard, and there's a better shot. Look at that. Yeah, they're both. So the right tires hit the spike. It looks like maybe the left tires were spared, but both of those right tires, the front and the rear, are now basically down to the rim. The rubber's still on there, but there's no air left, and he is riding on those rims. That's where that smoke is coming from. That is going to dramatically affect the steering of this car. It's only I don't know exactly the model, but it's a Kia, maybe a slightly older model. Can't say for sure, but this vehicle, I think we can say now, is on borrowed time. It looks like the back seat's empty, but there's something. Is that his hand? I'm trying to make out what is sticking. Is that? I think that might be his cell phone, actually. It might be a shot of his cell phone through that front window, which is rolled down. I thought he was sticking it out the window for a second, but you can see the display from, I think, a cell phone. So he's driving with his right hand. Looks like he's got a cell phone in his left hand. And, worth reiterating, the speeds still not really breaching 35 or 40 miles per hour. So it's turned into a bona fide joyride at this rate, but it's not going to end well for him, and he's not going to make it easy. You just don't get that impression, but again, hopefully he does. Hopefully he's using this time to think about things a little bit more clearly. But, it takes all kinds, and if he's a career criminal and just is determined, then it could end differently. We'll see what happens, but in any event, those right tires are now done, and the speeds have been affected as he's now making his way down Long Beach Boulevard, northbound Long Beach Boulevard at about 30 miles per hour, coming up on Cedar Avenue here in Compton. And again, a fresh pursuit package now in tow. These are all from CHP's South LA division. Yeah, and the longer this goes on, I think there's no choice but to wonder why. Why haven't they done it sooner? Now, again, we're armchair quarterbacks. These guys are working with intelligence about the suspect, about the other crimes that may be involved here. A lot of information that we don't have. So, again, take all this with a grain of salt, but why are they letting this go so long when I have seen many opportunities for a very safe pit maneuver that would have brought this most likely to an end? Now, maybe it could be that after his maneuver earlier, they're thinking a little bit more carefully about that because they know that if they're in if they spin him out and he does like a 180 and he's then face to face with those officers, he has no problem if the vehicle's still drivable to ram right into those officers and pose a real danger to their life. So that's one consideration. I'm sure there's lots of considerations that the watch commander and the supervisors are discussing right now as to how they want to treat this. But in an environment where we have seen several fatalities on LA roadways as a result of police pursuits just in the last couple of weeks, you can't help but wonder why. When you're watching it go on for, we're going on well over an hour with this pursuit. We've seen opportunities. Got to wonder why and what else they are dealing with. That's a big one. Yeah. Right. Right. So in that circumstance, that pit maneuver would actually turn into an escalatory measure with somebody like this, and they don't want to do that. And so that makes a lot of sense. I get that. Now they have a successful spike strip, at least on one side of the vehicle. So if this continues, I imagine they'll set up at least for a spike strip on the left side if they have the chance. If that opportunity arises, I hear there's some chatter about that, so it's a good possibility. But again, those spike strips, when you see them executed well, it's always a little bit of luck too, because you're banking on the suspect following a specific pattern or by happenstance happening to turn and drive right over at any given intersection or what have you. So they are difficult to execute. I think nobody in the country does them as well as law enforcement officers here in Southern California, because the training is so intense and they have so much practice doing it. And so, you know, let's see if they try and spike the left side, because that will really hinder him. I mean, the right tires are gone, but he's still, you know, as the rubber gets chewed off, I imagine eventually those rims will indeed just start to crumble. But that could take a while. I mean, we've seen fully spiked vehicles travel quite a distance in the past. And so, you know, it doesn't always bring it to a stop. Certainly it slows things down, and he was already slow. And he's only really gotten slower in the last 15 minutes. That's a good point. Yeah. You know, if he maintains these slow speeds, you make an excellent point, because the likelihood, the risk of a high-speed crash goes down. Obviously, if he's only traveling 20, 30 miles per hour at the most, that's manageable. So at that point, why increase the risk when they could just wait for the gas tank to empty out? Again, time is always on the side of law enforcement. We become impatient as spectators because we, of course, want to see it come to an end. And if there were lives in danger or they felt it was getting too dangerous, they would use other tactics. But under the circumstances, with what they're dealing with here, you can rationalize why they are just letting him burn off as much fuel as possible and then approach the vehicle at that point. So probably what we're seeing here, because they've, you know, as we mentioned, there have been other opportunities to bring this to an end, and they are opting not to, and I think there's a reason for it. Yeah, and now I'm really curious as to where exactly. I wish we had a pinpoint location. I don't have that, unfortunately, but something tells me it probably started in this very neighborhood. Just a guess on my part, but it did begin in Compton, went up the 710 freeway into the East LA interchange. He got off, was not very familiar with that part of town in East LA, basically ended up on private property in a dead end, went face to face with those officers, a couple of collisions with those CHP units, and then where he saw there was no outlet, just rammed right through some fencing in those parking lots, tearing the fences right off and continuing the pursuit back onto the freeway, ending up on the 710 freeway, back into Compton, back into this neighborhood. And when he got onto Rosecrans and almost made his way into Redondo Beach, sure enough, he turned around and came right back to this general area. For the last 5 minutes, by the way, he's basically been flirting with the border between Compton and Linwood, but he is now in Compton, and he is on Santa Fe Avenue. Once again, all of these streets are pretty familiar to us just because we've been here several times in the last half hour, so they're certainly familiar to him. the front right and the right rear, both down to the rims. We have seen some sparks flying. I think that's actually coming from the bumper, but we have seen some smoke coming from, I think, the remainder of the rubber. In any event, he is now zigzagging his way once again through another residential neighborhood, and I hesitate to call these random turns because he may very well be more familiar with these turns. So he's not really in any position to outrun these officers, not at these speeds, and certainly not in the condition of the vehicle. He knows that he's on borrowed time. He knows better than we do, probably, how this is going to end. And, you know, while as crazy as this pursuit has been at times and as serious as the charges are going to be, this is nothing more than a joyride for the last however many minutes. I mean, this has really been just a casual cat and mouse game with these officers, not getting very far, putting no distance between him and that primary unit. You see some more sparks coming off there. That front right rim is probably going to be the first one to go here. That is really, it's a front wheel drive car, and I don't think, it looks like that rim is already starting to come apart. Yep. Yeah, I mean, while we're on the topic, something very similar happened to me many years ago. Seeing my own car pull out of my driveway on my way home and seeing my car drive in the opposite direction, only to be found days later in pretty similar condition, unfortunately. It was an 87 Monte Carlo, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, yelling at somebody. I mean, certainly those officers can't hear him, but he is certainly trying to communicate as he made his way through that intersection there. Very animated. Not what I would expect. I kind of, just based on the driving and the circumstance here, you felt like he was just kind of taking it easy, but he looks angry. He looked very animated there for a minute, and that is not a good sign, I have to say. I mean, that, you know, I was hoping, really hoping that with the turn of events and the condition of the vehicle that he would have some time to calm down, but he is still very energetic and was clearly yelling at somebody there. Not sure what that was all about. In any event, continuing now northbound Long Beach Boulevard. Normally a much busier boulevard, especially on the weekends, but on a Tuesday night, light traffic, not a lot of pedestrians out. You still see the helicopter circling this pursuit. You see some of the neighboring jurisdictions here, the other police departments just kind of, in some cases, blocking intersections, in other cases just kind of waiting in the event that it comes to an end in their jurisdiction. But the vehicle still driving pretty steady here, despite the fact that those right tires are gone. He's managing to maintain about 25 miles per hour now on Long Beach Boulevard. So it has not slowed him down entirely, at least not yet. But if he stays here, maybe they'll have the opportunity. Yep, the phone's still in his hand there. I was about to say, if he stays on this track, certainly a possibility they may be able to set up for another spike strip, at least on the driver's side. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I at least as almost every time that we've even been able to peek through that driver's side window, he's had that phone on, whether he's texting somebody, calling somebody, or like you said, maybe streaming ABC7 at this point, who knows. But that is most likely what those watch commanders are doing, in fact, back at the CHP station, probably watching our very picture right now as he continues to maneuver through South LA here in Compton. This time he's made that turn onto MLK Boulevard, and you see now CHP creating a traffic break behind him as he comes. Now he's almost coming to a stop. The vehicle's slowing down even more, coming up on another intersection and slowing down even more. It's a stop sign, but he's barely going to make it through this intersection. I think the vehicle is starting to give him problems. We've said that before, and he's, gassed it, been able to, continue the pursuit. But I think he's really, really crawling now as he toys with these officers. They are ready to bring this to an end. They're ready to make that felony arrest once he decides to pull over. I don't see him getting very far if he does decide to run on foot. But we'll see what kind of stamina he's got left here. He is certainly, that last time that we saw him was pretty animated behind the wheel of the car. Look at this cross traffic here at the stop sign, continuing through. That driver of that pickup truck certainly able to hear the lights and sirens coming through here. And now he comes back out on the other side of that residential street, back onto Long Beach Boulevard. This time, though, making a right turn onto the southbound side of Long Beach Boulevard. And once again, able to keep that wheel steady and pretty much driving in a straight line at 25 miles per hour, despite the fact that he is missing 2 right tires. Basically down to the rims. The left tires appear to be in good shape, and he's now going through a major red here. That is Long Beach at Imperial Highway, coming up on the 105 freeway. He's been hesitant to take this under the freeway, which would put him into Linwood. But in any event, he's heading in that direction now. So he's made plenty of U-turns, and if history is any indicator, he will probably make another U-turn soon here as he ventures away from the territory that he seems to be most comfortable in. He started this pursuit over an hour ago in this general vicinity. He has ended up here. Hard to imagine that he's going to get too far away from here. But with the pressure behind him, anything's possible, right? So we'll see as he continues northbound, or rather southbound on Long Beach Boulevard. And look at this. Look at this. Still able to accelerate at a decent clip under the 105 freeway, bypassing the entrance ramp there, had an opportunity to get on the freeway, and now he's going a tick faster. What do we say, about 40 miles per hour? Right around 40, 45 miles per hour as he accelerates underneath the 105 freeway into Linwood. Or am I right about that? Are we still? Yeah, I mean, I guess we're in Compton now. But in any event, southbound Long Beach Boulevard at a faster clip and putting a little bit of distance, maybe more than a little bit of distance, between himself and that primary unit. More sparks flying out of the right side. We'll widen out really quick. I want to get an idea. How far back is that lead unit? We've got one unit about 8 car lengths back, speeding up behind him, able to make the turn. No U-turn, just a left turn now onto Carlin Avenue, back into a residential neighborhood. More sparks flying from that front right rim. And how many other of those units were able to make that turn? Are they all still behind him? My guess is yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 units, 4 CHP units still the lead agency in this pursuit, despite everything we've seen here this evening, and it makes perfect sense when you consider the fact that he has literally rammed into police vehicles during the course of this pursuit. Now making a right turn onto Bullis Road off of Carlin. You see the sheriff's helicopter still up in the air over this pursuit as they circle these intersections, doing really tight orbits, trying to keep close eyes just in case he comes to a sudden stop and is able to run for it. Again, these are narrower streets, less likely that we'll see a pit maneuver here. But California Highway Patrol ready for anything as he makes his way through this neighborhood. Some street vendors here, not a lot of pedestrians out, very light traffic overall, but certainly the danger exists nonetheless. I mean, especially if he's still able to accelerate through some of these intersections, anything is possible, and we certainly don't even want to use our imaginations, because we've certainly seen what some of these people are capable of, and you just hope that this ends in a peaceful fashion, or at least a peaceful resolution as possible. So now North Bullis Road off of Carlin, continuing, slowing down a bit after we saw more sparks flying out of the right side of the vehicle. Yeah, the calculations that he's making here, and certainly some of the behavior that we're seeing, makes you wonder, at least possible and worth raising the question, if he's under the influence. We know the original charge was GTA, Grand Theft Auto, but you know, there's nothing saying that can't be, you know, might be other things at play here. And if he is under the influence, that will certainly play into how this all ends up. But he is doing a circle around this neighborhood now on McMillan Street at Bradfield, coming back up to Bullis, North Bullis Road. If he makes a right turn, that'll be the direction he came in here. But he's basically circling these neighborhoods. I'm not sure if he ran over something there or something fell off the vehicle. But he is speeding over a number of speed bumps, which are a real challenge for those right wheels, especially considering that even those rims are on really borrowed. I mean, at some point, if he accelerates too much, he will eat right through those rims, and eventually you've got nothing left but axle. We're not there yet. You can still see the rims spinning there, but at some point, they will start to come apart. Yeah, especially for a Kia, right? I mean, it's a small, compact vehicle. I mean, these are not heavy-duty trucks, and we've seen semis that have been spiked numerous times, and they can go all night long. We had one maybe just about 6 months ago that went for like 8 hours down the freeway, even at a snail's pace, after every tire on the 18-wheeler was flattened by spike strips. The thing just kept on going. This is not that. This is a small, compact vehicle that is not designed to endure this type of damage. So he's kind of just weaving his way through here. Bradfield, we were here just a moment ago, now turning off at K. He's on Bradfield, and now his next major here is Rosecrans. He'll turn westbound onto Rosecrans. And I imagine, look at that, somebody is aware of it and sticking their cell phone out the window. So you already are starting to see some of the spectators out here familiar with this pursuit, aware of this pursuit, and taking pictures and video while they're at it here. And I think it's fair to say at this point, we could say pretty confidently that this is now a tactic that they are using here. They have made a determined decision to let this continue, because now, over the course of the last hour, we can say with confidence, there have been many opportunities to end this in other ways. They have made the calculation that that's not what they want to do, not the safest course of business. So in this case, they have used one spike strip. Maybe they try for another, but other than that, they are just going to continue to follow him at these speeds unless something dramatically changes. They will follow him to the very end. Again, they can swap out units all night long until that tank is empty. Might be a very different call during the day too, but at night, and this has been the pattern all night on the freeways and on surface streets. Traffic very light tonight on Tuesday night. Not a whole lot of people out, just occasionally a few cars at the lights, but that's about it. And so why not, right? If they feel that it's safe enough to do this, and this is safer than the alternative, that's what they're going to do. And I was actually a little surprised a few moments ago to see him accelerate up to 40 miles per hour. I thought this vehicle had already reached its top speeds for the night, but we'll see what's left. I mean, it really makes you wonder whether he is intentionally crawling along like this. Is he trying to conserve fuel? Is he just trying to fight the steering wheel because those right wheels are not cooperating and that's why he's going slow? Or is he just, is it more of a joyride, as we mentioned earlier? Does he have the ability to still move this vehicle, maybe not as fast as he would want, certainly not at freeway speeds, but he's got to be aware. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He knows that, you know, he's probably already tried to floor it and realizing that the car's just not cooperating. And so it's only a matter of time before this comes to an end. They know it. He knows it. We know it. The only thing we don't know is how it's going to end once that vehicle is disabled. Another minute of freedom. That's right. Yeah, he's probably just as surprised as we are that the car's still rolling. But yeah, he's enjoying every minute of it. And if he is under the influence, that has been, which has been the case many, many times, where they enjoy their last smokes and their last beer in the driver's seat before going to jail. In any case, we don't know that that's the case here. No indication from any of our information that he's under the influence, but certainly the behavior has been very erratic and a little bit aggressive at times, which is a little bit surprising to me. But again, he's got his now left hand on the wheel, and his right hand, I can't tell if he still has the phone or if it's something. Is it a bottle? It looks like a bottle. Yep, there you go. Well, just as we were saying, he very well may be enjoying his last beer. You never know. Definitely a little bit more weaving than he was. I was pretty surprised he was able to keep it as straight as he was, but it now looks like that vehicle is behaving a little bit differently. Still, those right rims, by the way, the rubber's completely gone. So the tires have flown off completely. There's nothing left there. It's pure rim on asphalt, and still carrying the vehicle, but I think you're right. I think it's starting to affect the in any event, made a turn now back onto Carlin Avenue. Again, worth noting that these are all streets. In fact, every turn he's made in the last few minutes has been repeat adventures. He has been on all of these streets multiple times, essentially doing a circle, what may or may not be his neighborhood. He has certainly made the decision to stay around here, and, you know, again, always worth repeating, this is where it all started, at least in this part of town. So you can draw your own conclusions. It may very well turn out to be his neighborhood. You're absolutely right. The endurance level, the adrenaline spikes, they are very real, and they come into play so much so that these officers are trained on how to deal with those roller coasters of emotions that are going through. There's a lot of multitasking going on, and then there's a lot of emotions during these pursuits. And in this case, we know that that lead unit has been replaced at least once, maybe twice. It wouldn't surprise me if it was even more than that, even when we weren't watching or didn't catch it. But they will swap these out. That's something that the watch commanders are keenly aware of. They don't want to leave a primary unit in that lead position for too long. For that very reason, it's something that they have done studies on, they have trained on, and they're aware of. That is something that can complicate the actual arrest, and it can complicate the actual safety of the driving behind the wheel of these pursuing officers, because they are human beings just like you and me, and they have their own endurance limits, and these are stressful episodes. I mean, you know, we are, as a culture here in Los Angeles, fairly obsessed with these. They are exciting to watch on TV, but they are dangerous, real-life dramas that are playing out. And the reason we air them is for public safety, first and foremost, because there is so much danger involved. And one of the many dangers is that, in many cases, not only private citizens who get hurt, but law enforcement officers who get hurt as well. Because the driving, you have to now mirror, in some cases, this maniac's driving behind the wheel of the pursuit vehicle, and then you have to try and keep up with him or try and outsmart him or whatever the case may be. And again, that is a mental exercise. It's a real workout for all of the officers involved, but like you said, especially those lead units right behind the suspect. Look at this, and this is what you're afraid of, right? Because this has now been going on long enough that, as you mentioned, neighbors are well aware of the commotion. They are well aware of what's going on with technology. They've already received the breaking news notifications. They've got Citizen on their phone. They're aware of this, and now you start to see some people coming out to either take part in it, to catch a glimpse of it, to get a quick photo or a video or social media post. Certainly ill-advised, but in this case, it's almost inevitable. The longer the pursuit goes on, I'm almost surprised we haven't seen more of that. And if it was earlier in the day, maybe we would. But in any case, we have not seen that much. But we certainly hate to see a pedestrian jump into, into position anywhere near this pursuit, because you just never know. Even at these slow speeds, you just never know how it's going to end. And God forbid it ends right at that moment. You then pose a real problem for law enforcement, because they have to look out for crossfire situations. They have to reevaluate their use of force in a position where they might need to use force, whatever the case may be. It's just a much cleaner situation when the streets are clear, the sidewalks are clear, and everybody is indoors. And certainly, I hope it stays that way. It's a pretty calm night. Like I said, not a whole lot of traffic to begin with out here. Very few pedestrians, but certainly folks are well aware of what is playing out in their neighborhood, where, even 10 years ago, might not have been the case. It might have taken a little longer for word to spread. People say turn on the TV, and then by the time you make it to the TV, whatever. But right now, everybody is well aware of what's going on here. Look at this. Absolutely unnecessary. Actually approaching the vehicle almost as if she wanted to give him a high five. Okay, this is nothing compared to some of the things that we've seen in the past, but that's the type of behavior that could certainly get somebody hurt. It's really, really important that people not try and do things just like that. A clear example of what we were just talking about, have no idea. Maybe they know him, and maybe they know that he's not a threat to them. But that's not the point, right? Because there are so many other factors here. It's just not worth it. The danger is all too real. And now we're seeing more and more people pulled over. These are neighbors. These aren't professional photographers. These are not news media. These are neighbors who are coming out to partake in the commotion out here tonight. And you see a lot more people now with their phones out. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. The driving now continuing at a snail's pace back on Santa Fe Avenue. Again, another major thoroughfare that we have been on plenty this evening. The lights turning green for them, and they are continuing to roll right through these intersections at no more than 25 miles per hour. It's been a while since we've seen him deviate. He's been pretty much on this the same pattern for a while, and so I'm starting to wonder why we haven't even seen another spike strip to try and knock out those left tires. It's easy for me to say, but I would imagine that that's something they wish they could do to further disable the vehicle. But so far, just those right tires that have been incapacitated. Now he's on 2 right rims and then 2 left tires that appear appear to be intact. But at these speeds, he's been able to maintain control of the vehicle, and that's probably not by choice. It's just that's just all the vehicle will give him as he makes these random turns, mostly right turns, by the way, which again puts him into kind of a more of a pattern and more of these like circles around these same blocks. Again, more people coming out, and you know, it's definitely, you know, on TikTok you can go viral really quick. So it looks like he's continuing through, kind of almost enjoying the attention. And we saw just a few minutes ago, it looked like he was sipping on something. Don't know what it was. Whatever it was, I think he polished it off, because it was basically the end of the last few drops you saw, and then I think now I almost saw another. Well, it might have just been a reflection. I thought I saw the cell phone, but actually his window is back up, right? His window is back up. That's all reflection at this point. So, yeah, we haven't had a clear glimpse of him in a few minutes, but it seems as though he is just enjoying these last few minutes of freedom, or maybe another hour. Who knows? At what point, or at any point, do we see them change the tactic, if at all? Maybe not. I mean, we've discussed why. They may just, you know, ride this out to the end. But the slower he gets, I mean, as he makes his way into, you know, different areas. I mean, here's another wide open area, still has some residences here, but do they pull up next to him? Do they try and communicate with him? Do they try and maybe talk some sense? Or is somebody trying to reach him? Is he calling a family member? You know, these are all the things that go through my head. Or are they just riding blind behind him, completely unaware of what his next move is? Now, nobody can read his mind, but, you know, again, they are usually working with more information than we are. So we're just spectators. I would imagine they've made some effort to find out more about the suspect and more about the crime here. But if it was a fresh stolen and you know, they just caught up with the LoJack, then that might be all they are aware of. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I think that's it has to be a conscious decision. You know, it was definitely intriguing at first, but it's clearly a tactic at this point to not employ the pit. They made the conscious decision to try the spike. They haven't tried it again, at least as far as we're aware. They must be confident that the vehicle's on borrowed time, which makes sense, and that the gas tank only has a finite amount of fuel. And this could be very anticlimactic at the end, I'm afraid. Right, yeah, exactly. That's what they're hoping, yep. Yeah, now on South Mona Boulevard, continuing towards 130th at a snail's pace here, but still in the city of Compton. We have not really left that general area. He is in Compton, maybe kind of on the edge of Willowbrook now, but he's not traveled very far, hasn't covered a whole lot of real estate in the last hour or so. He's basically just circling the same general neighborhoods where, at least it appears, he is a known entity by some of the folks who have come out this evening. Certainly wondering what was going through that woman's mind who actually approached the vehicle almost to give him a high five. You have to wonder what that was all about. And you have to wonder almost, I didn't see it. I don't think that I've seen any of these units drop out, but I almost, in some cases, would imagine that one of the pursuing officers would stop and talk to that woman to see if they do know who he is. Maybe they're already doing that behind the scenes and we don't know it. But that appeared to be somebody who knew him, somebody who was aware of the pursuit and aware that he was coming through. And there's probably more of that. We're certainly seeing a lot more folks with their phones out as he makes his way around the same general area now on East El Segundo Boulevard. So the answer is yes, we're not aware of it. However, it certainly would be one of the things that they are considering that would explain some of the tactics that we've seen if maybe they have information that he might be. Now, certainly he has already shown a willingness to use the vehicle as a weapon, which certainly counts as a deadly weapon. Aside from that, whether he is armed inside the vehicle, whether he's got a gun or a knife or whatever else, we don't know. We have not heard reports to that effect. But that doesn't mean that they aren't aware of a weapon in the vehicle, because that is also something that in many cases would preclude them from attempting a pit maneuver. That's one of the things that makes you think twice about getting into a pit maneuver with somebody who's heavily armed. Now, it certainly happens, but it's one of the things that goes into the decision-making process, and it's something that we have seen here, and the clear intent to not pit him again. Again, it could just be a coincidence, but so far, no reports of any weapons. You're right. Yeah, right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and throw up our real-time speed tracker, dipping below 15 miles per hour, so really slowing down now. Back on Santa Fe Avenue. Again, if that sounds familiar, trust your instincts. We have been on Santa Fe numerous times over the last 30 minutes, if not more. Actually, again, all of these streets are looking really familiar. We've moved a little bit further to the east and north, but or west and north towards Willowbrook, but still in the same general vicinity as he's kind of meandered around here. Almost looking for attention, again, enjoying the ride. He's got the window's been up and down at times. It looks like the window might be cracked now. I can't get a clear view inside. I do see the reflection there. But other than that, he is going right through another red light here. So look at that. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, close to 8 or 9 people anticipating the pursuit, phones ready, and trying to catch a glimpse. A little more smoke coming from that right rear rim. Every time he speeds up, and now he has sped up a little bit, now closer to 25 miles per hour, upwards of 30. And a little bit of smoke coming from the rear of the vehicle. Thank you, Rob. Southbound Santa Fe coming up on Rosecrans Avenue for the umpteenth time during this pursuit. He will have a decision to make there. I guess he could go through, but I think he's going to set up for a turn here. We'll see what happens, but he is coming up on Rosecrans after this after the stop sign here. Several cars there, and another major off of his front. Yeah, I think at the bottom there, Rob, is going to be, that's Rosecrans down there, I believe. Yeah. So he's got the red light here. We'll see what happens, but still traveling at a snail's pace. He kind of peaked at 30 miles per hour there and is now crawling once again back up to this intersection. No braking, just slowing all the way down. Here comes somebody right in front of him and weaving just around that vehicle through the red light. Why that person is doing that, no idea, but you saw that one unit, I think it was the lead unit, shine that spotlight right into that vehicle driver's side window. Like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Some more sparks flying now, some more smoke coming from the rear of the vehicle. Again, those right tires completely gone, nothing but rim on the right side of the vehicle. Hazard lights on, headlights on, and the left side appears. Look at that, there's the drink. There's the drink. It looks like maybe a water bottle that he threw out the window. More smoke as he picks up a little bit of speed here, upwards of 30 miles per hour again on Santa Fe as he made his way through Rosecrans, coming up on Plum, about 25 miles per hour. Again, he is going south on Santa Fe. Making the turn onto Compton Boulevard, a right turn, westbound Compton Boulevard to complete the circle, and around we go as he continues through the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour, a pursuit going on an hour, well, at least 2 hours by my count. Now pushing about 35 miles per hour on Compton Boulevard with a little bit of life left in the vehicle. He has finished his drink, both hands on the wheel, and he is going for it as far as this Kia will take him. Suspect continuing westbound on Compton Boulevard at a snail's pace. Again, only about 25 miles per hour with CHP right behind him, forming a traffic break. So nobody can really come up behind them here to interfere. So they are ready if he does come to a stop. Not seeing many units left in front of him or at any of these intersections, quite frankly, awaiting him. I would have anticipated by now we would have seen another spike strip attempt, but we're not seeing that. Just those 4 or 5 units right behind him with the helicopter overhead. You see the night sun occasionally in the shot there. He is crawling along. Here comes an SUV, an Interceptor along his left rear, and somebody's given the go-ahead for the pit. Here comes the pit, spinning him out of control, doing a 180. He is pushing the pedal to the metal. Another collision with another officer. CHP making contact there. He's coming around that light pole. A failed pit after he spun around, did a full 180. Another collision with CHP. He's going to thread the needle right through those officers in the back there, and away he goes. Another pit attempt there to no. Oh man, this is really frustrating for these CHP officers. This could not be more frustrating, quite frankly. After all of that, they saw a clean opportunity for a pit maneuver. Watch commander gives the go-ahead. It looked like a good one, and then he pushes the pedal to the metal, floors it. Not really fast, but certainly made contact with the front end of that one CHP unit, drove around that pole, and is now going eastbound. He's now eastbound on Compton Boulevard. If they see another opportunity, I imagine they're going to try it again. He's coming back for more. Here comes a different unit coming back for another pit attempt if he sees an opportunity. Speeds just under the threshold as he comes up on the double yellow lines, over the paint, through another red light, and we'll see if they try to make contact once again. Here it comes. Left rear, here comes the Interceptor, CHP SUV, making contact, a full speed pit maneuver, spinning him at a 360, not enough to disable the vehicle. He continues to go. He's rolling along here, trying to gas the pedal there, but he's not going anywhere fast, but he is certainly continuing here. He is now northbound on Alameda Street. Northbound Alameda, more sparks flying from the front right rim after two great pits. Here comes a third pit attempt. This one's going to do it. A full 360. The car still goes. It's continuing. This Kia is refusing to give up on this guy. 3 pit maneuvers in a row. The last 2, a full 360, and he continues this joyride through the streets of Compton. Here comes pit maneuver number 4 along the right rear. SUV making contact. The bumper goes flying. There's the rear bumper, and now they're going to try and box him in. A possible opportunity to box him in, but no, he's still able to run. Gassing it again. He's doing about 5 miles per hour with whatever is left in this car. 5, maybe 10 miles per hour, coming to a slow crawl, and that is probably it. But man, this Kia is relentless. Here comes another possible pit. That would be attempt number 6 in this pursuit. And let's see. He's going to need to pick up a little bit more speed for an effective pit, but he might have the opportunity here. If he goes much above 10 or 15 miles per hour, I would expect to see that Interceptor pull right up behind that left rear corner once again. Here it comes. Ooh, a slow speed pit under the overpass. That is Alameda. Alameda and Rosecrans. There he is. Officers with their guns drawn. The vehicle at a complete stop, face to face, hands up in the air. He's putting up a fight. He is not cooperating. They're dragging him out. That's it. He is done. Tackling him to the ground after he ended up face to face, a full 180 with those officers. Must have been one more pit maneuver down there, and now he is being pulled out of the vehicle, placed under arrest. Oh boy. Well, that couldn't end much better or much safer, because the potential for collateral damage over the course of the last couple of hours was high, to say the least. Enjoyed his last few moments of freedom behind the wheel there, and that'll do it. 6 pit maneuvers to bring this suspect into custody. Officers clearing the vehicle. Code 4 given. You can see them about to pop the trunk there. And this pursuit is over. One driver in custody, about to be hauled off to Men's Central Jail after a wild and dangerous pursuit here in Compton. CHP's got their man. And that'll do it for our coverage from up here in Air 7. Keep it right here on abc7.com and Eyewitness News coming up in just.
And another one at 12:23. The one at 12:23 was something called the Night of the Mini Dead. At 12:28 a.m., they say there was more human interaction as someone started to play a show called Three Body Problem. And that show is an hour-long episode. 12:33 a.m. is when actually I believe that this human, whoever that was, presses play and starts the Three Body Problem episode. And then after that, there's no more human interaction. Again, that seems to be consistent with the state's timeline, that if 12:33 is the last time he touched the computer and 12:08 is the last time he touched his phone, then they say Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson left, at 12:45. So that fits within that timeline, and that would appear to be why the state presented that. We haven't yet heard how the defense plans to attack this evidence, but we will hear about that shortly after the lunch break is over, because the defense will be cross-examining that last witness who was on the stand, and that is Jason Ruff, the DCI digital forensic investigator. The other witnesses we've heard from today, the first one of the day was a big one, and that was Maxwell Anderson's ex-girlfriend. And I've said this a couple of times. Her name was revealed and on the live stream and through the pool camera that was there. Judge Crivello informed us that her name had been left off of a list of witnesses whose identities were to be protected. And so there was no protection given. The judge learned about that request, that her name had been incidentally left off in the middle of her testimony. So she ultimately said there's really nothing she can do at this point. That name is out there, it's in the public domain, and we're free to do as the media what we wish with it. That being said, we do know that a victim witness coordinator made the request that the media be sensitive about that, so we're not going to use her name. It doesn't really add to the case to say what her name is. It suffices to know she's the ex-girlfriend of Maxwell Anderson. They dated through some point in 2023. She said this morning that when she heard of Maxwell Anderson being arrested in connection with this leg that had been found in Warnemont Park, she reached out to investigators for two reasons. One, she wanted to know, if you haven't searched his house yet, you might want to know he's got some secret compartments in there. He had secret compartments in the bathroom under a vanity that she says he kept cash and maybe drugs in, like weed, marijuana. And there was another one in the living room that was described as well. It doesn't appear investigators necessarily found anything nefarious in those places, but it certainly indicates that she was definitely very familiar with Maxwell Anderson and his home. She was also familiar with the fact that he was someone who maybe went out of his way to hide things from other people, like having secret compartments in his house. Secondly, she said that Maxwell Anderson had taken her to a place along Lake Michigan, a beach, a secluded place that he called his, quote, secret beach, a place that he would take her to where they would take the dogs, they would maybe make a fire. But she said they'd gone there 5 or 10 times, and it was secluded. They rarely saw anyone else around there, maybe someone walking their dog by very briefly. But she said it was a place he wanted to keep secret. He didn't want others to know it was their place, and he didn't even want her to take anyone else there if they ever broke up. Prosecutors asked her if she knew where that place was, and she said she didn't know the name of it. She only learned it was Warnemont Park after all the news came out about the leg being discovered there. But she was able to take prosecutors on a drive and use landmarks to find her way back to this place Anderson would take her to. And we have some of the images of that trip, of what she described. So when she gets to, this is the service road. I still keep looking for the photo that had the fence, and I don't know that we've got that one. I thought I saw it earlier. I don't see it in here anymore in the ones that are accessible to me. Well, that's okay. Maybe this is it. Is this it? Yeah, there you go. That's the entry to the service road right off of Pulaski. And as you can see kind of in the middle, lower right middle portion of your screen, that's a security fence that blocks that service road from traffic, from public traffic. It is the road down to the Cudahy Water Department's pump house. And she described going down that road with Maxwell Anderson, and once you get beyond the fence, that road descends down in toward the lake. So you see here it descends all the way down to the pump house. That's the pump house on the right. She described in detail how there was a rocky area that Maxwell Anderson would take the dogs, walk over. It was a direct access to the place he wanted to set up camp. She would take a trail off to the right that didn't have to go over the rocks because she would often be in sandals. And then she describes specific areas of the beach where they would go, including near a downed tree where there were some dead wood that they could use to make fires, and that's where they would set up. An investigator later who was on the stand, Detective John Galat, said that was in fact the location where Sade Robinson's leg was recovered. So right at this same sort of secluded, quote unquote, secret beach. It was John Galat who rode along with this ex-girlfriend to go find this spot. On cross-examination, the defense asked if he had ever, if their visits to this beach, if they had been, friendly and kind and whatever it was, or had there been any sort of, had he ever been violent with her? Had he ever engaged in any sort of violence against her? And she said no. The state used that and said that had opened the door to some other testimony. They were able to raise the point that Maxwell Anderson had in fact been violent before. In fact, he had gotten into a bar fight with this person's ex-boyfriend. So they had gotten into a fight at Trinity nightclub in Milwaukee. Don't know how significant that is, but it's certainly, the state wanted to refute any idea the jury might get that Maxwell Anderson was a peaceful guy who was never known to engage in any sort of violence. The rest of the day was really focused on that cell phone testimony, the cell phone extraction, and obviously the photographs. One more thing, though, that was really a key piece we hadn't been expecting, that we didn't know was going to be there, and that was among the images that were deleted from the phone, Detective Mason Colehap of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, he said one of them was a screenshot. That screenshot of a website or something, it said something to the effect of what not to mix with bleach. And that was deleted at about 11:35 p.m. according to the testimony that was given by the forensic expert. So 11:35 p.m., he's deleting a screenshot that says what not to do with bleach. That's about an hour and 10 minutes before prosecutors say Sade Robinson's car leaves Maxwell Anderson's home and starts its ride all around the city, including going to Warnemont Park. So there's an hour and 10-minute gap between the deletion of the what not to do with bleach and leaving the home. Is that when prosecutors think he murdered and or dismembered Sade Robinson? Did he then clean up the scene using bleach and being careful not to mix it with something he shouldn't? Is that why the state was not able to recover DNA or blood evidence? Did he do a particularly good job with that cleanup? That certainly raises that question, and the state is going to probably make that case in their closing arguments. We'll have to see. What the defense will say about that also remains to be seen. What we know now is we have one witness to go for the state after the defense is done with Jason Ruff, the forensic investigator. And after the state's final witness, then the defense has about 5 or 6 we're hearing. I guess that's not official, but Stephanie said that's the talk around the gallery and around the room and the media, that there's maybe 5 or 6 defense witnesses that will be called. And then if that's the case, then we go to jury instructions and ultimately closing arguments. Best guess I can give you right now, the state is going to rest this afternoon. The defense really couldn't tell you. It's probably going to last through most of Friday, if not all of Friday, and then we'll be getting into some of the closing stuff, elements, next week. It's probably going to be sometime at least early next week, if not midweek before, but I would say probably early next week, that the jury will get this case and begin deliberations. We are going to take a break and come back with more. It is 1:30. The court should be close to returning. This is the time the judge set for parties to return to the courtroom. We'll keep you posted, and we'll get you back to the Milwaukee County Safety Building when we hear more about that. But we'll continue right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here. I got to get the right source up there so you can see right there. That's the clock on the wall in the safety building, room 620, Judge Laura Cavello's courtroom, where we are not yet hearing any activity of the parties having returned to the courtroom. She called on them to come back at 1:30. Some days they've been coming back closer to 1:45, 1:50. So until we hear activity there and we know that they're going back on the record, we're going to keep it here and tell you more about what we have learned so far today. I think probably the biggest thing of today has been those photographs that were pulled off of Maxwell Anderson's phone by forensic investigators, and that were that those investigators say were deleted just before Maxwell Anderson's phone went dormant for the night and didn't have any user activity again until the following morning. Among those photos, and I'm going to show you the ones that we can again. Now, I want to be clear. These are not as they appeared in the courtroom. They have been edited and approved by our management team to be safe to show you. But what you're going to see here, there are a couple we can't show you at all because there was just no way to edit them in a way that was sensitive. But there are two in particular. These are such key pieces of evidence in the case. We wanted you to be able to see them for yourselves. And I'm going to start with this one right here, where you can see that circle that you see in the middle left portion of the screen was added by our editors. So that is not part of the original photo. Everything else in that photo is from the original picture that was shown to the jury. And that is purportedly, according to prosecutors, that is Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch. Why do they think it's his couch? Well, we'll talk about that here in a moment. But in the very left middle portion of your screen, just outside the edge of that circle, you can see sort of a skin-colored looking, like an arm, shaft of an arm. That is apparently the wrist of what prosecutors say would be Maxwell Anderson's wrist, with a human hand that is behind that blurred circle, grasping or groping the breast of Sade Robinson. You see just below that circle, you see sort of that maybe rust or reddish color that's got some fading to it, and there's a seam in the whatever furniture that person is laying on. Well, take a look at this. That is Maxwell Anderson's couch. This is Exhibit 318. It's a photograph that was taken when the search warrant was executed on Maxwell Anderson's home early in April, after all of this had happened. And you can notice there on the couch that there's that blue, like light blue, kind of sky blue pillow. If we go back to the photo I was just showing you a moment ago, let me go back to that again, and you look just above the hair of Sade Robinson, you can see that light blue, or what appears to be that same light blue pillow. There is another image very similar to that one. This one also shows that sort of similar kind of light blue pillow. And of course, you notice in both of these photos, the sweater. Look at the cable knit pattern on the sleeve of that white sweater. Prosecutors say that is the same sweater Sade Robinson was wearing at Duke's on Water as she's sitting at the corner of the bar. This was on the evening between 6:30 and 9 o'clock on the evening of April 1st. The photograph you're seeing here with that same cable knit pattern of the sweater was taken after 9 p.m., after 9:20 p.m., which is after prosecutors said they arrived back at Maxwell Anderson's home on that same night. And then this particular photo was one of the batch of photos that they say was deleted from Maxwell Anderson's phone between 12:05 and 12:08 a.m., which would be about a half hour before prosecutors believe he left the house in Sade Robinson's car and started driving around the city. One other thing, there's another photo we cannot show you because there was just no way to edit it sensitively, and that is what we are told was Sade Robinson's pants and underwear being removed from her body on Maxwell Anderson's couch. And as it was seen in court and as it's been described by witnesses and by also our own Stephanie Quirk and others who were there was these light-colored blue jeans that you see here. This is what was recovered from the burning car, Sade Robinson's burning car on the north side of Milwaukee on April 2nd at 7:30 in the morning. These were in the trunk. The trunk didn't burn. The inside of the car did. The trunk did not burn. These were recovered. You see the yellow bikini underwear that is right around kind of the knees, wrapped outside the legs. They say that is how, the prosecutors say that is how the clothing was found, and they say it's consistent with someone else removing those clothes. Now an image has been shown in court which shows these jeans and underwear that looks like that being removed from what appears to be Sade Robinson's body inside Maxwell Anderson's home. I just got word that Maxwell Anderson is back in the courtroom, and we're hearing, okay, I'm hearing some things in the courtroom. We're going to send you back to the safety building now.
Appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the state, joined at council table by Detective Joanne Donner.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maxwell Anderson with Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This morning we received an email, well, Attorney Cotton received an email. It was also sent, I believe, to the prosecutor as well as to myself. However, my spam took it and I never was able to see it. Attorney Cotton showed it to the state as well as to me, and it reflected comments regarding comments posted to, I believe, Law and Crime's website on YouTube, and a concern relative to that. The parties and I discussed it, and at the parties' stipulation, no further action was to be taken. Since this point in time, we've received further emails with the same information and attempts, I think, to contact my court as well as other courts. What we all know relative to the comments that are posted is some are accurate, some are inaccurate, some are made up, and Lord knows why people feel the need to post continuously. At this point in time, we've discussed it at length, and it's my understanding that the parties are stipulating to taking no further action. State, is that accurate, and is there any further record you wish to make?
That's accurate, and no.
Defense?
That's accurate.
Okay, anything further to address on the record before we resume?
No.
Attorney Cotton, anything further you'd like to address on the record before we bring the jury in?
No.
Okay. And let's address that ringing.
Yeah.
We'll go from there. Special Agent Ruff, you can come back up if you'd like.
You just heard the judge instruct Special Agent Jason Ruff of the Division of Criminal Investigation, Digital Forensic Investigator. He will be on the stand undergoing cross-examination of his testimony about the cell phone extraction from Maxwell Anderson's phone.
Yes, please. Oh, wait, we should recall it with new court reporter.
Recalling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport for the state, joined alongside by Detective Joanne Donner.
Jason Finling and Tony Cotton with Max Anderson, and also our private investigator, Jason Barber. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch. At this point in time, we are just about to begin cross-examination of Special Agent Ruff. We will re-swear him because we have a new court reporter.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record, please.
My name is Jason Ruff. That is spelled Jason, last name Ruff.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you just recently testified that your job really was to analyze two different devices, right?
Correct.
Like a cell phone, then also a computer?
Correct.
But, so you examine like the hard drive in the computer, right?
That is correct. The forensic image of the hard drive.
Okay, and so you said you're like a forensic expert on these types of analysis, right?
Yeah, forensic examiner.
And one of the goal, I mean, I guess, one of the reasons you have the job is because you need to analyze people who are accused of crimes, their electronic devices, right?
Either people accused of crimes, victims, really anything related to a criminal investigation.
And it's because electronics are a pretty complicated, it's complicated evidence, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
And you have all these tools that you listed in your report that you utilize these tools, and they can help decipher data from phones that you really wouldn't be able to get unless you had these tools, right?
Correct.
And so I'm gonna start with the cell phone. And so these tools you use, you're able to determine, pull text messages, right?
Correct.
And even if deleted texts, right?
Possibly, potentially.
And also you're able to look at someone's internet browsing, right?
Correct.
And that's something you did in this case, right?
Correct.
And you're able to determine what website someone went to, right?
Correct.
Even if they use like the private browsing, is that right?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And so in this case, you reviewed all of that, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any searches regarding how to, dismember a body, correct?
I did not.
Or you didn't see any searches about how to clean up blood, correct?
I did not.
Or how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct, I did not.
Nothing about how to remove DNA from a surface, right?
Correct.
There weren't any searches whatsoever about DNA, right?
Correct.
And that's on the phone.
Correct.
And then also you have access to the map application, right?
Correct.
I think of Google Maps, but I'm not quite sure what's used on an Android, but there's some sort of map application, right?
Yeah, yes.
And I think the jury all knows, when you type in, if you're trying to go to someone's house, you type in the address, and then that gets saved on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And Max's phone, this device that you looked through, there was no GPS coordinates to Warnemont Park, correct?
I would have to re-look, but I do not believe so.
Okay. And I think you had testified that the phone, shut down at some period of time, right?
That is correct.
I think 1:35 a.m., that sounds right, on April 2nd?
Correct.
But the phone wasn't turned off. It shut down, but it wasn't a intentional act of someone holding the power button and turning it off, correct?
That is correct.
It's shut off because it has 0% battery.
That's correct.
So perhaps, the user fell asleep or forgot to plug it in, right?
Anything's possible.
And the data I guess you pulled, was there a certain time frame that you're looking at from this date to this date?
So the primary time that I was told was primarily the 12:45 a.m. to, I want to say 8, I would have to look specifically, but I believe it was like 8:50, 8:45 a.m. and just the time surrounding that.
Okay, so you're not looking at data like before April 1st, right? Oh, I guess you are, because I guess there's some text messages before that.
Correct, yes.
Like there's not, you weren't looking at data from like early March or February, right?
Correct.
So if like the phone had the user had a repeated pattern of their phone dying, that's not something you would have seen.
Well, I did see that on the records, that ERP is just a long list of all the power events.
And it died on April 4th as well, right?
Yeah, it died on April 4th.
Okay, so more than once this phone is dying, right?
Correct.
It's not just isolated incident to April 2nd, right?
Correct.
And then let's move over to the computer. You had explained that, well, so the phone, you said user interaction stops around 12:07 a.m.
Correct.
On April 2nd, right?
Correct.
You said maybe to 12:08, but you're not sure, pretty confident 12:07 phone activity, human activity stops, right?
Correct.
And then right around that same time, Netflix or the computer, there's user activity on the computer, right?
That is correct.
So consistent with someone they cease interaction with the phone and start interacting with the computer, right?
Yeah.
And so 1207, yes, according to, your analysis, activity stops with that electronic, but not all electronics in this residence, right?
Yeah,
And because a Netflix show is played at 1207, right?
correct.
And the show is played, and it sounds like these are probably pretty short episodes, right?
Yes, and from what I saw actually in some of the episodes for that Love, Death, and Robot show had been played the previous night as well.
Okay, but they're short episodes, like 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, like 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, and in some of the photos, I think in your report, it looks like they're almost animated. It's like an animated show?
Yeah,
Okay. So it plays a few episodes back to back, right?
correct.
And could you determine whether a user was actually clicking next episode, or was it just kind of timing out and playing
It
repeatedly?
was timing out and playing the next episode.
Okay, and then after those shows stop playing, the user, so this is a user, human being most likely interacting, playing a new show at 12:28 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And again, that action is physically done by a human, right?
Yes, they would have to physically transition over to that episode, or that show, I should say.
Okay, and I think a lot of members of the jury probably use, streaming services is when you can either search it, or sometimes I think you said you can get a suggested show, and it pops up. It's like a show you might like, and you can just click watch, and it plays, right?
Correct.
And these platforms like Netflix and Disney Plus, what have you, if you finish like a series, you don't even have to click watch a new series. Sometimes it'll just immediately queue it up and play it, right?
Depending on the browser you're watching it on, but yes.
Okay. And so 12:28 a.m., a new show is played, and that show is played in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
And you said that show's about an hour long, give or take?
Yeah,
And then after that episode ends, another episode is played, correct?
that's correct.
But that's actually auto-played.
Correct.
So it's not a user, because I think you can imagine it's the timer, that 10-second timer, 15-second timer.
Yes.
And it says you can either click play next episode, or you can just wait the 10 seconds, right?
Correct. I believe it's like 2 minutes or so on average.
Okay, so sometimes it's up to 2 minutes how long it waits. And so users don't actually need to click the button, they can just wait. Maybe if you're just don't want to pick up the remote, maybe you're lazy, you don't need to have to pick it up, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have to pick up the remote to click the button, right?
Correct.
And so if someone fell asleep, for instance, the Netflix would continue to play, and the person doesn't actually have to interact with their TV, right?
That's correct.
And you say that according to, the data you analyze, the show plays until at least, did you say 2:35 a.m.?
Yes, I believe that was the time.
And then does another show play after that, or were you not be able to tell because something with like the internet?
Yeah, so there was an interruption in the network when what I talked about, that IP lease, happened around the time when it would start playing another episode, which very briefly disconnected from the internet, like probably fractions of a second, but just long enough to interrupt that auto stream. So yes.
Do you know if more episodes were played after 2:35 or not?
There were no episodes played.
Okay,
after
so the episodes are done at 2:35 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But nothing about the data or anything that you analyze can tell you whether the user stopped watching the show, right?
You mean like to click off?
Well, like the
show?
data you reviewed can't tell you whether someone's actually watching the show or if someone isn't watching the show.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
And then also, with your tools, you're able to look at internet searches, correct?
Correct.
On the computer, I mean.
Yes, that's correct.
It could be either Safari, Google Chrome, whatever internet, browser people prefer, right?
That's correct.
And in a part of your job and in your experience, you've seen in criminal investigations where a user is, looking up things that, are consistent with them committing a crime, right?
Correct.
Or trying to conceal a crime, right?
Correct.
And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, how to dispose of a body, right?
Correct.
And were you aware of any facts regarding this case before you started your analysis, or you just going blank?
Very brief facts, pretty much. I mean, nothing, no real in-depth facts.
But had you seen news articles about it?
Yeah, pretty much just whatever everybody else was seeing was what I knew about the case.
Yeah, everybody else, because it was over social media, Facebook, Instagram, right?
Correct. Correct.
And sometimes, if you look on your Instagram feed, you'll see, a news story come up, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at, this Max's computer, you didn't see any information about how to remove DNA or how to clean up a crime scene, right?
I did not know.
And again, forensic investigators often rely heavily on history to evaluate intent, correct?
Correct.
And again, you found no search history on the computer consistent with planning or committing a crime, right?
I did not.
And just briefly here, you said that there were photos deleted. You could conclude that, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you included some photos that were deleted in your report of Sade, right?
Correct.
But there was other photos that were deleted as well.
Correct.
Did you say there was 32 in total deleted?
So there were 32 cache photos. I couldn't tell you the exact number of actual photos deleted. The 32 cache photos correspond to the time frame when the deletion was actually occurring. So not every photo gets a cache image. And it depends on whether or not it's interacted with recently or really any number of things. So I wouldn't be able to say exactly how many photos were deleted.
And just to wrap up here, you also were able to pull the text communications between the two, right?
Correct.
And in those text communications, Sade Robinson's phone never sends Maxwell's phone her address, correct?
No.
Or the general area of the city where she lives, right?
Not that I saw.
I have nothing further.
State.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Dr. Karsten.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
My name's Dr. Jordan Karsten. It's JORDANKARSTEN.
How are you employed?
I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and I'm also a professional consultant for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab through the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you teach at UW-Oshkosh?
I'm a biological anthropologist, so primarily my work is focused on the human skeleton. So I teach classes in human skeletal anatomy, teach classes in forensic anthropology, biological anthropology, genetics, sometimes archaeology, depending on what's needed.
Could you just briefly summarize sort of your background in training and education?
Yeah, so in terms of education, I got 2 bachelor's degrees from Grand Valley State University in Michigan. One was a bachelor's of science in anthropology, the other was a bachelor's of science in health sciences. And then I got a master's from the State University of New York in Albany and a PhD my master's was in anthropology and my PhD is also in anthropology from the State University of New York in Albany.
How long have you been an anthropologist? I might have missed it.
How long? I graduated college in 2009 and I graduated my PhD in 2014. And I've been a professor at UW-Oshkosh since then in 2014, so I've been in the state for 11 years.
Were you contacted on or about April 3rd of 2024 by the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office regarding a leg that had been recovered?
I was.
What was the nature of that contact? Why were they contacting you?
I was contacted by Charles Rohr, Dr. Charles Rohr, who is a forensic pathology fellow at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. He told me that a human leg had washed up on the shore at Warnemount Park in Cudahy, and that he was interested in having me examine part of the skeletal remains to look at if the individual was dismembered, how that might have happened, and look to see if there were any tool marks present on the bone.
So what was requested of you was an examination originally just of the leg for a tool marks analysis?
Correct.
Okay. And as well as just a general examination of the trauma to the skeletal remains to see if you could figure out what happened?
Correct.
Did you in fact examine skeletal remains from that leg?
I did.
And over the course of the next weeks and months, actually, did you also come to examine additional skeletal remains that were recovered related to this case?
Yes.
Did you subsequently prepare a report to document what you observed and what your findings were?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 409.
I don't object to this for the record.
Okay.
And will be received into evidence?
All right, 409 is received into evidence. That's your report, Dr. Karsten?
It is.
I am going to pull it up on the screen next to you, and I would like to go through it with you in summation. And while I'm pulling this up, can you tell the jury overall what bones did you examine?
I examined a right femur, which is essentially complete, part of a left femur, left tibia, left fibula, right humerus, right radius, and a right ulna, as well as 2 cervical vertebrae and a patella, which is a kneecap.
And are you able to discuss an overall pattern of what you saw through your analysis of these skeletal remains?
Yeah, so overall pattern is the majority of the remains had some type of blunt force trauma, which had fractured the bones. And many of the bones had cut marks, and the cut marks themselves were superficial. They had what I call a V-shaped kerf. The kerf is the incision on bone, and so is shallow, shaped as a V, and fairly regular walls. And those cut marks were found at locations across different bones, primarily in places where there are areas of muscle attachment and connective tissue attachment.
Okay, and did the fact that those cut marks to the bones were in those locations suggest anything to you?
It's consistent with the manipulation of soft tissue and dismemberment.
Were you able to examine or come to any kind of conclusions as to what kind of blades were used?
All I can say is that whatever caused the sharp force trauma, the blade itself had a V shape to it, and it was not serrated. So a serrated knife, like a steak knife, will produce a kerf, an incision in bone that's irregular. And this incision was not irregular. It was kind of uniform.
On any of them?
For all of them. There was no irregular aspect to the curves.
And based on the size of those cut marks and V-shaped markings, are you able to come to any conclusions about the size of the knife used?
I can't. When a knife comes into contact with bone, depending on the level of force, how much the knife actually contacts the bone, it can be very small kerf. You can push harder, make the kerf larger. So I can't say anything about the size of the blade.
Only thing you can say is whether the shape and then whether it was serrated or non-serrated.
In this case, yes.
And how is it that you're able to tell whether it's serrated or non-serrated?
Serrated blades will create, if you think of a serrated blade like a steak knife, essentially, they'll create a more irregular kerf or cut on the bone.
You may have mentioned this, but can you give some examples of some types of non-serrated blades?
Sure, like a paring knife would be a good example. You have plenty of blades in kitchens that are non-serrated, simple blades. I mean, you could have a, like say a fishing knife you'd use to, to fillet a fish would also typically be a non-serrated blade.
Were you able to identify blunt force trauma to any of the limbs?
Yes, on many of them.
Okay. I'm going to go through this, and let's start with, we're going to start with the right femur. If you want to flip to that page or follow along on the screen to your right. Let's talk about what you knew about the right femur, what you discovered.
Sure. So for the right femur itself, it has evidence of blunt force trauma. I don't know if we can go forward. Is that possible? So if you go to figure 1, you can see the complete right femur. The black arrow is showing an area that's approximately where there would have been force applied to the femur. If you go down to figure 2.
And just to be clear before I do that, this would have been the right leg, the leg that was
the right thigh.
from
essentially,
Warnemont
the right
Park.
thigh bone, from Warnemont Park.
Okay.
So if you go down here, you can see a little bit closer on the right femur. The black arrow is the point where force would have been applied. And the way that we can reconstruct that is that bone is stronger in compression than tension. And so when blunt force trauma is applied to a limb, it causes a bone to bend. And in that process, the area that when it bends and goes into tension, that's where a fracture will start. And from the point in tension, the fracture shears over to the compression side. So can I point at this?
Yes, I think there's actually a microphone next to you if you can turn that on.
Okay. Does that work? Maybe not. Okay, that works. If you take a look here, you can see that if force was applied here, the bone would have bent, kind of bowed out like this, and then you would have had that area of tension right there where the fracture starts, and it shears over to the other sides. And then what happens is it removes this kind of rhomboidal shaped, or what often gets called lozenge of bone, and so that broke free. And so on the right femur, in this case, we actually have 3 different pieces of bone that result from this fracturing. One that's here that includes the femoral head, which goes into the hip socket of the pelvis, this lozenge shape of bone, and then the larger part, which includes the entire rest of the femur.
Would a person be able to apply the force necessary to cause this damage?
Yes, depending on the person and the circumstances, I believe, yeah.
You believe yes? Okay.
Correct.
Are you able to comment on the difficulty to cause this fracture?
It would be difficult, but it would be possible.
I'm going to move to strike that. In the last 2 answers and questions, he's not a use of force expert. I don't think he's been qualified in this topic that we're going into.
I can ask him some foundational questions.
Okay, lay the foundation.
Do you have any expertise in being able to determine what kind of force needs to be used to fracture bones in this fashion?
As part of my job with the Department of Justice for the Crime Lab, I will remove pieces of bone for subsequent chemical and genetic analysis. And so, yeah, I'm familiar with what is required to break bone.
I would ask then the objection be
withdrawn.
Okay. All right, so let's pick up where I was left off here. On this part, on this femur bone, were there cut marks?
Yes.
Is this a good figure for that, or is there a
if you could move forward to figure 7. So on figure 7, you can see a close-up of the lozenge shape of bone. And then on the opposite side where the black arrows are, you can see a series of superficial cut marks. These are on an area that's called the linea aspera, and it is an area of muscle and connective tissue attachment.
And would the location of those cut marks suggest what soft tissue would have been being cut?
There are many, many muscles and aspects of connective tissue that connect there. You couldn't say exactly why.
What part of the body is this, I guess?
This is on the posterior side of your thigh.
So by your hip?
Below that.
Below your hip, okay.
Back of the leg, essentially, back of the upper leg.
Let's go to figure 11. How about this one?
Yep, figure 11 shows additional cut marks. So the black arrow shows like a roughly kind of horizontally oriented cut mark. In the red circle, there are additional cut marks, superficial cut marks, and then in the black circle, hard to see, but there are additional very faint cut marks.
Would the cut marks that you noticed when you examined the bones from the right leg from Warnemont Park, would that have been consistent to have been logically been in an effort to remove soft tissue?
Yes, it's in the area that's close to the hip.
Okay, the top of the leg.
Correct.
Are you able to tell whether the blunt force trauma to the bones, like we saw before, occurred before or after the sharp force trauma to the tissues?
For these, I cannot say.
You are able to conclude that it was the blunt force trauma that caused the fractures?
Yes.
All right. Anything else about the right femur?
Figure 12 shows an additional couple of cut marks.
Okay.
This is on the front side, anterior side of the femur, in an area that's known as the intertrochanteric line, which is another area of ligamentous and muscle attachment. If you go to figure 13, you'll see even more cut marks. This is on the lateral side of the proximal femur, so the part that's closest to your hip. The black, red, and blue arrows all point to individual cut marks on that figure. And then on figure 14, up on an area that's known as the greater trochanter of the femur, which is another muscle attachment, an area of connective tissue attachment, you can see more cut marks, superficial ones with the red arrows, and then with the blue arrow, you can actually see one where the cut mark has kind of peeled back the bone. And so that cut mark must have been delivered in a kind of up, kind of above body to below, so what we call superior to inferior direction.
Would it be fair to say that the cut marks you observed were generally concentrated, towards the transection end of the leg?
Not just in the, I wouldn't say like in the hip.
Okay.
It's from kind of the upper third of the leg is where we are finding the cut marks.
All right, let's move on to the left tibia. What did you observe about the left tibia?
The left tibia has one aspect of blunt force trauma. So if you look at figure 16, you can see the tibia is separated and the tibia is the shin bone. Figure 16, that's the upper part of the tibia. So that kind of plateau area is what makes up your knee. And then if you go down to figures 18, you can see on the left, that's the upper part of the tibia. In the middle and removed, that's this lozenge shape of kind of rhomboidal shaped bone that gets removed during bending fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And then on the right is a shaft of the tibia. And then if you go to figure 19, you can see without that lozenge shape how it goes back together. And if you go to figure 20, you can see that lozenge shape is replaceable into the break. And so in this case, if you could go back to figure 19 quickly, where that black arrow is, that's where the force would have been applied. So this is on the medial side, so the inner side of the leg, with the force moving from the inner side of the leg to the outer, what we'd say is medial lateral force. And so it broke on the far side away from the arrow.
You used the term butterfly fracture here in the description. What is that?
Butterfly fracture is a term we just use for these fractures where bending of the bone has that lozenge-shaped breakaway. And so it tends to break away this rhomboidal piece of bone that kind of looks like one wing of a butterfly.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just going to ask you whether there were cut marks to the bone that would have separated the bottom from the ankle.
Yeah, if you go to figure 22, this is the bottom part of a fibula. This is where your shin bone comes into contact with your ankle. And you can see with the black arrow, one of these superficial cut marks across that part of the bone. If you go to figure 23, you can see additional, this is twisting the bone around a little bit. You can see additional cut marks highlighted with the arrows and an area of bone that was damaged in the black circle. And if you go to figure 24, this is twisting the bone around to what's known as the medial malleolus. So this is like the big bump on the inner part of your ankle. You can see another couple of superficial cut marks there as well. So cut marks around the distal part of the femur, lower shin bone.
All of these cut marks, these superficial cut marks, all the ones we're talking about, these are all from some kind of a non-serrated V-shaped blade?
Yep, they're what we call V-shaped kerf. They're superficial, they don't go deep into the bone, and they don't show any hallmarks of being serrated because the kerf is not irregular.
Intentional cut marks?
There's only one way to cut into bone, and that's by purposely putting a knife there.
And only way to cut it, one way to cut into tissue as well?
Correct.
Let's move on to the left fibula. What did you notice?
Left fibula has 2 instances of blunt force trauma. If you look at figure 25, you can see with the black arrows the area where the force would have been applied, and it's just like the pictures we've seen so far. It's these butterfly fractures, bending fractures. In this case, the force would have been applied anterior to posterior. So the fibula is a bone that is in your lower leg. It sits next to your shin bone on the outside of your shin bone. And so those 2 areas of force didn't actually have enough force to cause the bone to completely break. And so you can't remove those lozenge-shaped pieces of bone. That bone still is a single element that's not separatable.
And regarding cut marks on the left fibula?
There's a single cut mark in figure 28. So this is an area that's just above what's known as the lateral malleolus. And so that is the bump on the outer side of your ankle. And just above it, where the black arrow is, you can see another one of these kind of horizontally oriented superficial cut marks with a V-shaped curve.
Anything else about the left fibula?
No.
All right. The right humerus, what's the humerus?
Humerus is the bone of the upper arm.
Let's talk about the right humerus.
In this case, in figure 30, you can see the head of the right humerus. This is what makes up your shoulder joint from your upper arm. Only that is present here, and there is a fracture to the bone that's removed it from the rest of the humerus.
Is the removal of the humeral head evidence of blunt force injury?
This likely is, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the left femur. This was the, let's talk about the left femur. Go ahead.
Okay, if you go to figure 34.
Sure.
The proximal left femur, so the part that's closest to the hip, the head of the femur, what goes into the hip socket, is preserved, as well as part of the neck of that. But then there is what we call a comminuted fracture. And so you've got a blunt force impact that has taken the bone there and broken it up into many small pieces. And so that has destroyed, although those fragments are still adherent, the lateral side of this femur. And so force was probably applied in a superior, so upper lateral down to inferior medial, so kind of direction.
Okay. Any cut marks?
On this part, the superior part of the left femur, no. If you go to figure 36, you can see additional aspects of blunt force trauma. So the black arrow shows blunt force trauma that removed a lozenge shape of bone, but that was never recovered. And then the red arrow shows another one of those fractures, just like we've seen in the other pictures of this kind of butterfly fracture that was also applied to the femur. And then at the very far right side of the picture is another one of these bending butterfly fractures caused by blunt force trauma. And so in this femur, we've got at least 4 instances of blunt force trauma to the left femur.
And how many of those instances were consistent with the right femur?
They're in very different places than the right femur.
Okay. Any evidence of cut marks?
Yes, if you go to figure 42. So every black arrow is a superficial cut mark on the anterior femur. There's at least 11 superficial cut marks there. In this picture, there are 7 that are highlighted. If you go to figure 43, you can see one of these a little bit more close up. In this case, that cut mark exhibits what we call kerf flare. And so that is where you can see the cut marks are almost superimposed one on the other. And this is something that you see when a non-serrated blade is used in a sawing motion.
All right, so this was evidence that there was a sawing motion to cut the tissue around the femur.
Correct.
Okay. All right. In June, much later, you had received bones from the right arm that had washed up in Waukegan, Illinois, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about that right arm. What did you notice?
If you go to figure 46, in the area with the black circle, you can see cut marks that are on the side of the humerus, the proximal humerus, is up towards the shoulder. On the medial side, so the side that's like kind of towards your armpit, there were no cut marks. If you go to figure 48, you can see that on the kind of lateral posterior side, there are additional cut marks highlighted in the black circle. These are kind of difficult to see, so if you go to figure 50, there's a, I'll go up actually.
Sorry.
Yep, there's a close-up picture here of the cut marks on the humerus. And so you can see here several of these V-shaped curved superficial cut marks on the proximal humerus. So this area is known as, this includes the greater and lesser tubercle of the humerus, and these are areas muscle attachment for the shoulder.
Was there similar indication on these of a sawing motion being used?
Yeah, some of these curves are kind of superimposed one onto the next, and so likely reflects sawing motion.
And that would have been an intentional act?
Yes.
All right. How about the radius?
If we go to the radius, if you could look at figure 57.
57, okay.
So the radius is a bone of the forearm. And on figure 57, you can see the black arrows highlighting a single superficial cut mark on the distal part of the radius. This is the part that's towards your wrist. If you then go to figure 61, you can see a close-up of that. Could you go up just a little bit, I guess?
Sorry.
Yeah, you can see a little bit better that superficial cut mark. If you go down to figure 62, you can actually see a good example of kerf flaring. And so that's where you've got this cut mark, but on the end, the kerf, there's actually a couple of different tracks to that knife. And that, again, is something that's consistent with using a non-serrated knife in a sawing motion. And then in figure 63, that close-up gives a good example of what I mean by a V-shaped kerf. That's incision in the bone, takes on a V shape, but it has a very regular floor to the kerf, which is something that you see in a non-serrated blade.
So the person who caused these marks that I'm looking at here in 62 was intentionally sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade?
They were sawing at the bone with a non-serrated blade.
Any cut marks near the elbow?
No.
And you had looked at the, anything else on this?
For the ulna?
The right arm?
Yep, so the ulna is another bone of the forearm, makes it kind of the inner part of the forearm. And if you go up actually just a little bit, at 67? Okay, 67 shows the location of two of these superficial cut marks on the ulna. This is the distal part, so the part that towards where it's at is towards the wrist. The part on the left side of the screen is towards the elbow. And if you go to figure 68, you can see them a little bit close up there, the superficial cut marks on the distal ulna.
Anything else on this one?
No fractures to the ulna or the radius.
You examined some of the cervical vertebrae?
Yeah,
Next, okay.
I was given two cervical vertebrae to examine.
And where were those from on the body, if you could just help us
Cervical
out?
vertebrae is the vertebrae that make up your neck.
And what did you notice when you looked at the cervical vertebrae?
No evidence of cut marks. The only trauma was on the most superior of the two cervical vertebrae. And if you look at figure 69, you can see that on the right side of the cervical vertebra, on a feature that we call the transverse process, there is damage to the top of it, highlighted with the black and red arrows, and that's likely caused by blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma?
Likely, yes.
And lastly, the patella. What is the patella?
Patella is the kneecap.
What'd you notice?
No evidence of trauma or cut marks.
That was from the left leg?
Let me double check. Yes, left patella.
Are you aware, or can you speak on the time frame it would take a person to cause the damage that you analyzed in these figures?
I don't think I could give an estimate of that.
I have nothing else.
What you can give an estimate on is just how difficult it is to remove bones from a human body without the right tools, right? You can take that down, Ian. Okay.
I have never, I mean, I've removed bones from each other with tools. Yes.
Right. What types of tools?
If I was going to separate two bones from each other for the purposes of an examination, I would use a scalpel. To get through soft tissue.
Right, to get through soft tissue.
Correct.
So I thought before you had said you have experience removing bones from a human body, no?
I've experienced removing bone from bone, like breaking off a piece of bone for sampling, and separating bones from each other for the purposes of analysis.
Okay, so you've taken two bones apart on occasion for your work.
Correct.
But you've never done an autopsy.
Correct, I'm not a pathologist.
Okay, and are you able to speak to how much force is required to remove bones from a human body?
Yes, I mean, for me, when I do it, I typically use something like a small Dremel tool, and we can use that to remove pieces of bone from the human body, so a small motorized saw.
Okay, a small motorized saw.
Correct.
What do you
remove small pieces.
Okay, and what do you wear when you do that?
Protective glasses, protective mouth and nose coverings.
Why?
I would rather not breathe in bone dust.
Okay, bone dust would get on you.
If I was using a saw, correct.
And if you're removing a bone, if you're cutting through flesh, you could get bodily fluids on you.
Correct.
Blood.
Yes, correct.
Other such fluids that would just be within the body, right?
Correct.
Would be a very messy process to dismember a body. You would agree with that?
Depending on the condition of the body, yes.
Right. If a body was newly deceased in particular, it would be particularly messy.
I don't have experience with that.
You have no experience with dismembering, taking body parts off of a newly deceased body?
No, anthropologists tend to get involved when there's considerable decomposition or a complete skeletonization.
And obviously things become weaker with age, right? Things degrade.
Depends on the context of deposition.
Well, but you would agree with that proposition, wouldn't you? That bones don't get stronger as they over time.
I actually disagree with that. So if you have a bone that's deposited in like say a soil matrix that has a large mineral content, I have excavated personally bones that are 6,000 years old that are heavier, beefier, and stronger than fresh bone.
Got it. Here we're talking about new bones that are not 6,000 years old, sir.
Correct.
Okay. So these bones, as you understand it, were the bones from somebody who was recently deceased. You understand that, right?
Yes, definitely.
And that the bones were located out in nature, right?
Yes, correct.
Not in a special soil matrix.
Correct.
And they were found in various parts of nature, water, the woods, things like that.
That's my understanding, yes.
And all I'm asking you is, would you agree with me that as time goes by in those conditions, things will tend to degrade?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the size of the knife, or if it was a knife, you have no idea if it even was a knife, do you?
It's a sharp blade.
Or it could be an axe.
It would be very unlikely to be an axe.
It could be an axe.
To make those kind of cut marks would be very, very unlikely.
Well, that's for the cut marks. But for other parts of what you looked at, it could be an axe for other things.
For the blunt
right?
force trauma, that would definitely be a possibility.
Right, where we're seeing the bone itself literally fractured, right?
Correct.
Because when you're telling the jury about blunt force trauma, you're talking about one of the exhibits we saw was literally part of the proximal right femur broken off, right?
Correct.
So you wouldn't rule out an axe on that?
No, not at all. Axes can impart blunt force trauma because they're wedge-shaped action. And so if an axe is used to, and is applied with force to human bone, it doesn't necessarily make a cut. It can make it can result in strictly blunt force trauma.
Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from, you understand Mr. Anderson's accused of this crime, right? Do you
Yes.
understand that? Were you given pictures of items that were recovered from Mr. Anderson's home and asked to offer an opinion? Let me finish. About whether these items were used in this dismemberment?
Not that I have any recollection of.
So no.
Correct.
No axe given to you to say, was this used?
No, never.
Or pocket knife or anything else?
No.
And we'd have to ask you said a forensic pathologist could speak more intelligently about the level of force you required to fracture bones, right?
Yes, I would think so.
For example, when you talked about the proximal right femur, you know that it's a lot of force needed to break a femur bone, right?
Correct.
How many hundreds of pounds of force, or you can't speak to?
I couldn't say, in that bone and its mechanical properties varies person to person.
Some bones are stronger than others, just
Also
because
true.
of their calcium concentration, right?
Sure, yes, correct.
And what you do know, or what you've been able to identify in your report, is basically, let's just go to the bottom line conclusion. Bottom line conclusion is that some sort of sharp instrument was used to remove bones from a body.
Yes.
Okay, you can't say that Mr. Anderson did that.
No.
You can't say who did it.
Correct.
Or where it happened.
Also correct.
Or even the item that was used for it.
Also correct.
Okay, that's all.
State.
I have nothing else.
Thank you, Doctor. State.
The state has no more witnesses. The state rests.
Okay. At this point, I need you to put your notebooks on your chairs, and you need to give me a couple minutes to address some matters, then we'll be back with you. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Move to dismiss at the completion of the state's case, Your Honor, on all charges, but specifically I want to raise a multiplicity challenge to the newly added charge of hiding a corpse. We started with the mutilation of a corpse charge. The state amended the information, of course, before we began. Raising a multiplicity challenge, I think that these are essentially in this context with the same victim, the same body, essentially the same crime or the same elements, if you will, and I think one should be struck.
The hiding and the mutilating are two different acts, and so they don't have the same elements. They're two different crimes and require two different criminal acts. Certainly they can overlap, as I think the evidence showed they did here, but those are two different crimes. So that would be my response to that.
Just a moment.
Okay, so relative to multiplicity. Multiplicity exists when a defendant is charged in more than one count for a single offense. And the double jeopardy provisions of the state and federal constitutions protect a defendant from being punished twice for the same offense. Under Wisconsin law, we employ a two-pronged test to determine whether charges against a defendant are multiplicitous in nature. First, whether the charged offenses are identical in law and fact. And second, if the offenses are not identical in law and fact, whether the legislature intended the multiple offenses to be brought as a single count. In this particular case, the defense is arguing that the two counts relative to hiding or burying a corpse is charged in count 4, and count 2, mutilation of a corpse, are multiplicitous. So looking at the elements, which is one of the standards that has to be reviewed, I need to look at whether or not the offenses are identical in law and fact. As to the mutilating a corpse, there are two elements. It's first that the defendant dismembered a corpse, and second that the defendant dismembered the corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Looking at count 4, the two elements of hiding or burying a corpse are one, that the defendant hid a corpse. Second, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal the crime. There clearly are different elements in law relative to the two offenses. As to the difference in fact, there are different acts that would be different actions that would be involved in dismembering a corpse versus hiding a corpse. So I think in this particular matter, the two offenses are not identical in law or fact. I next need to look at whether the legislature intended that multiple offenses be brought as a single count. And in so doing, you look at whether or not the legislature, in the drafting and creation of the statutes, set out different elements under Blockberger that amounts to the fact that their intent was to allow for different crimes to be prosecuted under the same subsection. At this point in time, looking at the facts and looking at the law and doing an elements only test, I am going to find that the two offenses moving forward are not multiplicitous and that they are allowable. So I'm denying the defense motion relative to multiplicity. Defense.
Yes, I made a motion for directed verdict on all counts, Your Honor.
Do you wish to make any further argument?
No.
State.
Not unless you would like an argument.
No. So what I can tell you, Mr. Anderson, is at the close of the state's case in chief, what the court has to do is has to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, was the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Or in other words, has the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial in the light most favorable to the state of Wisconsin, could a reasonable jury find you guilty? Looking at the facts underlying this matter, the evidence that's been presented during the course of this trial, to some extent, would be that on April 1st, you were at the Twisted Fisherman with Sade Robinson, that you arrived at 5:09, that she arrived at 5:20, that you both left the premises at a 6:24, that you then proceeded to Duke's on Water, arriving at 6:35, leaving the establishment at 9:04 p.m., that you proceeded to Anderson's home, 3161 South 39th Street, and arrived approximately 9:20 p.m. What we know is that on April 2nd of 2024, at Warnemont Park, at 2:53 a.m., the Civic arrived. At 4:32, the Civic departed. We know that on that same day, the leg of the victim was found. What we also know is that we watched a number of videos that tracked the progress of the vehicle, the Civic, around different aspects of Milwaukee. The videos at no point showed the driver or whether the driver was the sole occupant in the vehicle. at least not clearly. At 4:44 a.m., there was a white spot at a window and a lighter flashing or a lighter appearance in the driver's seat. Whether the white spot was a white hand or the white shadowing was a white person in the driver's seat, or whether that was a glove, that's going to be left to the weigher of credibility. At 7:30 a.m., we know that the Civic was set on fire behind the abandoned building. We know that the seat was in a position that fit a person who's 6'1". We know that your measurements are that on the time this happened, you were 6'1" and a weight was approximately 180 pounds. We heard the testimony that the value of the Civic was approximately $20,000. And based on the videos that were presented, a reasonable jury could conclude that that was you, that was in an approximate distance from the burning vehicle, that you left the area of the burning vehicle shortly after it appears it was set on fire, that you traversed and entered a bus at 8:07 a.m., that you exited the bus at 8:34 a.m., that you were arrested on April 4th, and during the course of the arrest, you were visibly shaking. On April 4th, 5th, and 16th, search warrants were executed at your home. At Galena Park on April 5th, there were parts of the victim that were recovered in the form of different pieces of flesh as well as a left foot. There was blanket found, small flesh, bone, and large piece of human leg on the 6th, and there were ball joints with ligaments recovered on the 7th. From the testimony that was adduced during the course of this hearing, I don't think those bloody gloves that were found on April 9th had anything to do with anything. And we know that the torso with the arm were recovered on Marina Road on the 18th. We heard the testimony from the medical examiner that the death was homicide by unspecified means. And we heard the Life 360 and phone information and tracking information, which reflect that the phone of Sade remained at your house until 9:24 p.m., that the phone ultimately thereafter was not stationary, that it went down Capitol to the Mitchell Parkway to Warnemont Park, remained static at Warnemont from 2:40 to 4:33. It was in Warnemont Park, I believe, from 3 to 4:30 a.m. The last communication with the phone was on East Howard when the battery died. We know that Sade was reported missing on April 2nd, that you were the last person in communication or in presence publicly with her, that the videos of your home were poor quality. The testimony by Detective Rachel Smith was noteworthy. She indicated that she spent hundreds of hours viewing this video of your house and watching those hundreds of videos. And she basically saw the arrival at 9:20 p.m. and that the Civic departed on April 2nd at 12:47 a.m. She went through all of the testimony relative to the timing about the gate opening, the outdoor movement and gate not opening, the silhouette exiting the gate the same size as the fence at 11:25, the light going out at 11:27, 11:42 a person goes into the premises, the motion light goes on for human movement with a person the size of the fence at 11:56. At 11:58, we have human movement at the back gate area. At 12:12, we have the gate closing again. 12:42, we have human movement inside the premises. And ultimately at 12:47 and 20 seconds, we have the Civic leaving the house. We also have the fact that on the bus video, you returned to your residence at 8:42 a.m. wearing the green hooded sweatshirt and dressed differently. We have the fact that you went to the dugout on the following day for work. Noteworthy, we have the photos that were recovered from your home. It's noteworthy that the photos of Sade reflected her buttocks and her underwear pulled down as if the underwear were pulled down with the pants and that it rolled over the pants, which is pretty much just how they were found in the trunk of the vehicle that was set on fire, that you were found walking away from. We also have the fact that there's a photo of a white hand grabbing her right breast and the right breast is the breast that was dismembered from her body on the torso that was recovered. We also have the fact that there was the photo of bleach and what not to combine with bleach, which I think a reasonable inference could be that someone on your phone was looking for information relative to how to clean up something or a crime scene. So looking at all of these factors together, it's a circumstantial case, but as we know, according to our jury instructions, circumstantial evidence may be found to be stronger than direct evidence. And at this point in time, I am going to find that a jury acting reasonably could convict you on all charges as posed. So I'm going to deny the defense motion, and what that means is I'm going to allow this matter to proceed to the jury. They have a different balancing than I have. So at this point, my view is, in the light most favorable to the state, do they have the means to convict? A jury at the conclusion of the case, their job is to determine whether or not the state has proven each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So I deny the defense motion. Have you spoken to your client, or do you need a moment to speak to him?
No, I've, 1 minute, please. Okay, I've spoken to him.
Okay. Have you spoken with your client relative, well, let me ask you this. Do you intend to present any witnesses other than the defendant?
Defense rests.
Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, have you discussed with your attorney your constitutional right to testify as well as your constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has your attorney answered all your questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that in a criminal case, you do not need to prove your innocence, but the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Understood?
Yes.
And you understand that if you choose to testify, you would be subject to cross-examination by these prosecutors.
I understand.
And you understand if you choose not to testify, that cannot be commented on by anyone. That cannot be used against you. Understood?
Yes.
And have you had enough time to discuss this decision to testify or not to testify with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Have your attorneys provided you with their professional opinion?
They have.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, made any promises to you or offered you anything to arrive at this decision?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone, including your lawyers, threatened you or coerced you in any way to arrive at this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about this decision?
No.
Do you believe you're doing this with full understanding?
Yes.
Have you used any drugs or alcohol in the past 24 hours?
No.
Are you taking any medication that would affect your understanding of these proceedings today?
No.
After thinking through everything we just talked about just now, is it still your decision not to testify?
That is my decision.
Attorney Cotton, have you discussed with your client his constitutional right as well as his right to testify as well as his constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, just to be clear, it's been a subject of course discussion throughout this case, including the last 2 nights after trial. We've had jail visits to discuss that. Mr. Findling and I have both discussed it with him.
And are you satisfied he understands what his rights entail?
He does.
And have you advised him of your professional opinion?
Yes.
And are you aware of anyone making any threats or promises, using any force or coercion towards him in respect to this decision?
No, I'm not aware of any such threats.
Are you so satisfied that he's making his decision freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding?
Yes.
I am as well. I in fact find that the defendant is waiving his right to testify, and he's doing so freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and with full understanding. Let's proceed at this point in time to do a conference relative to jury instructions and verdicts. I've printed off new verdicts for you. Prior to the matter being called, the state indicated they were seeking a lesser included on count 1. I did add in 1018. Is that still the state's position?
It is.
Defense, did you wish to be heard on that?
Yes. Give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
It's a new development. Okay, no, I don't need to be heard on that, Judge. I don't have any, I've discussed it with Mr. Anderson, and I don't have an objection to that.
It's basically what I need to look at is whether or not a jury acting reasonably based on the evidence presented during the course of the trial could come to a reasonable decision on a lesser included. And that's the analysis the court has to make when a party requests a lesser included. In this case, I find it's appropriate, and I will add in the lesser included, so we will use 1018. So my intention relative to the instructions would be 100 opening instruction, 115, one defendant, 4 counts. Count 1, 1018, first degree intentional, followed by first degree reckless. Then moving on to 1193, mutilating a corpse. 1408, arson of property other than a building. 1194, hiding or burying a corpse. Then proceeding on to evidence defined, 103. Then 147, improper questions. 148, objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. I don't think I ever struck any testimony. Did I? It was asked, but then I think you withdrew.
Yeah, I don't recall any testimony being stricken.
Attorney Cotton?
Yeah, there was one comment where a witness had said they instead of the civic. That was struck, but.
I'll leave it in. It's it's 2 sentences.
Yeah.
157, remarks of counsel. State, I'm sure you want 170, circumstantial evidence, and 172, circumstantial evidence, flight, escape, concealment.
Yes.
Then 190, weight of evidence. 195, jurors' knowledge. I put in 200, opinion testimony. I took out the word expert because I think that's inappropriate to have in the title. 141, I assume the defense is requesting.
Yes.
201, opinion of a witness. I put that in relative to Detective Donahue's testimony when he was providing an opinion as to his hearing of what was the audio portion of the video. Any objection to that?
No.
And that's,
201.
no, I know that. There's also the recordings played to a jury 158.
So I just,
Covers that, which would cover that.
okay, I can put that in if you'd like me to. I think that it doesn't add much to anything, but I'm happy to.
I think it's redundant.
Yeah.
And what the jury needs to be instructed on is covered in 201. Or, yeah, 201.
Do you want 158 or do you want to just stand with 201?
No, I think it's, I was just pointing out it's essentially covered under 201, so that's fine.
Okay, so you're not requesting an additional one.
Right.
Okay, then I did put in opinion testimony. Again, I took out expert and I put in the hypothetical question because there were a couple of hypotheticals posed. I'll remove 327 because the defendant didn't testify. We had one witness with a prior conviction, but was the question ever asked if he had a prior conviction?
No, it wasn't relevant.
I did not ask him.
And I don't think defense did either. So I'm going to take out 325. Is the defense requesting 315?
Yes.
Okay. 315 is in. I wasn't sure how the evidence would come in, whether or not 247 applied or not. And I'm thinking it does not, unless either side wants it.
I don't think it applies.
No.
Okay, it's gone. Then 300, credibility of witnesses, taking out the paragraph that would only have applied had the defendant testified. Burden of proof and presumption of innocence, closing arguments of counsel, closing instructions, then verdict submitted, and you'll see that I modified 484 to meet the lesser included, and that'll match the verdicts that are in your possession at this point. Then 515, unanimous verdict. Any additional instructions, state, or modification, state seeking?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, I'm going to print you each a fresh copy. It is 2:53. I think we have plenty of time left in the day.
I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Then I'm going to give you 7 minutes, and then we'll start at 3 o'clock with closing arguments. Do I need to set a time limit?
30 minutes would be fine for each of us, I think we discussed.
I do 45.
I'll give you each 45 minutes as a max to be utilized between initial and rebuttal.
Right.
Fair?
Yep.
Okay, I'll print you fresh copies, and we'll start in 7 minutes.
UW Oshkosh, who also does work for the Wisconsin Department of Justice. He talked about what he observed in terms of the bones and how Sade Robinson and her body may have been dismembered. He talked about blunt force trauma being used to crush many of the bones, and that it appeared there had been knife marks from a non-serrated knife used to cut through the flesh, which was at times cutting into those bones. That was the last state witness. The state rested. Immediately after that, the defense rested. They are not calling any additional witnesses beyond those they have cross-examined throughout the course of this trial. And so now it is time for jury instructions and closing arguments. And those closing arguments were set to begin in about 6 or 7 minutes. So we're going to be going back to the courtroom. I'm just leaving it up right now. You can see the clock on the wall. And so it'll be shortly after that we're going to hear the summation from each side. They're going to make their best case. What are we going to hear? Well, let's talk about what we know, what we have learned over 8 long days in this criminal trial. We know that there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that points to Maxwell Anderson. We also know there is no direct evidence that connects Maxwell Anderson to a murder weapon or to a particular bloody crime scene. We did learn a lot more today, though, about the state's theory and what we're going to hear. We heard from witnesses who talked about everything from an ex-girlfriend talking about the secret beach, which happens to be the beach at Warnemount Park, where Sade Robinson's leg was found. She said that he had taken her there many times when they were dating, and they broke up back in 2023. We also heard today a lot of testimony from the forensic investigators and detectives who extracted data from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone, including those crucial photos that appear to show Sade Robinson face down, possibly asleep or passed out, we don't know, with her white sweater, and it appears to be a hand grasping her right breast. It appears to be on the very couch in the living room that we have seen from the photos that investigators took when they did the search warrant of Maxwell Anderson's home. We heard more about the timeline of what was happening with devices, including Maxwell Anderson's phone was shut down. It was not interacting with anyone or anything from 12:09 a.m. after the first date, so just after midnight. There were photographs that were deleted between 12:05 and 12:08, including those photos of Sade apparently on the couch. And at 12:09, the phone stopped interacting. There's no more interaction with a human until 9 a.m. or roughly 9 o'clock in the morning. We haven't heard each side's theory of what that means. We talked to Jonathan Lavoie of Kim and Lavoie earlier, who said the defense is probably going to try to argue that that is consistent with him being asleep at home, that Sade Robinson went home at 12:45, that she was fine, she was alive, she went back to her apartment, and then something terrible happened. And Maxwell Anderson was home the whole time, and then he picks up his phone and he texts her at 10 o'clock or 10:30 in the morning and says, "Morning, how's work going?" We did see that text message today. If that's the theory the defense goes with, there's a problem, and the state is sure to point it out. that at 7:30 in the morning, Maxwell Anderson was spotted near the scene of that car fire, when Sade Robinson's car was set afire in the north side. So while his phone was not interacting, was apparently at home, he was up on the north side, walking around the city, having walked away from the car fire and then getting on an MCTS bus and riding it back home. So if his phone was at home, why was he up on the north side near the fire at Sade Robinson's car? We expect to hear about that. Overall, bottom line, there's a lot of data that shows the movements of Sade Robinson's phone. Here's what we know, what seems indisputable. The two of them went on a date. They went to the Twisted Fisherman. They went to Duke's on Water. After that, it appears now pretty clear from all the evidence that's presented, although I'm not the jury and I'm not making a decision, but there's been an awful lot of evidence presented by the state that suggests they went back to Maxwell Anderson's home. And those pictures today seem to be the sealer on that she was on the couch in his home. We had other evidence that suggested that's exactly where her phone went, that's where her car went. Now we have the photos that show her on the couch. What happened after 12:45? That's the last time her phone is at that location, and then it leaves, and then it is traced for 4 hours, circling around the city and eventually ends near Warnemount Park. We know her car busted through the gate. We know her car went down that service road and ended up down there for about an hour and a half before the car came back out and then went circling around the city again, ended up on the north side, and then the car ends up being set on fire intentionally behind an abandoned property at 29th and Lisbon. We know Maxwell Anderson walked away from that car fire scene. We see him walking down the street with the backpack. We see him show up at the bus. We see him ride that bus back home and get off and go back to his house. That backpack's never been found. We do know that the day, though, he's walking around with that backpack, he's wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Prosecutors found that hooded sweatshirt in a garbage can 2 doors down from his house several days after all of this happened, and they found what was deemed to be a very strong likelihood that Sade Robinson's DNA was a very strong match of her DNA being on the pull-down zipper and inside the pockets and on a sleeve of that coat. How did that get there? Was that something that happened on the date? Was it something innocuous? All we know is, for some reason, it was thrown away in the garbage 2 doors down, and it had Sade Robinson's DNA on it. There was no DNA found at any sort of bloody crime scene. No bloodstains that came back to Sade Robinson. There were bloody gloves found along the beach that turned out to have nothing to do with the case, which you might even ask, why did the state keep bringing it up? Well, it may be that the defense planned to use that as some sort of a diversion to say, look, these gloves don't even belong to Maxwell Anderson. They have somebody else's blood on them altogether. The state seemed to diffuse that by calling it out and saying, you're right, these gloves were irrelevant. They had nothing to do with this case to begin with. In the end, we don't know for certain who was in that car driving around because the windows were foggy and you couldn't see inside. And prosecutors never got a good look at who was behind the wheel from 12:45 in the morning until 6-something when it's driving around the north side and eventually it's set on fire. We do know that Sade Robinson ended up dead, dismembered, her body parts found all along Lake Michigan shoreline, all the way down to Illinois and in parts of northern Milwaukee near where the car was set on fire. We know there's a ton of evidence showing that Maxwell Anderson was connected to her in many ways. In the days leading up to this, they were actually out together at Victor's nightclub 2 nights or 3 nights before all of this happened. And then, of course, went on this date that was deemed by everyone to be a first date together. Whether it was or not, we don't know for certain. In the end, the jury's going to have to look at all of that and make a determination. Is there a reasonable explanation other than Maxwell Anderson? Is there even enough doubt that a reasonable person could go, you know, the defense makes a good point. There's another theory here. We don't have a murder weapon. We don't have a bloody crime scene. And while there was that screenshot deleted from the phone that said something about what doesn't mix with bleach or what shouldn't you mix with bleach, the judge just said, as she was going through making her determination, could a reasonable jury find him guilty in the light most favorable to the state? She pointed out that very thing, the bleach screenshot, saying that looks like it could be evidence of someone looking up information on how to cover up a crime. So if a jury looks at all of that, can they say there's another theory that makes sense? Did she go home? Was Maxwell Anderson, did he just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time where the car fire happened? Or was that not Maxwell Anderson at all? Is it a misidentification? It seems like the defense has a long way to go here. We hear Maxwell Anderson is back in court now, so I imagine we're going to be coming back on the record soon. Closing arguments are about to commence, and it is possible, it sounds actually likely, that the jury may have this case by the end of today, unless for some reason this has to stretch into tomorrow. Each side has been given 45 minutes to deliver its closing argument, so that is going to pretty much close out this Thursday. And then if there is more to go on tomorrow, it may be tomorrow morning when the jury officially gets this case and begins deliberations. But obviously, we're going to keep it right here. We are right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And again, we'll be here until 4 o'clock. In the middle of closing arguments, one of these streams, depending on which stream you're watching right now, one of them is going to switch over to Fox 6 News at 4. But you can get the uninterrupted testimony on our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. So if you're watching and it switches over to the news and you want to keep watching testimony, go to YouTube, go to the Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. You can watch all of those closing arguments there. So I'm hearing now, Bria Jones is reporting that the jury is about to come back in. As soon as the jury is back in and in place, we're going to be taking you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building, room 620, as we get prepared for closing arguments. This is the 8th day of the trial. It is the 7th day of testimony. We have heard from 62 distinct state witnesses, 84 witnesses in all, many of them called several times.
Okay, we are back on the
hear
record.
the judge.
Could all
Let's
of you
head back
pass
out
your
to the safety
notebooks
building.
down towards Deputy Benz, please. So when you were last here, the state rested, subject to rebuttal. Does the defense intend to present any case?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Then at this point in time, I'm deeming the evidence closed. So here's the plan for the afternoon. It is 3:05. I'm going to read to you the instructions, and then we're going to go into closing arguments. I've set time limits because I think it'll help on this case. So each side will have in total a maximum of 45 minutes to utilize during their closings. That's going to get us pretty close to 5 o'clock, and then we'll come back tomorrow for deliberations, okay? So, members of the jury, I will now instruct you upon the principles of law, which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdicts. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion that you might have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law that I in these instructions. Apply the law to the facts in this case, which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence given to you in coming to your conclusions and your verdict in this case. If any member of this jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you should disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only. Now, the first count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, in Milwaukee County, did cause the death of Sade Robinson, another human being, with the intent to kill that person, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant in this case is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must first consider whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you're not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is a less serious degree of criminal homicide. Now, the crime referred to as first-degree intentional and first-degree reckless homicide are different types of homicide. Homicide is the taking of the life of another human being. The degree of homicide is defined by the law, depends on the facts and circumstances of each particular case. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that the defendant cause the death of the victim. First-degree intentional homicide requires the state to prove that the defendant acted with the intent to kill. First-degree reckless homicide requires that the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances which showed utter disregard for human life. It is for you to decide of what type of homicide the defendant is guilty, if guilty at all, according to the instructions which define the two offenses. Now, first-degree intentional homicide is defined in 940.01 of our criminal code and is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill Sade Robinson. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive by itself does not establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of statutory section 940.02 sub 1, which is a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. Now, as I already stated, first-degree reckless homicide is defined in 940.02 sub 1 of our criminal code and is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 3 elements were present. 1, that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson. Cause means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. The 3rd element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all the other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the death, to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time that the death occurred. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson by criminally reckless conduct, and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. You are not in any event to find the defendant guilty of more than one of these offenses. Now, the second count of the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did dismember a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, the defendant has also entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 1 of our criminal code is violated by one who mutilates, disfigures, or dismembers a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant dismembered a corpse. Two, that the defendant dismembered a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. This requires that the defendant acted with the purpose to conceal a crime. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, the third count in the information in this case charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd of 2024, at 2926 West Lisbon Avenue in the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, by means of fire, did intentionally damage the property other than a building of Sade Robinson, valued at $100 or more without that person's consent, contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of this offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Arson is defined in 943.03 of our criminal code and is committed by one who, by means of fire, intentionally damages any property of another without that person's consent if the property is not a building and has a value of $100 or more. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following five elements were present. Number one, that the defendant intentionally damaged a 2020 Honda Civic by means of fire. Damage means injured, charred, defaced, and includes smoke damage. Intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to damage the property of another by means of fire, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the damage to the property. The second element is that the 2020 Honda Civic was the property of another. Property of another means property in which a person other than the defendant has a legal interest, which the defendant has no right to defeat or impair, even though the defendant may also have a legal interest in the property. The third element is that the defendant damaged the property by fire without the owner's consent. The fourth element is the value of the 2020 Honda Civic was $100 or more. And the fifth element is that the defendant knew that the 2020 Honda Civic belonged to another person, and that the other person did not consent to the damage of the property, and that the value of the property was $100 or more. Again, you cannot look into a person's mind to find intent and knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case which bear upon intent and knowledge. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all five elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The fourth count in the information charges that Maxwell Anderson, on or about Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, did hide a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime contrary to Wisconsin statutes. To this charge, again, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means the state must prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Section 940.11 sub 2 of our criminal code is violated by one who hides or buries a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, that the defendant hid a corpse. Two, that the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime. Can't look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in the case bearing upon intent. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you're not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who calls a witness. Second, the exhibits the court receives, whether or not they go to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which I've directed you to find. Anything you have seen or heard outside of this courtroom is not evidence.
You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Disregard entirely any question that I did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what a witness's answer might have been. If a question itself suggested certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not even consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusion from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, I am not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. During the trial, I have ordered certain testimony to be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If a remark suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to the defendant's conduct after an alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, a witness may only testify about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give to this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which an opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. The identification of the defendant is an issue in this case, and you should give it your careful attention. You should consider the reliability of any identification made by a witness, whether made in or out of court. You should consider the credibility of a witness making an identification of the defendant in the same way you consider credibility of any other witness. Identification evidence involves an expression of belief or impression by a witness. Its value depends on the opportunity the witness had to observe the offender at the time of the offense and later to make a reliable identification. Consider a witness's opportunity for observation, how long the observation lasted, how close a witness was, the lighting, the mental state of the witness at the time, the physical ability of the witness to see and hear events, and any other circumstances of the observation. You should also consider the period of time which elapses between a witness's observation and the identification of the defendant, and any intervening events which may have affected or influenced the identification. In evaluating the identification evidence, you are to consider those factors which might affect human perception and memory and all the influences and circumstances relating to the identification. Then give the evidence the weight you believe it should receive. If you find that the crime alleged was committed, before you may find the defendant guilty, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, in this case, Detective Casey Donahue was allowed to give an opinion as to what he heard on a video-audio recording. In determining the weight you give to this opinion, you should consider the witness's opportunity to observe what happened and the extent to which the opinion is based on that observation. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by the opinion of any witness. During the trial, a witness was told to assume certain facts and then was asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. The opinion does not establish the truth of the facts upon which it is based. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it was based have been proved. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based on those facts should not be given any weight. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on a witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of the trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or the lack of clearness of the witness's recollection, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you, and you should do the same thing here. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs in life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions that I have given to you. State, are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Please do so.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this trial, I told you that I was going to ask you to do two things then. I'm asking you to do the same two things now, and to use your common sense and search for the truth. That is what the bulk of those instructions are telling you to do. You have heard all of the evidence in this case. You have heard from dozens of witnesses. You have seen hundreds of images, watched stacks of videos. You are fully equipped to determine what the facts are, what it is that happened on April 1st and April 2nd. All of that information has rendered you capable of rendering fair and rational verdicts. And the judge has instructed you on the law, and shortly, probably not today, but when you come back tomorrow, it's going to be your time to let your voice heard after hearing everything that you have heard. On the night of April 1st, 2024, into April 2nd, 2024, Sade Robinson was murdered. She was taken to Warnemont Park, cut into pieces, dispersed mostly into Lake Michigan. her car taken to the north side of Milwaukee and burned behind an abandoned building at 30th and Lisbon. And the evidence in this case has shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that the individual responsible for those intentional acts is Maxwell Anderson. This is my opportunity to summarize the evidence for you, and I'm going to do it in kind of essentially the form of a timeline on the TV screen here. So we'll start out with Sade's day. And Sade Robinson, she was a 19-year-old young woman just coming into adulthood. She was anything and everything that any 19-year-old would want to be. She worked a job. She worked 2 jobs. She went to MATC. She was supporting herself. She had her small Lower East Side apartment, modest. And most of all, she was loved and respected by her family. She was fun, social, and clearly anybody knew her, cared about her deeply, until she came into contact with 33-year-old Maxwell Anderson. At 9 a.m., April 1st, Sade left her apartment at 1858 North Commerce Street. She is wearing the last clothes, Pizza Shuttle over there on North Farwell Avenue on the Lower East Side around 9:15 a.m., and she worked her shift, just like any other day of her life. Beginning around 4:15 p.m., she began texting with Maxwell Anderson. They had met the previous weekend at Victor's. You saw the video of her going into Victor's and then him walking her out. And it's clear that they were intending to meet up that night. And Maxwell Anderson says, why not Twisted Fisherman? And this text conversation begins around 4:15 p.m., and they agree to meet there shortly after 5 p.m. We know from the cellular records where each of them are at those times. Maxwell Anderson is over at his house on South 39th Street, and Sade is up here at Twisted Fisherman. When her shift is over, she goes to meet him at the Twisted Fisherman. Maxwell Anderson takes an Uber ride. Sade leaves work at 5. And the phone information shows them both moving towards the Twisted Fisherman right around the same time. And we know that Maxwell Anderson walks in to the Twisted Fisherman at 5:09 p.m. wearing that black Carhartt shirt that would later be found in his laundry, and the red plaid jacket that police found inside Maxwell Anderson's house that you know has Sade Robinson's DNA on it and Maxwell Anderson's DNA on it. 5:11, 2 minutes after he gets there, he sits down at the bar. He sends a text to Sade, just got to Twisted. Sade arrives around 5:20. We know that from about 5:20 p.m. to 6:24 p.m., the two of them sit at Twisted Fisherman. They eat, they have some drinks. They both take shots. In fact, at one point, Sade turns down a shot. But they're just hanging out. And after 6:24 p.m., the two of them leave Twisted Fisherman together. They walk out and they walk together to Sade Robinson's 2020 Honda Civic that she has driven there. Sade drives the two of them from Twisted Fisherman to Dukes on Water. We know they travel to Dukes on Water between 6:24 p.m., arriving there just around 6:33 p.m., and you saw the video of them parking. Sade, again, driving, Maxwell Anderson riding passenger, just the two of them. They walk into Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m., consistent with the phone information showing them arrive at Dukes on Water at 6:36 p.m. At 9:03 p.m., actually, I'll go back up. They stay there. They hang out right here. Maxwell Anderson is drinking. He's having multiple drinks. Sade's got a couple drinks. Mr. Anderson takes it upon himself to play a few games of bar dice, and he takes several shots. But at no point at any time when they're at Twisted Fisherman or Dukes on Water is Sade Robinson doing anything that comes close to excessive drinking or anything like that. In fact, when you watch her on these videos, she is totally coherent. She has her wits about her. When they leave at 9:03 p.m., she's fine. They walk out together. She's not stumbling. She's totally fine. They walk together to her car. She gets in the driver's seat and he gets in the passenger seat, and it's just the two of them who leave the bar together. And ladies and gentlemen, this video right here that's playing on the screen and the surrounding videos that watch Sade going into her car, this is the last time Sade Robinson was in public with anybody else. That young lady who's in Dukes, who she gives a hug to at the end of the night when they're leaving, that's the last person other than the defendant who she was with, who she had contact with. That's what the evidence shows. After this time, they leave, and we know exactly what route they took. Through the videos from downtown, they drove Sade Robinson driving, Mr. Anderson riding passenger. They take McKinley up. They get on the interstate. They drive to the south side. This is occurring from 9:04 to 9:14 p.m. By 9:14 to 9:25, they're getting off the interstate, heading westbound on Morgan Avenue. It's the Holt Avenue exit, but it's Morgan Avenue to the west of the interstate. And they go and they arrive at his residence just around 9:20 to 9:25 p.m. That's what the phone records confirm. And that is what the videos, here's one of them from around Sade's residence, show as well. You had the videos of them pulling into the alley. All of this confirming, by the way, that Sade Robinson's phone is essentially wherever her car is that night, right? It's at Pizza Shuttle when she's working, it's at Twisted Fisherman when she's there, and it goes back to her with Maxwell Anderson after they leave Dukes. And they don't stop anywhere. Remember that. When they leave Dukes, they don't stop anywhere. It's a continuous trip on that Life 360 app from Dukes to Mr. Anderson's home, and they arrive there at 9:20 p.m. And we know that after 9:20 p.m., 9:23, this is that really small video that shows them coming into his backyard at 9:24 p.m. She has parked her car in the alley, just the two of them, and they come inside at 9:24. And by 9:25 p.m., they are upstairs. That motion light is on. And you heard from the detective who watched this video for hundreds of hours. You saw a lot of the clips from here overnight, some of them pretty cumbersome, but what did that establish that happened? It established that they were both there in Maxwell Anderson's apartment, and there is constant movement coming from that upstairs front window, starting at 9:25 p.m. when they're up there and going essentially on and off all the way up until 12:45 a.m., at which time all movement at that house, in that front window, and in that backyard by that back gate stops. What else happens in that time? You see movement beginning at 11:24 p.m. in the side yard. Here's the slide that shows their phones remaining there, corroborating what the video shows of her car arriving there as well. At 11:25 p.m., we see that movement in the side yard beginning. Then there's movement again after 11:25 p.m. on and off in that above front room. 12:05 to 12:08 a.m., what do we know is happening? We know that Maxwell Anderson is on his phone, traversing his photo gallery, where he has, by 12:05, already acquired pictures, already taken pictures of Sade Robinson incapacitated on his couch. She is face down. Her face is buried in his couch cushion. He has her breast exposed, and he is grabbing her right breast, the breast that would later be cut off of her body, and pulling her pants down. And you know from the search warrant of the house, this right here is that brown ottoman. This right here is the red couch. Between the movement in that front window and these photographs, you know that Sade Robinson became incapacitated while she was in that front room of Maxwell Anderson's house, laying on his couch, face down. She is out of it there. Out of it. He is grabbing her because he knows he can, because she's not going to do anything about it. She has no power. You can see that in those photos. Her face down in the cushions. 12:44 a.m., This is the last movement in that side yard. And if you recall, I made it a point to ask about the two blinking lights from her car, the Honda Civic. You saw it in the video from when they left Dukes on Water, and you see it in this video from across the street. It's faint, but it's there. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where Maxwell Anderson is removing Sade's body from his house, taking her to the car. It's now time to get rid of her, and he's got to do it in her car. He needs the car away from his home. He needs to get rid of anything that's going to tie her back to his home. He needs that car gone. He needs her gone. 12:47 a.m. is when we see the car leaving the house, going southbound, exiting onto Euclid, and from there you saw an exhausting amount of videos showing the car driving away from his house, northbound to the north side of Milwaukee. That was 12:49, 12:51 going northbound on 35th Street, passing Badger Ham, 12:53 a.m. northbound, passing 35th and Greenfield, and eventually we get the exact route that is taken when we get the phone records. He drove northbound on 35th, he went to the downtown area, and he ultimately exited the interstate just prior to 1 o'clock a.m. Remember, this timestamp was off by about 2 minutes and I thought it was 2 minutes, 40 seconds or so that the detective said. That is her car. We know it's her car because this camera happens to have a license plate reader. And that license plate reader is putting her on that exit ramp downtown at the exact same time that her phone, her Life 360 and Verizon records show that car would be exiting at that same time. What can you conclude from that? You can conclude that her phone is in that car. She's in that car. Someone's driving that car. It's Maxwell Anderson. Continues to drive. He goes up Commerce, passes by her apartment building. I know something of defense was trying to make some note of it. They never stop at her apartment building. There's no evidence that happened whatsoever, and the detectives reviewed hours and hours of video footage from her apartment building to ensure that car never came back and that Sade never came back to the apartment. He didn't stop there, and these records confirm that. What does he do? He drives the car with her body up into the River West area by about 1:33 a.m. There he is at 106, driving her past Commerce Street, passing Lakefront Brewery. And then he heads into River West. You saw the video of the car in River West off of Dowsman near Pleasant Valley Park along the Milwaukee River. And what do we know happens while he's out and about driving around? His phone dies. He leaves his phone behind. That was done on purpose. Because look at all the records we have showing where her phone traveled and where his phone traveled before this time. He left it behind to cover up. That's why he did that. And we know that because we looked at it, and you heard from the analyst today who said that all activity on that cell phone stopped after 12:08 a.m., right after he's deleting pictures of Sade Robinson on his phone, of him grabbing her. Phone dies at 1:35 a.m. while he's driving her car around trying to get rid of her and trying to get rid of the car. He goes down Capitol. You saw the two videos showing the car going down Capitol. He doubles back towards the interstate. And by 2:20 to 2:25, he's back on the interstate heading back towards downtown. He eventually goes down through downtown on Interstate 94, ends up heading sort of west over to Greenfield, and then he comes back. And where do we know that he's heading at this time? He's heading to Warnemont Park. The phone records show that between 2:34 and 2:39, he's on the interstate, getting off on College Avenue. We saw the video of him exiting on College Avenue, and you saw the video of the car going through the airport tunnel in the direction of Warnemont Park. No stops being made, by the way. 2:51, he's passing by St. Luke's Hospital, going north on Lake Drive, all in an effort to ultimately end right here, Warnemont Park, Keep in mind what Agent Reinerth testified to, the 4 dwellings that Sade Robinson's Life 360 showed. There were 4 of them. Twisted Fisherman, her own work, or excuse me, Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's house, and Warnemont Park, where she ends up. And her phone stays there for over 2.5 hours. Excuse me, an hour and a half. 2:52 is the arrival time, 4:33 a.m. That's the time the phone is there. We know at 2:52, her car is passing by the water department. And by 2:53 a.m., this was one of the first videos we saw, there's the Honda Civic going down Pulaski Avenue, going down the service road and ramming the gate to get down that service road, that steep road that you saw a photo of today when Chloe Wright was testifying. Why ram the gate? He knows how to get down there without ramming the gate. You saw a photo of the place, the way that they would walk down. You ram the gate because there is a body in the car that you have to get rid of, that you can't carry. He rams the gate. We know it's using her car because the crime lab fitted the broken pieces of Honda back to her vehicle. No question about whose car was used to ram that gate. It was Sade Robinson's Honda Civic. From 2:52 to 4:30 a.m., like I said, the phone remains in that location. What is that location? That is Maxwell Anderson's secret beach. It's the place, of all the places in Milwaukee County to go, of all the places to go, Sade's body ends up at his secret beach. He chose that location on purpose. You heard the reasons why today. It's secluded. He didn't even want to tell Chloe Wright what the name of the place was. He wants to keep it to himself. And you've seen the photos of it. You've seen how high those cliffs are. This is the middle of the night on a Monday into a Tuesday in a rainy early April evening. No one's going to catch him in the act. It's pitch black down there. It's the perfect place in his mind to take her to accomplish this, because he knew he had work to do. He needed to cut her up and get rid of her. So he takes her to a place he knows and a place he trusts, a place he knows he's not going to get caught. You saw the videos of the person who we now know as Maxwell Anderson ascending and descending the bluffs on the north side of the pump house, the side where her leg would later be found on April 2nd, going up the exact paths that Chloe Wright told you they would take to go down there and hang out. The exact paths. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen, where he is cutting up her body. She is dead. Now it's time for him to get rid of her. So that's where he goes. He takes her to his place. You saw in the video when he's coming up the bluff at 4:26 a.m., he's down there for over an hour and a half. And in that time, you heard gruesomely all that was done to Sade. All the cutting, the blunt force trauma to her bones, all of it done to get rid of her, to make her disappear. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he tried to do. And he did it in this time frame, from about 3 a.m. when he got there to 4:30 when he left. Now is time for him to get rid of her car. So what does he do? 4:34, he drives her car out of Warnemont Park. We know he heads northbound on Lake Drive. We know that because Sade's phone is still in his car. Here's the record showing the direction of travel. From the site where the leg is found, her body is dispersed, headed northbound on Lake Drive, westbound on Howard Avenue here until the phone goes off the network. There's the video of him going by. And there's the last clip before it gets to the north side. And by 4:50 a.m., it is at 27th and Wells, where you can see the driver is a white person. You can see that in this video, and you can see how fogged up it is, and you can see how there's something covering the back window. He then drives north, circles the area of 32nd and Vliet, tries to go down this dead end near 34th and McKinley, but activates a ring light, so he decides, I got to go to a different place than this. There's no reason for him to drive down that street. Circles around until about 5:20 a.m. when he goes off camera and reappears at 6:50. And it is at this point, ladies and gentlemen, that he is in the 31st and Galena playground. This is the area where her leg is found, her left leg. That gap shows that during that time period, he went into that playground to dispose of her leg. By 7:30 a.m., you saw the video of him walking away from the burning car, where we now know from the crime lab he used an ignitable petroleum distillate to light the car on fire. And he walks away. And the trail of videos capture him walking southbound on 30th. He goes down Walnut Street. Trail of videos captures him all the way at 8:12 when he boards a Milwaukee County Transit bus, where his face is clearly visible, clear as day, and he's wearing a hoodie, that gray hoodie that would later end up in a dumpster 2 houses down from his. Tried to get rid of it, but he didn't. They found it. And whose DNA is on the hoodie? That is not the hoodie he's wearing on the date, by the way. That's the hoodie he's wearing after he has just dismembered a body and burned a car. And whose DNA is on it? His and Sade's. What are the chances of that? It's because he did it. It's because he's responsible. And he takes the bus home. He sits there, not a single time pulling out his phone. Why? Because he left it back home on purpose. And then by 8:42, walking in his back gate with that massive backpack that we have never found. He got rid of it. And whatever else was in it and whatever else was used, he tried to get rid of everything. He tried to cover up. And what does he do after he gets home? He powers up his phone and he sends a text. Morning, how's work going? Disgusting. Right after he's just burned her car, killed her. Why did he do that? He's covering up. He's trying to cover his tracks. He's trying to make sure everything seems normal. Same reason he went to work that day. Couldn't let his routine go out. He needed to maintain appearances, despite the fact that in the middle of the night, he's out cutting up a human body and burning a car. And by 5:29, Sade's leg is found on April 2nd. By 9 p.m. that day, she's reported missing and the welfare checks begin. By 1 p.m. on the 4th, Mr. Anderson's arrested. And we know that in the subsequent days and month later, April 18th, May 11th, additional body parts are found. Her head, her right breast have never been found. He succeeded in getting rid of those. That's what happened. Those are the facts. That's what the evidence showed. Now you have to decide, based on the law given to you, the crimes. I want to focus on the homicide count. There's 4 charges. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 are pretty self-explanatory, and you have them in writing. Mutilating a corpse, hiding a corpse. Counts 2 and 4 are essentially the same elements. Count 3, the arson, pretty self-explanatory. But now you're given this first-degree intentional as well as first-degree reckless homicide. First-degree intentional homicide has 2 elements that I have to prove. I have to prove that the defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson and acted with the intent to kill. While the law requires that he acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that that intent exists for any given period of time. In fact, it says it may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act. And you're also instructed that intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary, proof of motive is not. Motive being the reason why someone did something. That's not what we have to prove. We have to prove intent. And only if you don't all agree that he is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, which I'm confident you will, do you even look at first-degree reckless homicide. The defendant caused the death of Sade Robinson, caused the death by criminally reckless conduct under circumstances that showed utter disregard for human life. Did he show any regard for life at all? No. So how do we know this was intentional? Everything you heard shows this was intentional. Consider all the things he intentionally did and the reasonable inferences from those actions. At 9:25 p.m., when Sade drives him and herself to his house, just the two of them, they went inside, and we know from before that she is coherent, she is not drinking excessively, she's in control of herself. But by 12:05, she is completely incapacitated, face down on his couch. And Anderson is grabbing her exposed right breast with no reaction from her whatsoever. He's pulling her pants down, taking photos while doing these things. This shows she was completely incapacitated, if not deceased, by that time. Consider all the acts to this point. He has her at his house, on his furniture, completely deprived of any strength or power over herself. He's then taking pictures and then intentionally takes her car and her and drives her away because he's now got to get her out of there, and he has to separate himself from her and her car. He drives with seemingly minimal direction, leaves his phones behind, brings with him a huge bag, some kind of a tool to cut up the body, takes her to a place he knows well, all done in the middle of the night. He takes her to Warnemont Park, cuts her body up, drives away, goes to the north side, goes to the 31st and Galena playground, discards her leg. He intentionally picks an abandoned building to leave her car behind, something that he has no connection to. Intentionally stuffs her clothing that she is wearing that night. The underpants literally pulled off of her body, still in the jeans when they're found partially burned in her trunk. Stuffs her clothes in her trunk. Uses a petroleum distillate to light the car on fire. All of that stuff was done on purpose. He then heads home, powers up his phone, and texts her. Everything about this is intentional. If it was unintentional, if it was anything else, you don't cut her up and do everything you can to get rid of her. If it was an accident, you get her some help. You don't try to make her disappear. And we know from the medical examiner, there is no other explanation. There was no natural disease, no toxicology reason whatsoever for this. If it was unintentional, he wouldn't have had the wherewithal to do everything he did so quickly. Think about it. In just hours, she went from literally driving a car to being incapacitated and him somehow being able to pull off getting her to Warnemont Park and cutting her up. He's only able to do that if he knew what he was doing, knew how he wanted to do it. This only happens with the intent to kill. Consider what Dr. Karsten today and the medical examiner talked about, the amount of work done to break her bones and cut up her limbs and cut off her head. The efforts to cover this up were extraordinary and they were horrific. Consider the cutting off of her breast, her right breast. That's not something you do unless you have a desire to do it. It doesn't facilitate getting rid of the body. It takes additional time. He did it because he wanted to do it. All the stab wounds near her breast and on her torso. That was done out of a sick desire to do harm to her. That's the only reason that is done. Cutting off the breast, dismembering limbs, beheading her. Those acts, simply put, ladies and gentlemen, are the acts of a killer. They are not the acts of someone who is acting on impulse in a moment or acting on emotion. Who does this? What kind of person cuts someone's head off? A killer who's trying to get away with killing. His actions afterwards betray any innocence. That's how the evidence
shows that what Maxwell Anderson did to Sade Robinson was an intentional homicide. There is no question behind the intent, and there's no question about the person responsible for doing it. The killer is him. He's the last person to be with her, the last one texting her, the last one whose residence she was at, the last one who had her car, the last one who had her phone, the last one who was with her. The one who burned her car. He did everything he could to try to get away with it. He tried to cover up. He tried to fool the police. He's trying to fool all of you, but he doesn't get to do that. You've all seen the evidence. It's time that you let the evidence speak the truth and you find him guilty.
I'm going to take that down then, or just close it. Good afternoon, everyone. Wanted to start by telling you what the purpose of closing argument is. It's, of course, my chance to speak to you. This is my last chance to speak to you as jurors. I don't get a rebuttal. The state does, so they still have an opportunity to come up here and speak to you again. This is the only opportunity that I have, and so I just wanted you to be aware of that. When I got up here in opening, feels like ages ago now, it was 2 weeks ago when I stood up here and talked to all of you, and you've listened to a lot of testimony, I asked you to keep an open mind and to study the evidence closely. And I'm going to make the same request of you here today, tomorrow, when you deliberate, to study the evidence closely. You've been given a mountain of materials, and the judge has read a lot of instructions to you, and I want to talk a little bit about those instructions because as you hear Judge Crivello reading the instructions, it sort of goes on, but you're going to be given copies of those to take back with you to study closely and examine. And I ask that you look at those closely and pay careful attention to everything you heard in this case. The most important principle in the criminal justice system is the idea that a person can only be convicted if the district attorney's office has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. That principle has been with us for hundreds of years since the country was founded. The reason why that principle is so important is because it's crucial that when somebody is charged with the most serious of crimes, that we have absolute proof beyond a reasonable doubt by the district attorney's office, that when they decide to bring such serious charges against a person, that you are convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that in fact Mr. Anderson committed each one of these crimes. When Judge Crivello spoke to you, she talked about what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. So you can look at evidence as well as lack of evidence. It means such a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence, meaning any of us, to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. And of course, this is the most important affairs of life because you are deciding Mr. Anderson's guilt on, or whether he's not guilty on each of the counts. Another important instruction the judge had read is that each verdict, each count in this case, requires a separate analysis. And when I listened to the state's closing, I heard a lot about what their theory is with respect to intentional acts that they believe were committed after Sade passed away. I heard a lot about intentional acts that Mr. Vance Cruzan talked about in opening and again here in closing. But I want to emphasize that when you go back to the jury room and you evaluate the evidence, you are required to evaluate each count separately. And what the judge told you, what Judge Crivello said when she read the instructions a little bit ago, is that your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Why is that important? It's important because this is a highly emotional case, obviously. We all know that. We all know that it's that type of case. And we'll just call a spade a spade. I mean, we have a victim's family sitting right here. We just heard them applause when the state finished their argument. I don't criticize them at all, what they're going through. It's not at all what I'm here to do. I can't even imagine it. Can't imagine it. But here's how the system works. We get 12 jurors together. We have 15 of you here. and you've been amazing jurors, all of you, here on time, ready to go, listen to everything. And what we try to do when we're representing somebody and representing Mr. Anderson is we try to pay attention to what's happening in court, but also all of you, because your decision is what really matters. It's not what Mr. Vance Krzan says. It's not what I say. It's really what all of you say once you go back in that jury room and carefully consider the evidence or lack of evidence. And it's important to evaluate each one of these counts separately. And the judge told you, as hard as that can be in cases like this, to try to check your emotions at the door. I know it's hard. I don't think any of us envy any of aspect of what our jobs are. We all have a job to do. The most important job is yours. And it's to check your emotion at the door, put aside passion, put aside prejudice, and look at the case from the evidence. That's all I ask you to do. And on each count, render a separate verdict unanimously. All of you agree. And there's a number of things I could say to you. The idea here is that each side is given 45 minutes. I don't know if I need 45 minutes when you've sat here and heard everything the same way I've heard everything, and the same way the state has heard everything. We try to look at the jurors to see some people are taking lots of notes, some people are taking less notes, and at the end of the day, really it's just what you remember and what you ask to see. That's what counts. And you can ask to see anything. You can make a request when you go back there of the judge to view videos again, if that's something that you'd like to do, or look at DNA reports or look at photographs. You can make those requests, and I would encourage you to do so. And so I'm going to touch on some of the points that I think are important. You may agree with me, disagree with me, but this is my chance to present to you what I think are the important points in Max's defense. We do have separate crimes that are charged here. Obviously, if we broke them into sort of broad categories, there's the state's theory that Max intended to kill Sade Robinson. So that seems to be the glaring charge, of course, that is here. We also have charges of dismemberment, hiding a corpse, and arson of a vehicle. I'm not going to go through each of the elements of every one of these crimes with all of you, because that will go back with you to the jury room, and you can read those and decide. But we start with the fact that everything the state showed you in this case was that Max had met Sade. You saw the videos that were just played again in closing. The two of them met each other, and the two of them went out in public. They texted, they made arrangements to go out, and they went to places. You watch the videos, they went to places that Max is known. Places where he was interacting in a friendly way with bartenders, where people were talking to him on a first name basis, where he's shaking hands with people, where he's having normal drinks, normal behavior. They go to Twisted Fisherman, they spend time there together. There's nothing in the videos that you've seen that suggests that Max is planning to do anything like an intentional homicide. There's nothing in the text messages that even comes close to suggesting that. Because of course, intent does have to be formed at some point, as they just said, and as the judge told you, before a person passes away. Nothing about the Twisted Fisherman video shows for 1 minute an intent to kill. And the same is true with Dukes. They go there, they're sitting at the edge of the bar, they're playing beer pong with another couple that shows up. Again, you can see, even if you want to watch the video again, you can see when Max leaves, he's saying goodbye to people that know him. Obviously, he used to work at Twisted Fisherman, we know, because he had to pick up his W-2 there. He's known at Dukes. So this is not any evidence at all that Max intended to kill Sade. And like many people do, they went out after drinking and they went back to his house. We asked you in jury selection, all of you, we asked the question of whether or not you would insist that a defendant testify. The defendant has a constitutional right not to. That's a hard principle for some people to embrace. You don't have to testify. The system doesn't require that. It's human nature. It's to want to hear sometimes, you know, like we say to our children sometimes, what did you do? What happened? Give me the side of your story. But that's how we handle things in our personal lives and not what is required here in court. And I am just going to address the elephant in the room. Max didn't testify, right? We all saw that. And maybe some of you were thinking to yourselves that you wanted to hear from him. Maybe all of you were thinking that. Certainly, members of the public might have been thinking that. But he's not required to do that. The judge told you that. He's not required to give any explanation or prove his innocence. System does not ever require a defendant to prove their innocence. It requires the state to prove that he intentionally killed her. I didn't see any evidence of intent when I sat through this trial. The state points out things that they say Mr. Anderson did after the fact, which would demonstrate, if he had done it, an intent to commit other crimes, mutilation of a corpse. But I didn't see anything, and I listened carefully, and I know all of you did too, that shows any intent to kill. And that's how it started, and now there's a reckless homicide charge that you're supposed to consider as well, but I didn't see or hear any testimony about Mr. Anderson acting recklessly towards Sade at all. And those elements have to be proven. It has to be proven. In words, as the jury instruction said, words, actions, behavior before the event. Well, what are they pointing to? I'm asking that question. What are they pointing to? They're pointing to things afterwards that they say Mr. Anderson did, which they want you to bootstrap into a conviction on an intentional homicide. But that's not what the law says you're supposed to do. The law says you're supposed to look at each count separately. The law says that a defendant doesn't have to prove his innocence. The law says that they have to prove intent or recklessness beyond a reasonable doubt. The highest possible burden you could imagine. Not just that we think he might have done it, or last person with her could have done it, but that he intended to do it, or that he did it recklessly. And I don't know, based on this record, candidly, how she died. I don't know that any of us do. The medical examiner doesn't. Medical examiner is unable to tell us that answer. It's their job. Certainly the anthropologist we heard from doesn't know. And I talked about this with all of you in opening, that they have the burden to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they don't, we don't have to put on any evidence. We don't have to put Max on the stand. We don't have to call witnesses to say A, B, and C. And I told you in opening, we weren't going to dispute, I forget what I said exactly, but I probably said we won't dispute 90+% of the case, because we don't. Everything Mr. Vance Curzan just showed you about the vehicle traveling to these locations, we dispute the big things, that it's Mr. Anderson intending to kill her or recklessly kill her. We dispute that he committed the other crimes, but the fact that they went on a date, the fact that they were together, the fact that they were friendly with each other, they drank, no dispute. The vehicle being shown on camera all over the place, the locations it went, no dispute. What we do dispute are a number of important points that I don't think have been proven. You never once see Max getting into this Honda Civic. Nor do you see him getting out of the Honda Civic. You don't see him get in and you don't see him get out. And there was a video that was played very early on in the trial that all of you will remember because it was day 1 or day 2, but there was a video of the Honda Civic when it is in flames, basically on Lisbon Avenue, if we all remember that. And there's 2 women on the street who are on tape pointing in that direction. And you can obviously see that Max is in that area. I told you in opening, sometimes people can be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't have to prove, I have no burden to prove why Max was in that area. That is burden shifting, is not required. They have to prove that he was the one that exited the driver's door of that car and lit it on fire. They did not call either of those women in their case. They could have. They could have chosen to call either of those 2 women on the street and put them on the stand and say, is that the guy who lit the car or is that the guy walking near the car? Big difference. They could have asked him any question they wanted. Of course, we would have been able to ask questions too, but they could have put, her name is Laura Dyer, you heard that through other witnesses. They could have put Laura Dyer on the stand and asked her, who were you pointing to? What were you seeing? What did you observe in the minutes leading up to that? Who got out of the car? What side did they get out of, ma'am? What side did they get out of? If they got out of the car, how did they light the car on fire? They could have asked all of those questions and answered all of those questions for you. And we know for sure that she was shown a photo array because I asked one of the detectives about the photo array procedure. We know for sure it was shown, and they didn't introduce it. I'm not here to hide a thing. Study it all. Study every piece of evidence that they gave you in this case. But they didn't call Laura Dyer, who I would argue would be the one witness you would call in your case if you wanted to prove that Max lit that car on fire, instead of being near it. And if we work from there forward, if we look at his behavior afterwards, Max's behavior, it's Max there, his behavior afterwards, they haven't proven what was in his backpack. But if we look at his behavior afterwards, he is not, as they just said, concealing his identity. Now, if you lit a car on fire, there's 4 ways you can go: north, south, east, or west. And I would argue that the last direction you would go is right down to Lisbon Avenue if you did that, onto a public street with cars whizzing by and buzzes everywhere and getting on a public bus. Actually, if you looked at the video, there's an alley right there. The more logical way to go is just dart up through that alley, get away, duck through houses and backyards and run. Max is walking. But look at his shoes, because their theory that they've given you in this case is that Max, prior to this, first of all, their theory is he killed her in his house without Pete Warbington hearing a thing, who's right below him. No struggle, no stabbing, no nothing, no help, nothing. But their theory is he killed her there. But then in the rainy day, pouring rain for days, muddy path down to Warnemont Beach, their theory is that Max did all of that. Why on earth, when he is walking on Lisbon Avenue, and you can watch the videos, look at the shoes. They're pure white soles, at least the sides. Even the detectives testified to that. His shoes are white. Somebody who has been trudging through the mud, dispersing body parts in Warnemont Park in the pouring rain, in the bad conditions, does not have white shoes. No way. Muddy shoes, for sure. Watch the whole bus video. He doesn't, as they said, he doesn't pull out a phone or he sits there the whole time. Shoes are white. That is inconsistent with somebody having been at Warnemont Beach earlier and doing all of these things just a few hours earlier that they say. The sweatshirt that was located in the trash can, we had some testimony a few days about that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if it was planted. I don't know how that sweatshirt got in that trash can. But I know that if somebody was trying to destroy evidence, they could burn it right in the backyard. There's a burn pit right there, and they would be unlikely to ditch it right in the alley 2 houses down from them. Seems like a really unlikely thing to do. But what you didn't hear about the sweatshirt, and we know it's found on April 12th. After Max has been arrested, he was arrested on April 4th. So 8 days later, they find the sweatshirt. And how on earth is a detective, I think it was Lopez, how on earth is a detective on April 8th, he told you his job was to go down this alley to look in the trash cans. Remember, he was going to go look for clothes or evidence. If you were going down an alley to look for clothes or evidence, and he's now telling you, I remember seeing a sweatshirt in a trash can, but I just left it there. His job was to look for a sweatshirt or any clothes. I just find it really hard to believe. I think he's not being honest when he says that. I find it really hard to believe that if you found a sweatshirt in a trash can when that was your job to go the alley behind Max's home, you would grab it. And the trash came through on April 8th. Max is in jail. And there is none of Sade's blood on that sweatshirt. We were just told, again, he's wearing that sweatshirt supposedly when he dismembered a human corpse. The amount of blood and bodily fluid that would require, look at the video of him on the bus. If you can see a speck, there's no gloves on him. There are gloves at Warnemont Beach, which exclude him, but there's no blood on him at all. There's nothing on his hands. He's not wearing gloves. Max's DNA is also not on the driver's door of Sade's car, which is lit on fire, but her DNA is. So if their theory is that the DNA on the car driver's door was washed off by the fire department, why is Sade's DNA there? And his isn't. It's because he didn't close the driver's door. It was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And they swabbed everything. It was really boring some of the aspects of the trial were really boring for all of us because you had to sit here and watch grainy videos of what a detective thinks they see upstairs, and you have to listen to us on our end bore you, unfortunately, at times by going through all of the DNA evidence. But for crying out loud, this was the most swabbed home I've ever seen in my life. Swabbed everything. Everything. Ask for the report. None of Sade's blood is anywhere in that home. But she's been stabbed. He doesn't have any blood on him at all for a stabbing. And they don't have any weapon that they can connect to him that he ever used for this stabbing. Or however she died, they don't know. But they do know for sure the DNA excludes him. It excludes him because her blood isn't in his home. Her DNA isn't anywhere in there. There's no smell of bleach. There's no indication he cleaned up. I would argue this does not look like a cleaned up place at all. Look at the photos. And there was a hair found on a proximal bone, one of Sade's bones, the hair that was found, and they thought for sure that's going to be Max's hair. We have a hair on a bone. I guarantee that's why they tested it. And look at the report. The hair on one of Sade's bones excluded him. Wasn't his. The video of the house, there's look at the pictures if you want to. It's grainy, it's poor quality. I also heard Rachel Smith said she spent 100 hours or whatever she said about the quantity of hours looking at video. The reality about the video is, again, we don't dispute that Max and Sade went back to his house. We don't dispute that they were there. Which silhouette is what or what it shows, your guess is as good as mine. I know that the FBI could look at it if they wanted to and was never asked of them to do that. They offer a witness with no specialized training in an effort to convict Max of homicide to say, well, I saw this silhouette and that silhouette, but they didn't do any height analysis. They didn't ask the FBI to be involved. And it doesn't show anything that we don't already agree happened. They were back together. But that front window is piled full of plants and other debris and miscellaneous things in there, so it's unlikely that there's really a whole lot of interaction you can truly see. It's probably dogs run around. I don't think Max is so sophisticated of a guy. I'm representing him. We heard from Pete Warbington. I don't know that Max is the most sophisticated guy out here. He's a smart guy, but he's working 3 days a week. He's a bartender. And Pete Warbington says, I complain about a hydraulic arm. He won't fix it. And Max doesn't like hearing that he's a bad landlord. I know. But the reality is that he's not a highly sophisticated guy where they introduced all sorts of evidence of his planning and research on wanting to kill someone. 30-some years living in the area, working for a decade as a bartender, well-known throughout the city. They didn't introduce one weird thing about him. No psychological profile evidence to show you that he fits the pattern of someone who's going to just decide, I'm going to kill someone tonight after a date where I went everywhere that everybody knows me, and I've never researched it, and I've never looked into it, nor have I even so much as looked at how to dispose of a body or remove body parts, which you can only imagine what kind of feat that is. Use your common knowledge of even examples you can think of cooking about how hard it might be at Thanksgiving to remove a turkey leg, let alone a human. No research on it, no planning on it at all. Again, that's because he didn't have any such plan to do anything like that. It's not that secret of a beach either, if I can just say that. I mean, a few hours after someone is down there in the rain and the horrible conditions, there's 2 kids there a few hours later in that same spot, right? They're there. They find a bone or a leg. So it's not that secret. It's Warnemont Park. It's a public park, 18-hole golf course. Everybody in the community is familiar with that area. Officer DeSmet testified, very familiar with the park. People go there all the time. We have 2 youngsters there right away a few hours later finding human remains. So not exactly a secret area that nobody's ever heard of before. What is Max's behavior afterwards? A lot of times in our human affairs, and state has told you, use your common sense. The reason they keep saying common sense, and again, I didn't tell you not to use common sense. I talked about this in opening. Go ahead and use it. Use it galore. But also, please look at the evidence. You have to do more than just base things on this expression, common sense, okay? Look at the evidence. We do know that somebody who committed a crime like this, who had done something like this, when they haven't, would be highly likely to change something about their life. He didn't do any such thing. He continued to go about his day-to-day affairs. You heard that he went to work at Dugout 54 the next morning, and his phone died, not turned off intentionally. It died during the hours that one would be asleep. And he went to Dugout 54, and he worked at Dugout 54, which was his job, the next day. No issue. You didn't hear from one person who said that suddenly his behavior was different or that he started acting strange. He continued to work, stay in the area, didn't cut his hair, didn't change his appearance, didn't have a whole pile of cash in his car with a passport to Mexico, none of that. Just going about his day-to-day affairs. That's because he's innocent. And the police are the ones who make a decision on what to collect and what not to collect. And they give you that evidence, and then you decide whether it is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They could have asked for more footage if they wanted to see what was going on the side of Max's house in the days after, or the alley in the days after. Does he ditch a sweatshirt in a trash can? But they chose not to, because they zeroed in on him, they zeroed in on a time frame, and that was all they needed to do. I know that when the evidence shows that when Sade's car left Max's house, and you never see him driving that car, when it left that house, and we know things can happen in an alley, when the car left that home, it went straight to Sade Robinson's apartment building. I never said it went there, to be clear. I never said she went in there. I'm just saying, what are the odds that with no evidence he even knew where she lived, that Civic goes from his home right past the building she lives in? A hell of a coincidence. I think it's very likely that perhaps something happened to her in the alley and perhaps she was directing them where to go. I don't know, but I do know maybe it was a stalker. But whoever did it obviously had an idea where she lived because they went right from point A to point B. I think the reason that the state spent such little time talking about the DNA evidence for you is because they know how powerful it is for the defense case. But we don't have to prove that DNA proves prove his innocence. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of each of these crimes, that he intended to kill her. Now they're saying recklessly, but either one, whichever one they're saying. He had to form that intent or that reckless decision before. There's no evidence, by the way, of any reckless behavior at all that they've shown you on video, that they've shown in his house, that they've shown at all. But the reason why they spend so little time on DNA and they sort of brushed past that, and yet they'll spend days and days and days going through monotonous video of things we don't dispute, is because they know that the DNA evidence is powerful for us. And I ask that you look at the evidence closely. That's all I can do. I turn Max over to you. It's your decision. You have to look at each count carefully, and I'm convinced you'll conclude that the state hasn't met its burden of proof on each count. Thank you.
State, any rebuttal?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason Maxwell Anderson went to work the next day and didn't cut his hair or do any of that stuff is because he thought he got away with it. Because he did it alone. He did it in the middle of the night. So leaving town, doing that stuff, that brings attention to yourself. That's also why he sends that text message to her the next morning. Hey, morning, how's work going? He's trying to cover up. He thought he was going to get away with it. That's the whole point. Because everything he did the night of this incident was done in the middle of the night in a secluded place that he knew was secluded, that he took her to and cut her up. He thought he got away with it. Let's talk about blood. You saw the images of her on that couch. She's out of it. She is gone. There's no blood in there.
You heard from the medical examiner how people can die without blood. Strangulation, suffocation. It's no coincidence that she is face down in his cushions in those. That she is so out of it that he's able to lift her shirt up and grab her breast and yank her pants off without her putting up a struggle. We know as well that the dismemberment, remember the medical examiner talking about the vital reactions, that there were no vital reactions at the areas of amputation. That means no bleeding, because she was dead when it happened. And he's doing it down at the lakefront on the shores of a lake on a rainy night. And he talks about no mud, no blood on the shoes or anything like that. He's got this massive backpack with him that he gets rid of, that has never been found. Why? If that backpack is something that's important enough for you to go out in the middle of the night with, why is it gone? Because he got rid of it. He got rid of it to cover up the crime. The hoodie, why is it in someone else's dumpster? Why is the hoodie not a hoodie you were wearing while on the date, but a hoodie you're driving around in the middle of the night with? Why is it in a dumpster 2 houses down? Why is her DNA on it? It's because he's the one driving her car around, taking her body to Warnemont Park. No intent to kill? What about all the horrible, disgusting, gruesome things that he did to her body? That shows intent to kill. He brought up this hair on the proximal bone, and his argument was Max was excluded from that hair. Do you remember whose hair that was? It was Sade's hair. He failed to mention that part just now. Just like he failed to bring up the latex gloves he brought up in his opening and said, certainly these gloves played a role in this crime. That was a quote. What a joke. Those gloves had nothing to do with this crime. Nothing. The blood on those gloves was neither Max nor Sade's. It's located a quarter-mile south of where this occurred. A week later, a smoke screen. Nothing to do with this crime. Maxwell Anderson was not walking away from the Honda Civic because he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why on earth is he walking around behind an abandoned building where the woman who he was on a date with the night before his car is getting set into flames, and he's just casually walking away? And you did hear from the woman who saw him do it. You heard her on the video. You saw her point to him and say, he did it. Call the fire department. What's that all about? It's because he's the one who lit the car on fire to cover up all of this and calmly walk away because he's trying to get away. He's trying not to draw attention to himself. Asking you to completely speculate that something happened to her in the alley. Well, let me ask you this. How does she get in the alley if she's passed out of it, incapacitated on his couch? How would she have even gotten there? He's asking you to speculate. She's just instructed you, you can't speculate. You are not to speculate. That's what he wants you to do. That's what he wants you to do to find Maxwell Anderson not guilty, but you can't. You follow the evidence. Not a single piece of evidence points to anybody else. Everything at every single turn, even when police tried to focus on other things, like the latex glove, did it lead anywhere else except back to him? The broken pieces of car at the gate just happened to match the Honda that he's walking away from as it lights on fire. The beach where she is cut up, it's his beach. It's his place. Every single lead, every single thing the investigators did led back to Maxwell Anderson, and it is because Maxwell Anderson is the killer. He is responsible, so find him guilty.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. I've instructed you regarding the rules of law which should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of the case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. You will be careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duties steadfastly in mind and as upright citizens to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequence of your verdicts are matters for me alone to decide and must not affect your deliberations. There will be 9 forms of verdict submitted to you regarding the charges against the defendant. As to count 1, there will be 3 verdicts. The first verdict reads, we, the jury, find Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1. Another reading is, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of first-degree reckless homicide in violation of section 940.02 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin at the time and place charged in count 1 of the information. And a third reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty. As to count 2, there are 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2. As to count 3, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Maxwell Anderson not guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. Lastly, as to count 4, there's 2 verdicts. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4, and another reading, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4. You are to bring in 1 verdict per count. It is for you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of each of the offenses charged. You must make a finding as to each count in the information. Each count carries a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in 1 count must not affect your verdict on any other count. Now, this is a criminal, not a civil matter. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict that lawfully may be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a legal verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than that of any other jurors. If you need to communicate with me while you're deliberating, have the presiding juror send a note, time-stamped and signed by the presiding juror with your question. It may take some time to answer because I may consult with the attorneys before I respond, so you should continue your deliberations while you're waiting for a response. I will answer all of your questions either in writing or I'll bring you back into the courtroom and answer them on open record. When you've agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the presiding juror. Notify my bailiffs that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom and your verdict will be read into the record in open court. I may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. 4:37. I think we'll begin the deliberations. Okay. At this point, we're going to select our 2 alternates. So, 3 alternates. So all of your numbers are inside of this box. Juror number
53.
Who's 53? Okay, you're a first alternate.
38.
Second alternate.
And the last one, 26.
Okay, the 3 of you are my alternates. So at this point, your service is complete for the next 4 years. If you need a notice for your employment that you've been here with us, you'll have to go back to jury management to get that. Otherwise, it'll come out to you in the mail in about 2 to 3 days. Now, you're not allowed to speak to any of the other jurors, but after you leave here, you're free to speak to anyone that you wish or to no one. It is completely up to you.
If you wish to return to the courtroom and wait for the verdict, you're welcome to. If you want to call my court at a later point and find out what happened, you're welcome to as well. Or you're welcome to check CCAP. Now, do the three of you have anything in my jury room? Okay, I need to release the three of you before I release the other jurors. So thank you for your time and attention and service. I've used alternates way too often, so I appreciate you being here. You're not allowed to communicate with the other jurors at this time. At this point, we will swear the bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear that you will keep jurors on this trial together in some private place and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, you may begin your deliberations. Any objection as to how the jury instructions were read into the record, state? No. Defense?
No.
I did find on the jury instructions one correction, which was on the last page relative to the verdicts. It said 4 verdicts will be provided. I changed it to 9, and I just wrote it on it. So that was the only modification I made. I plan on recalling the jury at about 3 minutes to 5 if we don't have something happen quickly. So please, if you could stick around, I'd appreciate it. Also, if you could go through the list of exhibits and see if there's anything, if there's a request you're willing to send back without further discussion, and a stack of course, anything that you wish to be addressed on. Of course, no videos would ever be sent back or physical evidence without the bailiffs. Case was well tried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Hi, if you could switch me back to Live Desk feeding into itself, I'm going to do something from here again now for IFB. Thank you. Okay, bye. Thanks. And it looks like I am already up and running. Folks, I'm Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. The closing arguments just wrapped up here in the trial of Maxwell Anderson, and the jury is now deliberating. We thought, the judge said earlier, she was probably going to wait until tomorrow to start deliberations, but things really sped up this afternoon, particularly when the defense decided not to call any witnesses at all. Not Maxwell Anderson, not anybody else. The state rested, the defense said no witnesses, they went into jury instructions and quickly into closing arguments, and now with 20 minutes left before 5 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, June 5th, the judge said, let's go ahead and get the jury started. Now, it's not clear how long the judge will let those deliberations go this evening before deciding to pull the plug and come back tomorrow. I suppose if there's a quick verdict, maybe she wants to see if that's a possibility. If it looks like they're requesting evidence or things are taking a while, she may call it for the night and bring it back tomorrow. But of course, we are now on verdict watch. I want to talk a little bit about what we've learned today and then what we heard in those closing arguments. If you're just tuning in, if you haven't heard the updates today, the day started with a civilian witness who was Max Anderson's ex-girlfriend. They had dated as recently as 2023, and Max Anderson's ex-girlfriend talked about a quote-unquote secret beach that he would take her to. 5 to 10 times during their relationship, they would go and hang out on the beach with his dogs. They would start a fire. She didn't know exactly where that beach was, but when she saw that Maxwell Anderson had been arrested in connection to the leg that was found in Warnemont Park, she realized that place she had been to was in fact the beach in Warnemont Park. She went to investigators and said, I can take you there. They asked her where they turned, using landmarks. She directed them back to the place that he considered his quote-unquote secret beach. And sure enough, it was the same place where Sade Robinson's leg had been found. So that was where the testimony started today. Now, in closing arguments, the defense tried to say, it's not all that secret of a beach. I mean, other people go there. It's connected to Warnemont Park with a golf course and all sorts of other things. And in fact, within a matter of hours after Sade Robinson's death, there were a couple of people walking through the park on a rainy day, walking through the beach anyway, and found the leg. So it's not that secret, but the idea that Maxwell Anderson had been to that beach multiple times, considered it his secret beach, and then that's where the person he's on a date with has a leg show up the next day, certainly, obviously, was a strong point for the state's case. We also heard from two detectives and one forensic investigator from the Department of Justice who talked about the cell phone extraction. That is the data and photographs and text messages pulled off of Maxwell Anderson's cell phone, which he still had on him when he was arrested a few days after this crime. And what they found was just before, a little bit after midnight. So there's the date that happens on April 1st. They come back about 9:20. And by the way, the defense is no longer disputing that they went back. They say, of course, yeah, we don't dispute they went back to his place. So Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson go back to his house on the south side, and they're there. So all of that shadowy evidence, who knows what that was for, because the defense now says, we admit they were there. The question is what happened when they were inside. We know that text messages show that at 12:05, cell phone data shows. At 12:05 a.m. to 12:08 a.m., someone using Maxwell Anderson's phone was manually deleting dozens of photographs. And shortly after completing the deletion of those photographs, the phone went dormant. It either died or it just stopped being used. It wasn't responding to anything on the network anymore. There was no more user interaction for the next 9 hours. The state says that's because Maxwell Anderson was covering up the crime. The defense says the phone just ran out of juice and he went to bed. But the key is, what was on those photos that he was deleting? Well, we also know that those photos include, and I'm going to show you some of those right now, the key photos that we've been waiting for in this case. And be aware, these are very sensitive. We have had managers and editors look through these to make sure we can show you them in the most sensitive way possible. But the unedited photos were shown to the jury today. This is what the prosecution says is Sade Robinson face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch. And how do they know it's Maxwell Anderson's couch? How do they know that's Sade Robinson? Well, we're going to start by pointing out that sweater. You see that cross-knit pattern on her right sleeve. That is video surveillance of Sade Robinson at at Duke's on Water, just a few hours before the photo on the couch was taken. So prosecutors are saying that sweater identifies the person on the couch as Sade Robinson. The next question is, how do we know that's Maxwell Anderson's couch? Well, let's look back once again at the photo I just showed you. Again, you see that circle, by the way, we've added that because it's blurring out her exposed right breast. That is sort of a midriff sweater. It is pulled up and it is exposing her breast. And in fact, there's a human hand behind that is touching the breast, according to the testimony that was given in court. But look just beyond the hair. You can see dark colored hair consistent with Sade Robinson's, and there's sort of a light blue looking object behind it. Well, if you look at the picture prosecutors or investigators rather police took of the house, this is Maxwell Anderson's couch, and you see that light blue pillow on the one side. Now let's go right back to that photograph again, and now prosecutors are saying that little corner up at the top is the same thing as that blue pillow. They're also saying the couch underneath her is consistent with that worn red pleather looking couch, and if you look at the edge of this couch, it's got that sort of worn leather look to it. So those are some of the key things that we saw introduced today that the prosecution says not only shows that Sade Robinson was there, but that in fact she may have been passed out or in some sort of compromised position, and that her breast was exposed and someone, presumably Max Anderson, was groping it. Now, remember, in addition to Sade Robinson's remains being found dismembered, arms and legs, torso, her right breast was cut off at one point, the same breast that Maxwell Anderson appears to be groping in that photograph. And prosecutors made a point of that in closing arguments. The one thing we heard in closing arguments that we had not heard before, the defense admitted to a lot. They said 90% of the evidence in this case that's taken 2 weeks to tell, we agree with. We agree the car was driving around. We agree they went on a date. We just don't agree it was Maxwell Anderson behind the wheel. But there are two key points the defense makes. One is that, well, you know, with that car fire we've seen, Maxwell Anderson was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The car fire at 7:30 in the morning, where Sade Robinson's car has been set ablaze intentionally, and Maxwell Anderson is seen walking away from it and walking down the street and getting on a bus with a backpack that's never been found, wasn't found in his house despite thorough searches. The prosecution is saying, that's him. What's he doing there? Why was he there? Well, the defense says there's no proof he lit that fire. There's no proof he did anything. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their other one, and this was a brand new one, this is something we had not heard, and I want to pull up the exact quote as it was stated, but Tony Cotton, during his closing argument, for the first time raised the prospect of some other actor. We've been waiting to hear what's the theory. The prosecution finally laid out its theory in this case, and its theory is that Maxwell Anderson killed her in the house, then looked up something about what not to mix with bleach, which we heard about today too. That was a screenshot deleted from his phone. That he cleaned up the scene, that he then took her in her own car, smashed the gate at Warnermount Park because there was a body in the car and he couldn't just carry her down. So he smashes the gate, dumps the body parts, and then drives around the city looking for a place to dispose of the car. The defense says, well, you never see him get in the car. You never see him get in or out, or, you know, we don't know what happened. And for the first time we hear, and I'm trying to find the exact, see if I can find the exact quote here. I'm looking at the wrong trial feed. Here we go. So the exact quote from the defense was, I think it is very likely something happened to her in the alley. This is Tony Cotton on closing. I think it's likely something happened to her in the alley and she was directing them, whoever that is, where to go. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a stalker. We've heard no other indications or evidence of anything like that up until this point in the case, but that was what Tony Cotton said. Nonetheless, he does point out properly, there's no murder weapon, there's no bloody crime scene. There are a lot of inferences here that have to be drawn from circumstantial evidence. Is that enough for reasonable doubt? We're going to find out as the jury is now in deliberations. That's all I have for now. I've got to run over and be on the 5 o'clock broadcast, so that's it for me here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thank you all for watching. We're going to be on Verdict Watch, and obviously when we have more, we'll be back to tell you all about it. Brian Polson, that's all for me from here. Okay, Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here back at the Wisconsin Live Desk. The judge is coming back into the courtroom. We see her on the bench. She may be, after all, excusing the jury for the day. We're going to find that out here momentarily. Maybe they had enough time to pick a jury foreman and now she wants to get them on their way. We'll see what happens here, but we're going to listen in as soon as the judge...
Tonight when you go home, do not discuss this matter with
Okay, here we
family
go.
or friends. Do not research anything. Do not read anything. Do not look at anything. Do not text, blog, post about this matter. Put it completely out of your mind till you come back tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, we're going to open up my jury room at about 8 o'clock. I'd like you all here by 8:30, okay? You cannot begin your deliberations until all 12 of you are together. So when all 12 of you are together, you will notify my bailiffs that you are present, At that point, we'll bring you the book back, the jury instruction book, and then at that point in time, you can begin your deliberations, but not until you're all congregated and all together. Tomorrow, coffee, water, soda, whatever you want is fine because you're going to be in the deliberation room until conclusion. Okay, remember, don't talk about the case as you're leaving here today. Wear your juror badges prominently all day tomorrow, and I think that's about it. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you back in the morning to complete this case. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
All right, so there you have it, 5:03 p.m. on the clock there. It's 5:01 p.m. here on our Fox 6 bug down at the bottom. But in any case, that is the end of today's deliberation. It was a pretty quick one. Might have been enough time to pick a jury foreman, who knows. But the judge got them started so that when they come back in the morning, I guess they'll be ready to hit the ground running. Essentially, deliberations are going to happen tomorrow, and she said they will remain in there until there is a verdict. So we'll see if there is any point, depending on how long it takes, if there's any point at which that decision changes.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
So we're going to have them just begin right when they return. Can you make sure that Celeste has phone numbers for you? If tomorrow morning there's a question or a verdict, I'd like you returned by within 15 minutes. Okay. Well, and you don't, so I'm not going to call it on the record.
Okay. So again, you heard there at the end, that's typically how this works. When case goes to a jury, the attorneys don't just hang around. They leave, they go back to their law offices, they go back to whatever else they're doing, but they are on a short leash. They got to stay close by, especially if their law office is far away. And I believe that Tony Cotton's law office is out in Waukesha. So they got to be close enough because she wants them back in the courtroom within 15 minutes. So my guess is he probably can't hang out at the law office. And I'm not sure, actually, Ian Vance Krzan's probably right there in the safety building as a district attorney, so he doesn't have to go very far. But in any case, the parties stay close by. Once there is notification that a verdict is in, then notification will go out to all those parties. They've got 15 minutes to get in the courtroom, and we will start scrambling and assembling, getting people, anchors on set, reporters in place and ready to bring you the latest coverage. We'll obviously put that on our socials that there is a verdict in, which will give you a little heads up. Hopefully, whatever you're doing, you can get some time to tune into the Fox 6 News live stream on Fox Local or Fox 6 YouTube channel or on Fox 6 News, the broadcast, and then you can see what's going to happen with this case. Obviously, we are a long way in. We have heard 7 full days of testimony and 8 days, including the jury selection, now heading into deliberations on the 9th day tomorrow, Friday, June 6th. So it's been a long week. It's been an interesting week, and obviously there's still more to come. We're going to find out the results of all of this. If you've been following along with us, this is a whole new way to cover trials. This Wisconsin Live Desk, it's the first time we've done it. I think it's a great way for us to keep you up to date, not just on the live testimony, but if you've been missing a piece here and there, because who has the time to watch this every minute of the day? We're able to bring you up to speed right away and make it easy and accessible on your mobile phone, the Fox Local app, on your smart TV, wherever you're watching. We're glad to have you along and hope you'll stay with us. I imagine this won't be the last time you hear from us this way. The clock is even off on the picture there, and I am going to sign off for the day. This is Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll see you. Or gets through its cross-examination of the current witness. So one more to go. And then we just heard from Fox 6's Stephanie Quirk that the defense plans to call maybe 5 or 6 witnesses. So I doubt we'll get through them today, but it does certainly sound like the state is going to rest probably this afternoon and the defense may get through its witnesses